And a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl ahead of day 2 of this county championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. It's bottom against top. We played not quite half the day yesterday after we were on and off for some quite heavy showers at times. Nottinghamshire won the toss and elected to bowl first, and so far it looks a pretty good decision because Hampshire will resume this morning on 152 for 6. We're halfway through the 46th over. The two not-out batters are Felix Organ, who's 34 not out, played some nice sumptuous drives yesterday afternoon and evening, and Delano Potgita is 14 not out, a new name to the Hampshire lineup, brought in only at the start of last week after Liam Dawson announced his retirement from 4-day cricket. And there is 4 wickets so far for Fergus O'Neill, 1 for Josh Tong, who's yet to complete his 16th over, and 1 for Lyndon James. Our commentary team today, a little later, we've got Sanjay Murthy, he's back, cricket broadcaster, podcaster. He's not a cricket marketeer anymore, we've dispensed with that title. We've also got Simon the Analyst Hughes with us as well. He's around a bit later. But to take you through the first period of play, it's myself, Kevin James, and Mr. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Nottingham. Dave, good morning.
Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. Appreciate it if you could turn the heating up a little bit. It's a tad drafty here on our bijou gantry on top of the hotel. Fabulous view, but it's also a little chilly and blustery up here. Happy County Cricket Day to all who celebrate up and down the land, and let's hope the weather is a little better here than it was yesterday, and we get a good chunk of these overs in. Of course, this is going to be a long old day if we were to get them all in, because an extra 8 overs are lopped on the allocation. 104.3 overs to be squeezed in. I would say from the outset, Kev, just before 11 o'clock, I would say highly unlikely we're going to get anywhere near 104 overs going by the forecast for later on in the day, but fingers crossed.
Yeah, if you're watching on the live picture feed on the Hampshire Cricket website, which is also going back to the Nottingham Cricket website, you'll see that the clouds overhead are a little bit of a mixture in colour. And I think the showers forecast are for a little bit later on, probably around the lunch break, somewhere around there, which today is 110 to make up for some of those overs that we missed yesterday. So Notts in the driving seat, defending champions as well. And myself and Dave had a quick drink last night in Beefy's, other restaurants available.
A production meeting, Kev, that's what we call it.
Well, you've got manager written all over you with that. Yes, it was. We talked at length about the cricket, as always. Anyway, Nott's team were staying here as well in the hotel, so they were wandering around. Clearly quite happy with the way the day went yesterday, and why not? It is a greenish pitch, one that we had here against Glamorgan as well. Hampshire have kept a similar type of pitch for this game, and the Nottinghamshire bowlers generally enjoyed it. No wickets so far for Ollie Stone, but he bowled quite rapid. It's certainly a very good seam attack, and the Hampshire batters, who are not in the best of form, or generally the Hampshire batters, although 1 or 2 are okay. And in fact, it's probably no coincidence that Nick Gubbins with 36 and Ben Brown with 29, probably the 2 batters, along with Jake Lehman, who didn't make any yesterday, are the batters in form. Others struggled a little bit. Those of you that are just joining us, the 2 umpires are out there in the middle. Alex Wolfe and Steve O'Shaughnessy, the Nottinghamshire players, are generally in their fielding positions, and the 2 not-out batters, Delano Potgita and Felix Organ, are about halfway to the wicket. So we are just a few minutes away from getting things underway.
Yeah, the cricket we did have yesterday, I think, was heavily Nottinghamshire dominated, of course, but the one blot on the copybook, I guess, the one thing that will have left a little bit of a taste is that Felix Organ is there. He's played beautifully, 34 not out, but early on in his innings he was put down. He cut Ollie Stone to point and down it went, and had that been taken then, that extra wicket, 7 down, who knows, maybe Notts would have got the job done yesterday, maybe not. Maybe Kyle Abbott would have come in and bludgeoned some quick runs as is usual against Notts. He generally has a pretty good record against them, but Notts will be putting that to the back of the mind and hoping they can just knock over the lower Hampshire order this morning and then set about batting.
So 152 for 6, Hampshire resume on this morning, and we are halfway through over number 46, which did complete last night, and he's bowling to Delano Potgieter, who's a left-handed South African player, and he turns that away square on the leg side. First run of the morning off the very first ball, and Hampshire move on to 153 for 6. Interesting story with Delano Potgieter. Spoke to him last night as well, actually. You'll see that interview on the Hampshire Cricket website. Only learnt that Hampshire were interested in him last Monday, and it took him a couple of days to get his visa, and he only landed in this country on the Thursday, hit a few balls, and there he was playing for Hampshire yesterday. But it's Felix Organ to face the next delivery. Tong bowls, and Organ is on the back foot. So several ways that you can pick us up for this game. Obviously on the live picture feed, Hampshire Cricket website, those pictures being beamed back to the Nottinghamshire Cricket website. We are also on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also, at the moment, on Sports Extra. And we are also on your smart speaker, or most smart speakers. Just ask it to play Hampshire versus Nottinghamshire, and we are around the ground on the in-ground commentary via earpieces. As Tong starts his run up from our commentary and the hotel end here. Bowls, and Organ pushes forward, and that ball goes out towards mid-wicket. So that's the 46th over completed. Just under half the overs were possible yesterday. We came off several times for showers, and in between time the sun shone brightly, and it's starting to shine a little bit, but it won't be for very long, as there are some heavyish clouds blowing across. As I say, I think today is going to be very much like yesterday. Probably around about lunchtime we probably will see the first of a few showers for the rest of day 2. So we'll be on and off. Saw Ollie Stone in the lift this morning, and he was saying, well, for us bowlers, he said it would have been ideal if it had just rained and we knew where we stood. So coming on and off, not ideal. And it was very cold yesterday as well, so that wouldn't have been ideal. Fergus O'Neill will start proceedings from the pavilion end, and he's around the wicket to the left-hander Potgieter, who pushes forward. Now, Mr. Potgieter is 29 years of age, plays for Lions and Gauteng in South Africa. He's part of the Gauteng side that actually won the 4-day series competition. And a lot of people have been saying, well, hang on a minute, he's a direct replacement for Liam Dawson. Liam Dawson was a spinning all-rounder, and Potgieter is a seam bowling all-rounder. Here he is facing O'Neill again. Dave Bracegirdle is back. Seems ages since you were last with us, Dave.
It doesn't take long for me to do me 20-second updates into the BBC Radio Nottingham News. A lot of happy people in Nottingham, of course, this morning, especially the black and white side of the city and the county, Notts County, winning their or getting through. It was a draw last night, getting through in the playoffs, so they'll be off to Wembley, booking their tickets this morning, no doubt.
O'Neill in again, 2 slips weight, bowls to Potgieter, who leaves that one alone. Nice big stride outside the off stump as he does so.
Not a spy inside.
Yes, gosh.
Got to think a few more in than this time yesterday. Liberally spread around the ground, but of course we're into the weekend now, so those that have better things to do, Monday to Friday, able to come along and enjoy a little bit of cricket.
O'Neill in again, bowls. Potgieter pushes forward, goes out square on the offside, no run there. Interesting field as deep square leg, fine leg's quite square, a deep point as well. But yes, you've got to be a hardy person to be watching cricket here at the moment. I think it was only here and Bristol that was affected by rain yesterday.
Yeah.
Everywhere else got a full day in. Interesting up at Yorkshire to see that Lythe Bairstow partnership continue. Both scored hundreds yesterday against Surrey. Outside the off stump, bit of extra bounce, but again left alone.
Started on time in most of the games, but a delayed start at Edgbaston, Warwickshire, Glamorgan in Division 1. Glamorgan 341 for 8 yesterday, delayed start there. And also at Southport, where Worcestershire are the visitors. 270 all out Worcestershire, Lancashire 28 without loss, but playing the other 7 county championship matches.
It's obviously cricket week up at Southport. The women played there earlier this week. That's driven in the air and caught at mid-off. First wicket of the morning. It's Hasib Hamid with the catch. And Pokita goes for 15, having only added 1 to his overnight total. And Hampshire, whose batting has looked particularly frail this season, have lost their 7th wicket with the score on 153, and 5 wickets for Fergus O'Neill, 5 for 32.
Yeah, many congratulations to him. Terrific stuff from O'Neill yesterday. He's continued in the same vein this morning, only taken him 6 deliveries. It's a good catch by Hamid, actually. You know, he's got a safe pair of hands, but it wouldn't, to me, have been the biggest surprise had that gone to ground, because he had to move very sharply to his left and then dip down, dive low down quickly to his left. It was firmly struck by Potita. There's no doubt it would have gone for a boundary, but generally has a pretty decent pair of hands, the Notts skipper, and clung on. So that is the opening that Notts required early on the second day, getting rid of the obdurate Potita. Don't know if that's how he normally goes about his cricket, but certainly was looking to dig in, to survive, to put a high price on his wicket yesterday, just try and build partnerships and just try and lift his side up to a manageable total. But he's gone this morning early on, out for 15.
That is Fergus O'Neill's 9th time that he's taken 5 wickets. He's playing his 47th first-class match.
Yeah.
The Victorian.
I think it's the 3rd time for Notts. I will check on that.
Okay. So Hampshire, who have only 1 batting bonus point this season, that was up at Yorkshire. Looks as though they're going to not get particularly close here. 153 for 7.
It's the end of the over, so Tong starting a fresh one, and Felix Organ, a little drop and run into the offside. That brings Kyle Abbott down to the business end. Yeah, Fergus O'Neill, just his 7th match for Notts and his 3rd 5-wicket haul. So great effort from the Aussie. Certainly the man of the first day for Notts. Josh Tong with a wicket yesterday. I'm sure he'll be well aware of who he's bowling to here. Kyle Abbott. He knows that Abbott will give him 1 or 2 back, so get your retaliation in first, Josh, probably. Bowls a good delivery just outside the off stump and beats Abbott, goes through to Carl Verena, and there's no run.
That's a good length from Tong. This is definitely a wicket to get the batters forward, no matter what pace you bowl. That's the perfect length.
Clouds are high, and pleasingly, you can see a little bit of blue sky dotted here and there as Tong in again to Kyle Abbott, runs this with an open face away behind square on the offside. They ran the first one quickly. There was a discussion about whether to come back for 2. Lyndon James quickly to the ball and turned that discussion into a very firm no, go back. So 3 singles so far today. The home side move on to 155 for 7. Felix Organ nicely set on 35. He's close to being the top scorer in the innings at the moment. Nick Gubbins with 36, then Ben Brown's 29. And the other one's really to stick around for any length of time. This delivery's turned to mid-wicket, and there'll be a single to Felix Organ, who of course got a century in this match last year. The Kookaburra game in the middle of the year was a high-scoring draw, but he played very nicely. There was a century also for Tilak Varma, the Indian, who was enjoying a little spell in the middle of the English summer with Hampshire. Lyndon James for Notts scored a double 100, and that pretty much was the tale of the 4 days. Abbott back on strike. Tall man, muscular man, hits the ball hard. And, even blocking this defensively up to mid-off, there was a nice resounding thwack off the face of his bat. Fergus O'Neill working on the ball. His in fact, it's Ollie Stone, I beg your pardon. His sleeves rippling in the breeze out there. It's another chilly morning. Fielders aren't necessarily expecting a bowl. All got probably 3 layers on today. Tong down the leg side, taken by Verena. The end of an over that was lacking a little bit in his usual impeccable accuracy from Josh Tong, who's through 17 overs, 1 for 59. Felix Organ has 36, Abbott has 1, and the home side 156 for 7.
Yeah, good start by Nottinghamshire. So just, 4 runs added. Wicket has already fallen. And Hampshire's batting woes continue. It's been a tough season, tough start to the season already for the South Coast club. Already lost 4 out of 5. 1-1, that was up at Headingley against Yorkshire. Here's Fergus O'Neill over the wicket to Felix Organ. Organ gets one that just nips back on him, hits him high on the inside leg. Yes, Felix Organ has found run scoring, apart from that 1 drop catch yesterday, quite easy. 36 from 40 deliveries. He's looked in good touch. Did get 100 recently in a second team game. But he's looked fluent throughout his innings so far. O'Neill's in, right arm over and bowls. He's wrapped on the pad, coming across. Not out, says the umpire. I must admit, I do get a little nervous when the ball hits the pads of Hampshire batters, because there has been quite a few LBWs in the last 2 or 3 games. I think there was 6 in the Glamorgan first innings here. And yeah, there's been 1 or 2 already, hasn't there, in this innings?
O'Neill couldn't believe it. It was umpire Alex Wolf, who gave a couple yesterday. He'd have been weighing up in his mind if it did hit in line or it was just outside. It was very, very close. Yeah. They clearly had a difference of opinion on that one.
Abbott to face O'Neill. Runs towards us, bowls, playing a missing outside the off stump. Yes, Toby Albert and Jake Lehman, the 2 batters out yesterday to LBW.
Got the email working this morning, I think. bracecricket@icloud.com, and you've got one as well.
I have. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and I'm ready. And just watching that one, West nip back. That's a wicked nip backer, that one. That's bounced a little bit, hit again Abbott on the inside leg. That was a wicked nip backer.
Darren's here in the ground. Morning, Dave. Better watching day today. The wife's not in bed. I want to say, carrying on from last season, what a great team Notts have become. The signing of O'Neill has been a masterstroke, providing wickets and runs. Thank you, Darren, on the balcony down below us somewhere.
O'Neill in. Abbott drives pleasantly through extra cover. That's going for 4. That's a nice looking shot from Hampshire's number 9.
He might as well, mightn't he? Because he's a dangerous player when he puts bat to ball. Could add a quick 30 or 40 in next to no time, just giving the whole complexion of the innings a different outlook.
Yes, he has decided over the last 2 or 3 years or so to try and put bat to ball a little bit more. And yeah, once or twice you get a little cameo towards the end.
Yeah.
Bit of entertainment as well as he flicks that away nicely down towards backward of square leg. He'll pick up a single, and Abbott moves on to 6. 162 for 7. Stephen Clark has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I trust you're all well this morning. Thank you for the chat last evening. We had a bit of a chat in the pavilion last night before we had a beer day. How much rain will we get, he says. From my perspective at the pavilion end, it looks a bit gloomy. Although the 5.5 floodlights, that's right, yes, the pile to our right, as we're at the hotel end. It only has half the lights working. Haven't yet come on. No, there's no need. It's quite bright out there at the moment. I'm torn between wanting to watch cricket or plenty of rain to enable a draw. Yeah, I think a few Hampshire fans might think that. He says he's noticed that Hamid has kept 3 slips in for most of the game. He's got them at the moment.
Tong bowls now and driven through the offside. Lovely looking shot by Kyle Abbott. He'll come back for 2. Takes Abbott on to 8. Chris Simpson, morning Dave and the team. Great start for Notts this morning. For 2 days now though, the wonky boundary rope towards the pavilion has been annoying me on the live stream. Surely somebody else has spotted it. This isn't club cricket. Can somebody sort it out? We've got a wonky boundary rope at the far end, according to Chris. There's Josh Tong into bowl, and it goes through to the keeper. Yeah, they'll sort it out, Chris, when Notts are batting, I'm sure.
Bring it in.
Phil Graham, guys, Gauteng is pronounced Hauteng. Just to let you know, Lions and Hauteng are the same team these days with the new South African domestic structure. Enjoying the comms as always, thank you. Hauteng, I think we might have lapsed into Gauteng between
yeah, I think I've said
times.
Yeah, what with Cody Youssef and that, I've probably been saying that for most of the season.
Hauteng.
Right.
Josh Tong bowling. Oh, he's got through Kyle Abbott there. Nestles into the gloves again of Carl Verena. Bowling quickly when he pitches that one up. Josh Tong. Really get some sense of just how quickly he's bowling at the moment. There's a lot of, just having a look at the monitor in front of us, there's a lot of gardening being done, for want of a better phrase. We're looking quizzically, both Abbott and Organ at the surface. They've returned to the respective ends as Tong comes in again, and this one wide enough to be left alone, and it shapes away from Verena, who had a busy day yesterday, diving left, right, centre, diving in front of him, leaping up in the air. They were really challenging the skills of the South African gloveman yesterday. 164 for 7. Notts require 2 more wickets then for maximum bowling points, and usually starting day 2 they're not sort of running out of overs in order to do that. We're only in the 50th over. This next delivery by Tong is just played up to the Notts captain at mid-on, and there's no run.
So Josh Tong warming up nicely for the Test series, isn't he, against New Zealand. No Ben Duckett playing today for Notts. Sonny Baker is playing for Hampshire. Nice little warm-up game ahead of that.
Yes, I think the word is that they wanted Tong to play back-to-back games here, just to see. Don't know what. Gosh, heaven forbid. Don't want to say it. Looking for wood to touch, but you know, the feeling is they wanted him
match fit,
and to go back-to-back. Heaven forbid, as I say, something did happen in this game. We'll be wishing they hadn't, but this is pushed behind square on the offside. I think we take a single. All too often we've had the likes of Jofra Archer and Mark Wood and 1 or 2 others who play a game and miss a game, don't they? And they can't go back to back, and I think the hope is with Josh Tong that now he is looking fit and well and bowling quickly, and certainly in the prime form of his career. You know, they want him to be, you know, sort of available every week. If they're selecting a side, he wants to have his name there and get, you know, the regular calls. Not, well, you bowled well and quickly and got through, you know, 20 overs in each inning, so you'll sit out the next test. That shouldn't be the way it works, really. Didn't happen with the Great West Indies side, did it? You know, they would have 4 or 5 quicks, but generally they'd play all the matches in a test series.
Different days.
Yeah.
Felix O'Neill from the pavilion end, right arm over, bowls. Abbott tries to whip that away on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad, shout mainly from O'Neill, and they come through for a leg bye. If
they'd all been given, it'd have taken 9 this morning, I think, O'Neill already. Essex have lost an early wicket on the second morning at Chelmsford. They're 25 for 2. Leicestershire made all the 3s yesterday, 3-3-3. There's a delay as well at Taunton for rain. Somerset 350 for 5, raining in the West Country.
On 66 for 7 here as O'Neill comes in, and Felix Organ, I think, played a missed or tried to pull the bat out of the way. Anyway, it was wide of off stump.
Begun well, haven't they? These two bowlers. O'Neill gives very little away, precious little. He's hit the pad any number of times already, and Pot Eater went after one that he thought was there to put away for runs, hit it straight to Hamid. Josh Tong bowling quickly at the other end. You know, where are you going to get your runs?
Got some bright sunshine at the moment as that's turned away to short mid-wicket.
Big partnership over 200 at Headingley has just been broken. Adam Lythe 140 not out, but he's lost Johnny Bairstow, who has gone for 120. That's in the Yorkshire-Surrey game. Yorkshire 376 for 5 in the 101st over of that one. So they'll obviously be looking to push to get 400. Surrey 1 wicket away from a second bowling point in that one as O'Neill bowls again to Felix Organ. Plays this up to mid-on, and the ground again looks a whole lot better as it's suddenly enveloped in the next wave of bright sunshine.
Maybe not for very long.
No. Had a little lap this morning around the ground, saying good morning to all the early arrivals. There's always lots of friendly, hospitable, cheerful faces out there. Lovely set of stewards here and volunteers and club workers happy to greet you in the morning. Single taken by Organ, now becomes the top scorer in the innings with his 37th run. Freddie McCann leaves the slip cord and just a run to backward point to pick it up.
Email here from Keith Allen, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I've always rated Felix Organ, but he's been in and out of the team for many years. Now that Liam Dawson has retired from first-class cricket, do you think he will benefit from a sustained run in the team?
O'Neill bowls to Abbott, Kenny's him on the pad, and O'Neill turned straight away to look at the umpire but didn't appeal. I think he thought, well, I've had one or two closer than that weren't given, so there's absolutely no point bellowing out an appeal. End of the over, 167 for 7. O'Neill has been terrific in this innings. 18 overs, 5 for 38, 6 of them maidens.
So as regards Felix Organ, well, he played here in the game against the Morgan when Liam Dawson was suffering with a stomach injury. So I would say there's a fair chance that with Hampshire needing to play one spin bowler, that Felix Organ will get a bit of a run there for sure.
How would he describe himself? A batting all-rounder?
I would certainly describe him as that.
Yeah.
Is it me now? Oh, right, because it was you, it was you, and then you took on O'Neill. It doesn't matter. That's played out square on the offside, and there's no run. Shall I do Tong now then?
Yeah, well, batting at 8, you know, obviously it has its own challenges, doesn't it? Coming in as low as that is maybe the ideal man when you're 6 down to send out in a crisis. But for his own development, I know there was 1 or 2 correspondents yesterday wondering why he'd sort of been removed from the opener's position.
That's full, and that's driven out into the covers, not timed. Well, yeah, he's had a go opening the batting, and I'm afraid another one of the Hampshire contingent that averages in the 20s, and you can only do that for so long. But actually, when he has batted around sort of 7, 6, 7, 8, even 9 some of the time, that actually he's a more than handy player coming in, and if you've got a top order player or somebody in the middle order that's playing nicely, he combines well, and actually Hampshire have benefited. That's a short delivery which Organ ducks underneath. So he's a better than a number 8 for sure, better than a number 7, but it has been handy when he plays as the spinner, as he's doing in this game.
I think from memory, and as you can see, I've not got any scorecards from last year in front of me. I think he came in at 7 or 8, didn't he? They got Tilak Varma out, and then he came in and got 100. So a very handy man, as I say, to bat with the lower order.
Yeah, I might have a quick look actually if I can quickly do that. We've got 3 balls left of this over. Hopefully I can do it then. Tong comes in over the wicket, and that's played away to point. Have to hurry here, Kyle Abbott. Throw comes in. I think he may just have got home. I think it would have been close either way. That looked a little risky.
Yeah, there was one yesterday, wasn't there? That Ollie Stone missed the stumps, and whoever it was wouldn't even have been in the frame had it been a direct hit. Just a little bit risky there. 168 for 7.
Certainly was. I'm not sure Kyle Abbott was totally expecting a run. Anyway, he's home. The flow missed, and Hampshire continue on 168 for 7. That sun, as brief as it was, has disappeared. As Tong is in, Abbott in behind. That pushes out into the covers.
Essex have lost another wicket. Tall Paul has gone. Last night, I didn't sort of realise whilst we were on air, but afterwards I had a little look. Essex had 2 night watchmen last night, Cook and Porter out there. Sam Cook opening the batting, he fell, and Jamie Porter came in at 3 last night. Porter's survived, but they are 26 for 3.
Here's Tong again to Abbott, and he's playing and missing outside the off stump there. That's a good delivery. That's a wicked length. That's very difficult to play, even especially when you're lower down the order. 168 for 7. So in that game last year, Dave, that you were talking about, Felix Organ, who got 122 not out in Hampshire's first innings, came in at 7.
Was the same innings that Varma got 100, was it? They didn't bat twice, did they?
Varma got 112. Yeah, so in the first innings, Lyndon James got that double century, didn't he?
Yeah.
578 for 8 declared. In the second, Hampshire's first innings, 454 all out. Must have been a flat pitch.
Then what were Ben Brown's figures? Because he had a bowl, didn't he?
He did in Nottinghamshire's second innings. 4 overs, none for 21. 108 for 1 declared Nottinghamshire in their second innings.
Yeah, he got it to go. Here's O'Neill from the Rob Bransgrove Pavilion end. Bowls to Felix Organ. Helps this back along the carpet, fielded by Hamid, who's got something to say to somebody. No discernible movement in the field, but he's having a bit of a chatter with somebody. Notts have got 2 out on the leg side fence. Long leg and a man just in front of square. Just in case Felix Organ takes on a short one from O'Neill. He's been pitching it up by and large this morning, trying to hit the front pad, and there is the short one that is high over the top of Felix Organ. You can see the umpire signalling 1 for the over. He could also have been saying it was too high.
I've seen those called this year.
Yeah.
I thought the umpires were quite strict on high bounces this season.
He's not the tallest, Felix Organ, and he'd have done well to reach that. He looked to take it on. Freddie McCann at second slip, just on instinct, has just moved himself a little further forward, a little closer, and he's in a position there just to cut off the run. 168 for 7, coming up towards half an hour of unbroken play, which didn't happen too many times yesterday.
There's a bit more threatening cloud, isn't it? Just about 1-2 o'clock as we look.
It's going to France.
Let's hope so.
It's only because you told me that's where France is yesterday. Au revoir. O'Neill in again to Felix Organ. Busy. He's looking to keep the board moving, isn't he? With Potheiter, who's now gone. It was just all about crease occupation and stay there and block it and leave it. But Organ, throughout his innings, has been busy. 39 from 54.
Yeah, he looks in good touch, doesn't he, really? I don't want to give him the kiss of death, but I think his feet have moved well, and he looks a little bit more confident than I've seen him in the past.
Here comes O'Neill. Past umpire Alex Wharf, and again pushed away onto the offside. Joe Clark doing the fielding. That's the end of the over. 170 for... No, it's not the end of the over. I beg your pardon. There's 1 or 2 out there, thought it was as well. They've set off scampering about and had to go back. Jack Haynes is coming into third slip. That's what threw me. In fact, he's gone in as a third slip, but he's sort of more in a fifth, almost gully position. Just to stop Organ working it there. Organ goes onto the onside for a change, gets a single. End of the over, 171 for 7. Hampshire began this morning 152 for 6. They've lost Delano Potiter on debut, caught by Seba Mead at mid-on from the bowling of Fergus O'Neill for 15. That was 153 for 7.
Sanjay Murthy will come in alongside me, Kevin James, for the next half an hour of play. Then we'll have the analyst Simon Hughes, who's here as well. Sanjay Murthy, a cricket broadcaster and podcaster, friend of Garrett Jones. How are you, mate?
Which way is Will's mum's house, do you know? Isn't that what you say around these parts when the way the weather's coming from?
Is that right? Will's?
Yeah, Will's mum's house.
I thought it was somebody you knew.
No, Will House, yeah. Actually, I went to university with a girl called Wendy House, for those of a certain age. So.
You're joking.
No, seriously.
Was that her name?
That was actually her name,
You're
yeah.
Please, you haven't made that up?
No, I haven't. No.
Wendy House?
Wendy House, and she's name-dropping continually. She went out with the famous Sanjeev Bhaskar, who, from goodness gracious me and Unforgotten and all that stuff, so there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, no, she was really called Wendy House, but because I'm only saying that because it's got a bit cloudy.
Yes, it has a little. That sun has gone. Here's Josh Tong, short ball, a bit down the leg side. And as well as ducking underneath, he sort of moves outside the line, does Felix Organ, who this morning has added 6 runs to his overnight total. He's 40 not out. What a great start from you, that, Sanjay. Wendy House, that's going to stay with me for a while.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, no, so imagine her parents. They must have had a tremendous sense of humour, or potentially, you know, some other substance might have affected that decision making. But yeah, Wendy House, tremendous work by them. But yeah, it's looking cloudy, isn't it?
It is. Tong starts his run up once more, runs away from us, past the umpire, and bowls, and Organ in behind that one, works it up to mid-on. If there are other Wendy Houses that are listening or watching at the moment, I hope we're not offending them.
No, I think, well, I mean, tremendous name. And we should celebrate these things, shouldn't you, really? That if you have got a name that stands out, then why not make the most of it?
Well, shall we have a little bit of fun here?
Yeah, go on.
Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you know of, or preferably if you know somebody that we'd all know as a name, that is a bit like what we've just been talking about. As Organ's going to take a quick single as it goes out into the covers. That was a little bit more safe than it was in the previous over. 172 for 7, just that 1 wicket this morning. Then yeah, let us know, anybody that you know, and I think we'll know that if you're making it up. So we're not just going to read out willy-nilly everything that comes in.
Because what's going to happen, Kev, is
somebody's going to make one up.
No, they're going to bring it. They're going to send us names of people. When you read it quickly, it might sound a bit rude.
Yes, so we will. You're going to be the quality controller.
I don't think I should be.
No. It might have been a bad idea actually to hunt for names like that, but we'll see how it goes. Leg slip has been brought in, or maybe a leg gully actually for Tong, and fairly deep at that. Here's Tong again then, and Abbott's given himself a little bit of room. It's gone in the air through point, and it's going to run away for 4 runs. Maybe expecting a short delivery, I think, there.
Yeah.
Kyle Abbott, and Tong has gone for the full delivery. Hasn't quite got it right, and actually Abbott's done well. He's found an angle by moving to the leg side.
You mentioned Geraint Jones. He constantly tells me that cricket is a game of angles. And he's probably right.
What was there?
Yeah, they've got an attacking field for the short ball, haven't they, with a short leg, that position you mentioned as a leg gully, if you like, but they've also got a fine leg on the boundary for a mistimed hook from Kyle Abbott.
Which is what happened to Ben Brown yesterday, wasn't it? To Tong. Tried to flick it away on the leg side, got a huge top edge, which carried, and that's an edge, and that's gone to first slip, and there is a wicket. Second wicket of the morning, shorter delivery this time from Tong, and Abbott goes for 14. That went quickly to first slip, that one. Liam Patterson-White with the safe hands there.
He's bowled with some wheels this morning, Josh Tong. So we've been, Simon and I were watching just now and commented on how quickly he comes through off a short run-up. He must be muscular as he approaches the crease, and this ball just takes off just short of a length, and Kyle Abbott, that's all he can do is to fend that off, and he goes comfortably to the only slip that's now left after the change in field by Hasib Hamid, and that's Liam Patterson-White, recent call up to the Lions squad that start to play a series against South Africa A this series, and Josh Chung celebrates his call up to the full England squad with his second wicket, 2 for 68, ball short of 20 overs.
Yeah. We sort of hinted about this yesterday, but yes, what Josh Tong has is he has this ability to get the ball to skid off the pitch. You know, he just has that knack. Not every bowler does, but the ball comes down and you think, well, you know, it hasn't actually been let go particularly quick, but he just has this ability to get the ball to really skid off the pitch, and actually by the time it reaches you, it feels like it's coming a lot quicker than it was when it left his hand. 8 down. Brad Wheel is the new man to walk to the crease. He's playing his first game of the season. Is Hampshire's seam bowler. He had a few injury problems towards the back end of the winter and at the start of this season, and had a second team game or two recently, and deemed fit to get his place in the starting 11.
Yeah, not so well into the tail now, aren't they? 8 down, Hampshire, 176 on the board, so they'll be looking to wrap this up quickly. The Notts bowlers and Hasib Hamid and Billy Slater will be looking to start their Ben Slater, apologies, start their innings soon.
Right, Tong to Brad Wheel, full delivery, plays forward and misses, and that's the end of the over. So Tong with his second wicket of the innings. He has 20 overs, 2 for 68, and Hampshire, who started the day 152 for 6, are now 176 for 8.
It's a good bowling attack, this, isn't it? You got the Tong, you got the consistency, and actually the the strength, if you like, of Fergus O'Neill. Yesterday I think he bowled like 7 or 8 overs on the bounce. I think you commented on commentary, Kevin, didn't you? Is he going to get another one? And he did, and he just keeps it up there. And it is that skiddy full length that I know you mentioned a few times on commentary is the right length to be bowling here at the Utilita.
He gets the best carry, I think. Even Ollie Stone, who's bowling fairly sharp, did bowl fairly sharp yesterday. I think Tong gets the better carry.
And it is O'Neill then from the Rob Bransgrove Pavilion end, bowling to Organ, who just pops it into the bowler's follow through, and he does exactly that for no run. Score remains 176 for 8.
I got an email here actually about Felix Organ, who's batting right now. Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, who's listening this morning, watching this morning. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, in my days on commentary, yes, oh how we miss those. We used to love Dave on commentary. I would relate that in his early years, Organ's strike rate as a bowler was remarkable.
O'Neill again, Organ facing up, bowls, and it's short, and he just goes down the leg side, and he tries a little pull at that, and it's well taken by Carl Rain, stopping the ball going down to the boundary, no run.
So we're talking about Felix Organ, and earlier there was an email about Organ getting more of a run now. Liam Dawson has decided to step away from Championship cricket. He says his strike rate was better even than Shane Warne, which was around 50. But in the past 2 years, he's taken just 4 first-class wickets at a strike rate of 1 every 245 balls. I suspect he needs to bowl more.
O'Neill again, up bowls and on the leg side. That's nicely tucked away by Organ, but there's a fielder down there at fine leg coming off the boundary, and he just trots through for a single. It's Ollie Stone down there who does the fielding, which brings Brad Wheel on to strike here at the end we're at, which is the, what do we call this, in the hotel end, don't we? The hotel end here at the Utilita. What else does he say about Felix Organ's bowling?
Well, it is quite interesting because, you know, obviously when Liam Dawson was around a lot, which he was up until last week, I'll come back to that. 2
slips and a gully now for O'Neill as he comes into Wheel, bowls, or it's very wide outside the off stump, and Brad Wheel leaves that alone, no run.
So generally when you play a second spinner, which is very much Felix's role, although he did spend a little bit of time opening the batting for Hampshire, but generally playing as a second spinner, then generally he was playing when conditions suited spin bowling. So when Liam Dawson was playing, he'd play regardless, and obviously play a lot of the time when wickets didn't suit his bowling.
O'Neill again up to the wicket now, bowls, and it's outside the off stump, well left by Wheel.
So Felix did have a very, very good record as a bowler, but without being unkind, you know, generally when he, as I say, when he played, there were wickets that helped him, and he had fabulous stats for a while, but they are beginning now to sort of iron out. So yeah, it's going to be interesting him playing as the main spinner now. One assumes that he will.
Last ball of this over then from O'Neill, bowls, and it's Fuller, and he just pushes forward nicely. Brad Wheel for no run, and he remains on naught, and Hampshire finish that over 177 for 8.
So yes, this team is in transition, as we've mentioned a lot, Hampshire team, and one or two decisions are having to be taken that perhaps even a week ago Hampshire didn't think they'd be in that situation. I mean, who would have thought now that Felix Organ is now the main spinner? That wasn't, I guess, even thought about amongst all the other problems that Hampshire need to sort out with the team. That's just an added one.
Yeah, I heard you yesterday talking about Liam Dawson, and you thought that the end of last season that there'd been some inklings that he was going to retire, and he'd said in the Cricketer, I read an article this morning that said he's just fallen out of love with red ball cricket and felt that he couldn't give it his all, and he felt it was the right time to sort of step away, but it seemed coincidental around the England omission, I think.
Here's Tong, bowls. It's pulled away by Felix Organ, nicely through mid-wicket. There is a fielder out at deep square leg. He's not going to make it in time, and that's 4 runs to Felix Organ. He moves on to 46, 181 for 8. My understanding is it had absolutely nothing to do with the timing of the England squad announcement, although it looked as though it had, because you had the timing. Was it Wednesday or something like that? You had the it was Wednesday.
It was Wednesday, yeah.
So you had the England squad announced for the New Zealand Test, and then shortly after that, Liam Dawson's announcement. Tong bowls, that's short, and he's just angled that one, and that's going down towards third man. It's sort of just plugged in the outfield, actually. I think it's one of those that if it come off the face of the bat, it'd gone for 6, but it hasn't quite come off the face of the bat. And Felix Organ moves on to 48. My understanding of the situation is, and this is only my understanding, is that he made the decision after the game at Essex last week, which finished on the Sunday.
Yep, 3 days, yeah.
So this was all because Pot Gita will tell you, and he tells us in the interview that I did last night, that he got the call from Hampshire on the Monday.
Ah, okay.
Around the wicket song, and he's tried to fish at that one as Organ. Fortunately, it's missed the bat. So this was all before the announcement on Wednesday. So Hampshire, realising that after being told by Liam Dawson he didn't want to play anymore, Hampshire was straight on the phone to Pot Gita to say, get yourself over here if you want to play. Do you want to play? And he said, yes, I do. I'd love to play county cricket. And he spent a couple of days getting his visa and got himself over here on a Thursday. That's all happened that quick. Here's Tong bowls. Organ's on the back foot. There is a deep point, so it'll only be a single, and Organ moves on to 49, 184 for 8.
And I suppose in a way that's good for Felix Organ and Andrew Neil, the other spinner who's in this squad, in that they're going to be given a chance, as opposed to bringing in an overseas who is a spinner. And then you're not really developing spinners, are you, here at Hampshire? There's enough quicks around. They can supplement that, or medium pacers. But the spinners in this country are, there's a good one playing here in Patterson White, but they're few and far between in terms of then providing their counties and their country with what is required.
Not an easy job at all. Here's Tong into Wheel, who plays forward and misses. Yes, so it's a rethink, isn't it, basically? I guess, I think one or two people have already said to me, well, hang on a minute, Liam Dawson's a spinner, all-rounder. Pot Gita is a seamer, an all-rounder, but what Hampshire want is an all-rounder in that position of around number 7, that sort of, which is where Liam Dawson's been batting. They need an all-rounder, and they feel that Pot Gita is probably that man, even though he doesn't bowl spin, because they can play Felix Organ as they are. Tong bowls. Wheel just pushes that fairly straight to the right hand of Hasib Hamid, and Wheel will keep the strike.
Yeah, the spin option around the country is, if you are a young cricketer nowadays, you'd be looking to become a spinner, wouldn't you? I know, because that's where the opportunities are at the international level. If you look at the squad that's been announced, Rayan Ahmed, with the leg spin, and he can bat. But they've included Shoaib Bashir, and they've invested a lot of time in Shoaib Bashir, and I suppose it's inevitable that they want some sort of return on that investment, and he's in that squad. And whether he plays or not will be very dependent, I think, who they pick at 8. Because if you pick Ollie Robinson, who can bat, then that means that Bashir will probably play. But continue that as O'Neill in again, bowls, and he has a little fiddle at this outside the off stump. There's Brad Wheel, but nothing there. 185 for 8, because it just shows, doesn't it, the dearth of spinners. There was some chat about Liam Patterson-White being called up. I suppose the guy who may well end up being the spinner in the summer who played in the Ashes is Will Jacks, but he's at the IPL. O'Neill then again to Wheel, bowls, and this time just pushes forward quite pleasantly, fielded in the covers for no run. So yeah, if I was a young kid, I'd be going, right, okay, I'm going to become a spinner who can bat, because I think that's important as well. Like you said just now, Felix Organ looks very good, looks solid, technically looks very good. He's come in at 7 or 8, and did he come in? No, he came in at 6. Did he? Felix Organ.
He came in. You've got me thinking now.
In comes O'Neill, bowls. It's a slightly shorter and it hits Wheel and midships, but he manages to just tuck that down into the offside where it's fielded by Joe Clark.
8.
He came in at 8. Yeah, so but coming in at 8. Looks solid, looks good, but we see what his bowling's like. But it depends on what sort of bowler Hampshire are looking for. Is it someone who holds an end up, can just keep it tight, allowing them to rotate the quicks around the bowler, or do they want someone who's a genuine wicket taker? O'Neill again, Fuller this time, and this time he's just guided nicely away by Brad Wheel down through the vacant third man area for 4, and he moves on to 5 now, and Hampshire move on to 189 for 8.
I'm just looking at Patterson-White's figures this year. 19 wickets at 27, which is tidy. That's tidy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
If you're looking for a slow left armour, but obviously England aren't at the moment.
We had this debate on the show quite a lot about
on your podcast.
On our podcast, Close of Play with Sanjay Murthy and Geraint Jones, available on YouTube. I'll tell you about more of that in a second. As O'Neill in. This time bowls it short and just bounces way over the head of Wheel. That's the end of... No, it's just one for the over that the umpire signals there. Yeah, what sort of spinner that England require? Jones is more of the opinion that an Ashley Giles type character, who obviously he played with, that holds an end up, where I was more of the worn, red armoured, if you like, sort of type of spinner that actually might go for some, but genuinely can win you matches. Do you have a preference on spinner types? You can think about that. So O'Neill bustles in again, bowls outside the off stump, and this time it is flicked away again by Wheel. There is a man down there, third man, but he does pull it in just short of the boundary. Good fielding down there by Joe Clark as the batsman come through for 2. Great tumbling stop at third man, because that ball was travelling, and Hampshire move on to 191 for 8. Wheels on 7, Organ's approaching his 50, he's on 49, and Kev, spinners.
My preferred spinners?
Type of spinner.
Well, I've always said, and I'm not joking, if I was 30 years younger again, and I had a boy rather than 2 girls, and I was so thrilled, to be honest, and people that know me will know that I was thrilled to have a couple of girls, because I grew up in a male-dominated household, so it was nice to experience something different, and I love it and continue to love it. But I think if I was to have had a boy, and he showed some sort of inkling towards bowling spin, I would have tried to make him a mystery spinner, a la Suckling Mushtaq, or that type of thing, where they weren't a conventional off spinner, because he wasn't.
No, Murali, those sort of things.
Or Murali.
Yep.
I mean, I know they're a bit of freaks at times. Ollie Stone has taken over from Josh Tong from our commentary end, and that's just worked on the offside, and there is Felix Organ's half century. And he has played, excuse me, very, very nicely indeed. Yes, he was dropped, and probably shouldn't be there, but that always happens. Well, it doesn't always happen, but it's very rare that you get to some sort of milestone and haven't given a chance somewhere along the line. But in between that, he's played very nicely. 66 balls for those 50 runs, and he's added 16 this morning.
Yeah, and what I've noticed about his innings, Kev, is that overnight his strike rate was about 94, so he came in at a time where he could give it a bit of welly, but as he's lost wickets this morning, he sort of settled down, and he reaches 50 and 66 balls. So his strike rate has gone down to 75.8 now, which shows maturity, shows a sensible way of batting, understanding the situation and batting for his team.
Agreed. That is the 9th time that he's passed the half-century mark, and he's playing his 58th first-class game for Hampshire. And as mentioned, he's batted as low as 8, even 9 a couple of occasions. He's also opened the batting as well. Here's Ollie Stone, bowls and off the back foot, hits that away in front of square. There is a deep backward square leg who just about makes it in time in front of the tunnel area and keeps Organ down to 2. 195 for 8.
So you wish you'd bred a mystery spinner?
I would do in the future. I mean, I have a grandson. I'm not sure. He's a bit young yet to know if he's, if he's going to be, anything along those sort of lines. It's not for me. Obviously, it's for my, daughter's child to for her to worry about. But I think if he ever shows a bit of an, I'll try and teach him some mystery spin. That's for sure. But he's only 3. Or he's going to be 3 tomorrow actually, as forward. So I'm not around tomorrow. Excuse me. Let's go out on the cover. So I'm entrusting commentary duties to others, and I shall be down celebrating his 3rd birthday tomorrow. So looking forward to that. Go on.
No, assuming he's not listening. And what are you doing for his birthday?
They live in they live in a village just outside out in Wiltshire,
Okay.
and they've got their local village hall tomorrow.
Nice.
So he's got a lot of his little nursery friends going. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be great fun. His Stone bowls, and Organ's off the back foot, and again works it out into the covers where there's a sweeper. 196 for 8. On the names front, which we mentioned earlier, yes. Dave Allen has said that there was a William Shakespeare that played for Worcestershire in 1919 to 1931, and there was a Julius Caesar, would you believe?
Excellent.
That played for Surrey and Lancashire between 1849 and 1867. That was clearly a very a big name in those days.
And Dave Allen himself.
Well, yeah, former Irish comedian,
yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Very famous name. Stone bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Brad Wheel, end of the over, 196 for 8. So Organ has 53 and Brad Wheel has 8. Those 2 wickets this morning, Pot Gita for 14 and Kyle Abbott for 14. A wicket for Fergus O'Neill and also for Josh Tong.
Julius Caesar's a tremendous find.
Yeah, that's a great one, isn't it?
It's excellent. Yeah, it's very good work by Dave Allen. Thank you. If anyone's got any more suggestions, the bar's been set high with Wendy House, William Shakespeare and Julius Caesar. In fact, we can try and build an 11, couldn't we? Should we try and do that?
Well, of names.
What sort of role would Julius Caesar have? Attacking, I would say. Whereas Shakespeare is more of your sort of Mike Atherton cerebral type, as it's Fergus O'Neill then, again from the pavilion end, bowling outside the off stump and defended resolutely by Organ. He is on 53 of 70 balls, a Hampshire 196 for 8.
Paul Spencer, you might need to email me again. He's given me the late Worcestershire and Gloucestershire something seamer of the 60s and 70s. I'm not sure he's actually given me a name there. I think he might have just missed the name off. Paul, if I've got that wrong, let me know. HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk. But I think you were going to put a name and it seems to have been missing.
O'Neill again bowls and is on the leg stump and worked nicely into the covers into the leg side by Organ, and they scamper through for a single. He moves on to 54, Hampshire 197 for 8. Yeah, that'd be good to find out who this Worcestershire
we'll find that one out
from the 60s was. Anyone else?
Yeah, Jonathan Lewis, HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk, says, during my degree I had a lecturer who was called Tony Curtis.
Excellent.
Obviously not the same.
No, not the
actor.
same. And John Lewis as well, Gloucestershire, ex-women's coach. O'Neill in bowls. And Wheel tries an extravagant drive outside the off stump. There would have been a couple of slips waiting and some other fielders ready for that, but luckily he got absolutely nowhere near it.
Well, I'm going to run with this one as well, because he said, and the professor of the department, he says, seriously, he was Professor Plum. Professor Barry Plum, he says. We'll go with that one.
This is good. I need to write these down. I'll do that in a minute. And we'll start building this 11 up for our listeners as O'Neill turns at the top of his mark, approaches the crease. It's outside the off stump and left alone this time by Brad Wheel. Anyone else?
Yeah, there's a couple more. I'm just
vetting,
quality control in them.
Quality control, yes. I'll tell you off air a couple that I know of.
Oh, do you? Right.
Yeah,
okay.
well, yes, we can't say any of those on air.
You can't?
No.
Okay.
They get banned by the BBC.
Right. Well, you will.
Yeah, you will, yeah, because I said it. 2 slips awaiting anything untoward that Brad Wheel does as O'Neill approaches the wicket, but he clips it into the leg side. That's a nice looking shot, but he hasn't quite timed it, and they just trot through for a single as the ball's fielded by the fielder coming off the deep square leg boundary for 1. Hampshire 100, approaching the 200 mark here. 198 for 8. Wheel on 9, Organ on 54.
Right, this one's just about past quality control. Simon Crabb says, when my uncle was born, his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Turpin, chose to call their newborn Richard.
Excellent. Excellent. Good.
He said he became a school headmaster, which inevitably led to an easy option for the pupils to make fun of. But he said he took it in good humour.
O'Neill bowls. That's aimed a nice looking shot by Organ. Has gone to Hamid, as shies of things. It hits the stumps, but Wheel's in. Set off quickly, Brad Wheel. Great fielding by Hasib Hamid there. He's fielded well this morning. He took the catch early doors that got rid of pot heater, and this time hits the stumps, but Wheel was safely in. Hampshire approaching, as I said, the 200. They're 199 for 8. Kev's giggling.
Well, yeah, I think this is just about past quality control as well. Nick West, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. The first bit is normal. I used to work with a lady called Julienne Curtin, but she named her daughter Annette. Boom, boom.
Now, there's a call you make in these instances, don't there, which again we can't say. We need to check some of these, because that looks very much like the sort of gags that you get in Christmas crackers. That one.
Yeah. Paul Dowling, I'm not sure I can really read that one out, if I'm honest. It sounded fun when I read the first couple of lines, but then whilst it probably is true, I need my job for a little while longer yet. 199 for 8 then. Here's Ollie Stone from the hotel end into bowl, and Organ has thrashed at that one and he's caught behind. Good diving catch from Verena, diving to his left, and he's got an inside edge, just a little inside edge there, Felix Organ. Probably a little bit ambitious with the shot, but nevertheless he's played really well for his 55. If you're watching on the picture feed, here comes the replay. Ollie Stone in, bowls, and he's down on one knee, and he's thrashing at that one outside the off stump. Good catch and a good innings from Felix Organ. 199 for 9.
Can't help but feeling he's given that away. Felix Organ didn't need to play that shot. Staying there and giving Brad Wheel being well supported by Brad Wheel. It's on the picture feed again. You can see it's short outside the off stump from Ollie Stone, and just played across the line. Good catch from Verena, to say, but I think he'll be pleased with the runs he scored at a time that he came in, Felix Organ, 55 runs, but disappointed potentially with the fact that he might well have given it away at a time where Hampshire just needed him to stay there for a bit longer. He was building a solid looking partnership with Brad Wheel, but that does bring the new batter in for Hampshire, who is going to be Sonny Baker, the last wicket. Not to be looking to wrap this up quickly now and get in and get out again. We're approaching an hour's play now, and Notts have bowled well this morning, as they did yesterday, and the last wicket now for Hampshire, and Ollie Stone takes his first wicket of this innings. He's bowled 1 for 39. That was the first ball of his 10th over. Got anything else for us, Kev?
Yeah, I'm obviously
control,
the quality control is working overdrive at the moment.
We've opened up a can of worms here potentially, haven't we?
So Sonny Baker marking out his guard. Hampshire, just a reminder, starting at 152 for 6 this morning. Ollie Stone's picked up his first wicket of this innings. One's away from us and bowls to Baker. Length ball. Baker leaves that one alone nicely enough. It's probably one I need to check actually, so I'll come back to that one.
Sonny Baker. England, obviously, got three potential England quicks on display here today. Is that right? 3. Tongue, Baker, and there was the other one, or I've just made up 3. Let's have a quick look. And no, I suppose Ollie Stone is the one that isn't in the squad but has played for England before.
Bowls Baker forward to a nice straight one. Stephen Clark says he knows somebody with the same name as me. I think that, do you know what, that years ago there was a player on the Southampton Academy, actually, Southampton Football Club Academy, and I'm sure I read it in the local paper, and they sort of did an article on him or something like that, and of course I had to look twice. You know, I think, hang on a minute, and I think not only was he the same name as me, but I think he had the same spelling with the A. I think I'm right in saying that. I don't know if Stephen's thinking of that one as well. Another straight delivery, which Baker plays back to the bowler.
I remember when you were playing, it shows how old I am, that with yours, I always thought you were South African with the spelling of your name.
Did you?
Yeah, it's only till I met you that I realised that you weren't.
Some people thought it was Welsh.
Oh, did they?
Spelling,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
But
Right.
people still do this. They all, is that a Welsh sort of angle? And it's
Yeah.
not. No, there's no Welsh, not that I know of, anything to do in my family with that. Oh, no, that's flicked away. Oh, it's almost bounced back to Baker, and at one stage threatened to roll back on the stumps. Wasn't quite sure where that was going.
Varaine's asking for sort of some sort of hit. What what's the what did Graham Gooch do when he pushed the ball away with his hand? Do you remember, and got dismissed?
Oh, right.
Varaine's still asking the question there, but the umpires don't seem particularly interested.
I'm not sure Varane really believes that either.
No, I think he's just trying to get back into the warmth. So, do you know why your parents spelled it with an A?
No, and I think they probably told me several times, but like, you know what I'm like. My memory's shocking at the best of
Very
times.
true.
Yeah, here comes Stone past the umpire. That's a lovely forward defensive there from Sonny Baker. 199 for 9. We're off. Actually,
I think you're
we'll
off.
wait for Dave in a
Yeah.
minute. We'll give it a couple of minutes. In
Yeah.
fact, I'm going to let Simon Hughes,
Okay.
the analyst, come in for me,
Yep.
and then Dave will, in a couple of minutes, come on for you.
Okay, fine.
So it's a double change, but with a slightly prolonged change, if you know what I mean. Oh, of course, I forget. Yozza he brings his own
Oh, does he?
earphones. Yes, he
Oh,
does. He
why
doesn't
is he-
like ours.
Doesn't he?
No, they're brand new, but he still doesn't like them. Right, Sanjay and then Simon Hughes.
Excellent. Well, I mean, I know my first question now is to ask Yozza why he's got his own headphones. I'm looking forward to an interesting answer. But I was going to tell Kev, actually, we're talking about names, that when I was born, my dad got my name wrong. Well, he was so excited that his firstborn was a son that he got my first name and my surname, my first name and my middle name the wrong way around. So until I was 18, now my first name was Ardia, which is actually my middle name, and you go to airports, get cool things you don't recognise. It's Liam Patterson-White who's come on to bowl his left arm at the Brands Grove end to Brad Wheeler, who defends away. Do you have any name-related shenanigans, Joseph?
The name-related shenanigans? No. Not, well, do you mean getting called the wrong name?
Liam Patterson-White again bowls and a bit quicker and flatter as Wheel just cranes forward. Yeah.
I mean, I had lots of nicknames other than Yozza. I had Spamed, obviously. Somebody used to call me Heinz 57 because they reckoned I had 57 varieties of delivery.
Patterson-White in bowls and it's flatter and just defended into the offside by Will. Hampshire remain on 199 for 9. Where did Yozza come from?
Well, Yozza is a Lancashire nickname for Hughes. It's
okay.
well used. David Hughes, who played for Lancashire in the 70s,
Yeah.
was known as Yozza.
Patterson-White. Again, he's bowling quickly as an appeal, sort of from mid-wicket, which is not always the best place for an LBW appeal to come from. Not surprisingly, the umpire gives it not out.
Listeners of a certain vintage will remember Boys from the Black Stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember
Yozza
that.
Hughes.
Yep.
Who died? The actor died actually
Oh,
last
did he?
year. Yeah.
Patterson-White again, he's bowling very flat with his left arm spin here, not giving him much of a chance to turn, but Wheels defending stoutly. Oh, I didn't know he died. I remember Boys from the Black Stuff.
Yes, early 80s. Alan Bleasdale was the writer of that.
In again, and this is a repeat of the first 5 balls that are over that ends as a maiden, and that's a good start from Liam Patterson-White as Hampshire remained 199 for 9.
Yeah, I mean they've done well, haven't they? 55 from Felix Organ today, sort of given them some kind of respectability, and well, you know, I think it's like with many of these pitches here at the Utilita Bowl, it's probably a 300 wicket, maybe a bit more actually. So they're certainly about 100 less than they would like, Hampshire, but You know, you get 200 on the board, it's at least something to bowl at. Sonny Baker's on strike to Ollie Stone here, and that's a good ball. Dave Basegirdle's replaced Sanjay here, and he was just saying to me before, Ollie Stone's bowled with some heat in earlier games, and that one certainly went through pretty hastily. It was a bit too quick for Baker.
Yeah, nice to see him get reward for his work yesterday. Had Organ dropped very early on, otherwise it could have turned out a little differently yesterday. Gives a job.
Yeah, well, you've got a job.
I remember
You're
it.
all right.
I
Yeah,
remember
gives a job. Exactly. Give us a job, Yoz. Yeah, here comes Stone again, bowls, and that's nicely played by Baker. I notice he's got a lot of protection on. He's expecting a few short balls. He's got a chest pad and he's got an arm guard. He's not gone out there kind of thinking, oh, they won't bowl short to me. I think he's well aware that they will, and he's had one into the ribs already. So thank goodness he had his chest pad on.
Saw Gus Atkinson struck twice in consecutive overs by Josh Tong last week. Sickening thud, the second one into the helmet.
It was, and he sank to his knees, didn't he? Here comes Stone again, bowls, and that one's outside off stump, a little bit too wide, and easily left alone by Baker. I thought the trouble with batsmen getting hit, Dave, is that I think they take on the short ball too much now, partly because the helmets are so good.
Yes.
And you know, batters even down the order take more time to practice playing the short ball, but they take on the short ball too often. And Gus Atkinson is pretty much a compulsive hooker, and he hooked a couple there which was straight at his head. And in fact, I think the ball that hit him, that sank him to his knees, was actually, he was too early on it, and it hit him on the right hand side. Here comes Stone again, bowls. Baker played that well. He let it come and it went off the thick edge but down to second slip, so good bit of batting actually there, just to go soft-handedly at the ball as it bounced outside off stump. So the score 199 for 9, Hampshire here. Felix Organ just gone for a well-made 55, and the leg gully's going into place now for Stone, who's bowled a couple of short balls to Baker, and he doesn't look as if he fancies it in there, sort of in that nasty rib cage. Not many tail enders do. Here comes Stone again, and actually that one is into the ribs, and it sort of ricochets off the pad or thigh pad and just misses the leg stump. Got into a bit of a tangle there with that one. Wasn't all that short, but he didn't look entirely convincing when the ball is sort of at the body. I remember facing so many fast bowlers who targeted lower order players with this sort of attack, and it's horrible. There's a blind spot if you're not a particularly good player, just around that sort of chest area, sort of just below the chin. It's horrible. Can Stone find it? Well, that's a good ball actually. It's left him outside off stump and whistled through to the keeper. Pretty good over, no reward for it. 199 for 9.
Were helmets in when you started your
just
career?
About. I mean, it varied. In fact, I mean, I went into bat against Sylvester Clarke at Lord's, the Oval, and he was absolutely ferocious fast bowler, especially against the tail. And I didn't have a helmet on, and I walked out, and the batter who'd been dismissed looked at me as we crossed on the boundary, and he said, "What are you doing? Why aren't you?" I said, "Well, I don't actually have a helmet." He said, "Put this on." And he gave me his helmet, so we sort of swapped helmets as we walked off. I'll let you take the next over.
Yes, Patterson White from the pavilion end with his slow left arm round the wicket bowling. This is driven crisply by Brad Wheel into the offside, fielded by Hamid low to his right. Doesn't take too long to rattle through his overs. Liam comes in again off just a couple of paces. This is whipped away for a single on the leg side, and the applause you can perhaps hear is for the Hampshire 200 coming up. It's taken into the 63rd over. They were certainly wobbling yesterday, losing those 4 wickets before lunch and 2 in that truncated afternoon session. But thanks largely to the efforts of Felix Organ, who's just been dismissed for 55. They've got a workable score on the board, maybe under par. A little drop and run here, fielded by Stone, who's never shy at having a shy, and fires it down to the far end. T, one of the regulars, just been in touch. Good morning, Dave and the team. Just like to say how impressed I've been this morning with the captaincy from Haas. His field placing, bowling rotation and leading by example in the field, exemplary. Thank you, T. Patterson White bowls, And again, it's defended by Wheel. 201 for 9, Nottinghamshire. He's always buzzing about like an angry wasp, Hamid, and he does certainly set an example in the field. He's taken a good catch this morning. This one's dragged onto the leg side by Wheel for a single. 202 for 9. It's interesting that they've just popped the spinner on when number 11 comes out. It's the contrast, isn't it?
I don't mind that, actually.
No.
I think it's a nice thought, because tail-enders often fancy their chances against spin and get out.
Balls again, and this is turned onto the leg side. There's no run. 202 for 9. One of the things about having a double change in the commentary box is that sometimes we're left with the remnants of what the previous commentators were talking about, and as we were nattering at the back of the box, they were going on about names and what have you. Dr. John's been in touch, referenced the conversation about names. I've studied, worked under and heard about various medical doctors during my career having the name of Dr. Death or Dr. Diath and also Dr. Bone. There's some really good, great name doctors over the years.
Ollie Stone bowls to Brad Wheel, who drives. I think he's going to get 4 for that. Sliced it through backward point. There was no one there. It's a shortish boundary, so a useful 4 there for Hampshire.
You don't want to be treated by Dr. Death, do you? And he says, regarding the cricket, well played to the Nottinghamshire bowlers. Much respect to Hampshire for their recovery. I'm paraphrasing a bit here. The batting seems good, but there were 1 or 2 lapses of concentration yesterday. Thank you, Dr. John, for getting in touch.
Dr. John, he was a good singer, wasn't he?
He was.
Good guitarist, wasn't he, as well? Yeah, very good.
Don't think it's the same fella.
This is Stone, bowls again, wide outside off stump, a flash by Brad Wheel, but he misses. I mean, just to quickly finish the story about you mentioned about helmets before. So yeah. I left the dressing room without a helmet, walked out. The dismissed batsman, Middlesex batsman, put the helmet on my head and said, "Don't be an idiot, wear this." I faced Sylvester Clarke. First 2 balls, I thought this isn't too bad. Third ball, bouncer, hit me straight on the side of the head. I would have been dead if I hadn't worn that helmet. So thank you to, I think it was Neil Williams actually, who gave me his helmet and allowed me to be here today. This is Stone, who bowls. An attempted pull by Brad Wheel. I think ricochets off his thigh and goes to second slip.
There's another one from T here. I don't know if that's...
T?
Yeah.
Yes.
He enjoyed your first book. I don't know what the follow-on was about, but that one.
But he says, but his next one was not so great. Thanks.
Thank you, T.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of hard yakka went.
The next one was called Yakking
well.
Around the World. Actually, it was a bit. Yeah, it was a follow-up. Maybe it wasn't quite as good as the first one. I accept that. Here comes Stone, bowls quicker, and flash again from Brad Wheel, flies through to the keeper Verena without any contact from the bat. It was certainly ambitious, that shot.
Does he know the cricket ground is this side of the hotel and the golf course is the other side? Because that would have gone 280 yards down the fairway, wouldn't it?
It was actually, it would have gone, I don't think it would have gone down the fairway. I think it would have sliced into the trees, probably. They've got the body shape a bit wrong for the straight drive.
There were 1 or 2 behind me this morning when I was watching it and him straight in the water.
So it's Brad Wheel on 15, 206 for 9 Hampshire. Stone bowls, he goes for a big slog over mid-wicket and he does get some kind of bat on it. It plugs into the outfield at wide mid-wicket and they get through for 2. Pretty uncompromising, ugly looking shot, but it was effective, got him a couple of runs.
It's County Cricket Day, did you know?
Today?
One of Annie Chave's initiatives.
What does that actually mean?
That's a very good question. I shouldn't have started that really, should I? But I think there's 1 or 2 counties embracing it and they've let people in free of charge up and down the country, which is always good, getting fresh seats on... or fresh bums on seats.
What sort of crowds, you can answer this after the end of this over, what sort of crowds do Nottinghamshire get? Stone bowls, and this is carved through the offside this time by Brad Wheel. Didn't really time it that well, but he gets another single. And so he keeps the strike. 209 for 9 from 64 overs at Hampshire.
Well, obviously they're on the crest of a wave because they've had probably the best 18 months for a long time. Obviously winning the county championship. I think the membership this season is as high as it's ever been. Obviously there's a lot of renovation going on at Trembridge, as you're probably aware. The famous old pavilions under tarpaulin and scaffolding and canopies and all sorts while they work on that. But the crowds are good. People are coming along. Like I said, there's more membership's been taken out than for a long time. Here's Patterson White into bowl. This is pushed into the offside. And of course last weekend with Surrey in town, they were first and second in the table. They brought a lot of spectators as well, and there was some nice weather, so it's a really decent crowds in Trentbridge last week, which is good to see.
There's the scorecard if you're watching it on the stream, by the way. It went off rather quickly there.
Yeah, single was taken there. Patterson White bowling now to Sonny Baker, who not seen too much of. He played at Trent Bridge in the corresponding, obviously the Trent Bridge game last year, and there was quite a commotion in the crowd as Patterson White bowls, and this is pushed back to him, and it was Sonny Baker's brother's stag party. So every time Sonny fielded the ball obviously in the outfield, there was all sorts of noise going on away to our left in the Fox Road stand, and it transpired later, as I say, it was his brother's stag party, and they'd come basically to spend the day barracking him. This one kept a whisker low.
That was a good ball. I think that was the arm ball, actually, and it was quite cleverly bowled and well played, in fact.
It's not a huge spinner of the ball, but it's got lovely change of flight.
It reminds me a little bit of Jadeja, actually. You know, he's got that subtle, quicker ball, which is quite hard to pick up. And he bowls close to the stumps. He knows where he's bowling from. You know, it's a lot of left-arm spinners, Jack Leach being one. He comes right out wide, but he's going really quite close into the stumps. It means he can bowl wicket to wicket.
This is turned to leg, so a good, tidy, accurate over, which ends with Hampshire on 210 for 9. One of the umpires last week was Ian Blackwell, actually, and I was having a bit of a natter to him at the close of play one day, and he said he's similar to me, sort of a containing bowler. He's got you know, a nice change of speed, and you know, he'll toss the odd one up and all the rest of it, but he does a good job for the side in the containing role, keeping one end quiet, whilst Tong and Stone etc. can do their stuff at the other end.
Blackwell's an interesting one, actually, because he made his Test debut on the same day as both Alistair Cook and Monty Panesar, and people sort of forget that. I actually interviewed Sonny Baker this week. I'll talk about it a bit later, perhaps when we see him bowling. I interviewed him earlier this week. Here comes Stone, bowls, and Brad Wheel tries to carve that through the offside, does it quite well off the thick edge down to third man for a single. And I mean, Sonny, he's a lovely kid, actually. I mean, do watch it on YouTube. It's a really good interview that he gives me on my analyst channel. I mean, he's just an excellent character and really kind of enthusiastic times 10. But he's got skill and ability, definitely. Anyway, somebody said to me online that his brother is also very good as well. Comes from Devon, from Torbay, and apparently his brother's equally good on the way up as well. The one who had the stag party, I presume, or maybe it was another brother. Baker turns this one down to fine leg. Stone trying to find that awkward line into the ribs, but didn't get the bounce that he was hoping for, and Baker gets a single. So I'm not sure if he's got more than one brother, but I mean,
no. Kevin would probably.
Kevin would know. But
better.
Yeah, but if it was his stag party, then he must be married, I presume. Unless it was another kind of stag party, just a non-wedding related one. So it's Stone again, bowling to Brad Wheel, who's on 20. And who hits this into the air, and it's a chance down to fine leg, and it's half stopped. I think he probably got a hand to it. Maybe it carried. It's difficult to tell. He's a long way away from us down at fine leg. It was a good effort, actually.
Yeah, it's the young sub Sam Seatrin who actually took a catch down there yesterday to send back Ben Brown. Not sure who he's on the field for. He's just been popping on and off whilst they nip off for a comfort break. It's a good effort from Sam. Good young fielder.
Yeah, I mean, it's often with those you dive and actually the ball bounces over you and goes for 4. So he did quite well there to keep it to 1. So it's Stone bowling again to to Baker, and that one is sort of half left alone through to the keeper. 213 for 9 is the Hampshire score.
At Beckenham in Division 2, the opener there, Ben Dawkins, has been dismissed for 180 or 180. 470 for 7. Kent against Durham in that one.
He's a teenager, I believe, isn't he?
Yes.
Born in South Africa, I read, and this is his maiden first class 100. It's quite a good.
It's a big one.
Good statement, isn't it? 180 first class 100. Stone bowls. Baker defends nicely and gets a single down to third man. Again, soft hands. Played it well.
They're on at Taunton after morning rain wiped out the first hour. Somerset 359 for 5. Tom Abel is in the 80s there. They're playing Sussex.
So many runs this year.
Yeah. And Yorkshire have lost Adam Live for 141. They're 436 for 6 at Headingley. That's against Surrey.
Yeah. So Bairstow's still in then, presumably?
No, he went last night for 120.
Oh, right.
So they're getting through them, but slowly.
Stone now to Brad Wheel. Last pair together for Hampshire. He bowls and Wheel backs away and Stone follows him. And he jabs it back down the pitch to the bowler, end of the over. 66 bowled now, 214 for 9. Baker has 3 from 21 balls and Brad Wheel's on 21. So a good little sort of rear guard here from Hampshire. The light, not great. The umpires meeting in the middle to discuss it, I think. The floodlights just flickering into action as we speak.
Yes, I beg your pardon. When I was on right at the start of today, it seems like yesterday, when I was on right at the start of the day with Kevin, Bairstow was out. Yeah, so Bairstow made 120, fell right at the start of today.
Right.
And Live has just gone.
Right.
So it's going to be Liam Patterson-White. The
needs to give one a bit of air here, I reckon. Just tempt him to go for a big one.
Baker's on strike. Don't know if that's how he plays his
cricket. Tease him. Come on.
He will. 214 for 9.
He did that very well to Tom Curran, didn't he, in that game last year at the Oval.
Got him to dance down and Liam Stumps. LBW shout, he's got him. He's got his man. Another one for Liam Patterson-White. That's his 20th wicket of the season. And Hampshire have been dismissed in their first innings for 214. They started day 2 on 152 for 6. So they've added... what have they added this morning? 62 for the last 4 wickets. 4 different bowlers getting wickets. Fergus O'Neill, who finished with 5 in the innings. Ollie Stone, Josh Tong, and now Liam Patterson-White trapping Sonny Baker. LBW for 3, the last man out. Brad Wheel played a nice little hand at the end there. He finished 21 not out, but Nottinghamshire will be certainly eager in this fading light to be able to get out there and at least try and get some runs on the board today. Top of the table. They know that Hampshire are going through a very sticky period. They'll be desperate to get back to Nottingham on Monday night with a positive result here, and they're going to have to bat well, I think.
I mean, actually, it's not a bad time to get out, because although there's no good time to get out really, but at least the light is iffy now, and it's cloudy, and it's quite nice and sort of cool and sort of fairly still. So it's not a bad time to bowl for Hampshire, and of course they have a good bowling attack, one of whom is Brad Wheel and Sonny Baker, and obviously Kyle Abbott. And actually, Sonny Baker was saying to me that one of the big assets he has, I mean, he bases his game on Dale Steyn. I said to him, who's your hero? And he said, well, Dale Steyn, in every sense. I absolutely base my game on him. But he said also, I've got the best guy at mid-off to talk about bowling to, Kyle Abbott. 500 wickets for Hampshire, and just the best kind of expert, sort of. He's a forensic examiner, a batsman, isn't he? And so great to have him at the other end, and we'll see him in action shortly. Hampshire will be disappointed with that 214. It's a kind of story of their season. They haven't made enough runs generally to give their bowlers something to bowl at. I think this is a 300+ pitch, and I guess we'll probably see Notts prove that shortly.
Just looking at the new signing for the home county here, Delano Pothater, the Hauteng all-rounder, who was dismissed at the start of today. The left-handed batter is just out there, just sending down a few looseners. Balls, from what I've seen, the 2 balls I've seen him send down, prodigious right arm away swingers. It'll be interesting to see how he goes on debut. Just whilst we've got a minute or two, the Hampshire innings sort of got away from them very early on. They were 54 for 4 with 3 wickets to Fergus O'Neill, the first 3. Toby Abbott out for 5. Fletcher Middleton didn't score, and Jake Lehman for 4. They were in a whole heap of trouble then. Nick Gubbins hung around, so too did Tom Press, but Press dismissal just before we went off a little early for lunch yesterday. It'll be one that he'd want to forget. It seemed as if he'd nicked one behind. Everybody celebrating on the Nottinghamshire side. The umpire said not out. So Lyndon James, the bowler, had to go back to his mark, send down another one, and this time Pressed at a thick nick, and he was on his way. After lunch, Ben Brown out for 29, hocking down to long leg, and that brought Potiter and Brown and Gubbins together. Then when Brown was out, Potiter came in. Gubbins fell for 36, giving Fergus O'Neill his 4th wicket. Overnight score was 152 for 6, and this morning Potiter caught a Seba Mead at mid-on from the bowling of Fergus O'Neill for 15. Felix Organ caught Verena Bolstone for 55. Kyle Abbott caught Patterson White Boltong for 14. Brad Wheel not out 21, and Sonny Baker was LBW, bowled Liam Patterson White for 3. So we've been blessed by the weather so far. It's far from being a sunny day down here, but compared to yesterday, even though it's cold and blustery and chilly, at least we've had an hour and 20 minutes or so.
So see, only no 50 partnerships for Hampshire, which I mean is just it's a constant theme, isn't it? 48 was the best partnership for the 7th wicket or 6th wicket, and it's just they've got real problems. Look at the opening pair: 14 for the opening pair, 8 for the 2nd wicket, 10 for the 3rd wicket, and 22 for the 4th wicket. I mean, you're right. It's not a really good bowling attack, but you've got to somehow stay in and give your lower order a bit of ballast and build that score. And Hampshire I think last year they really, I mean, Ken will remember, but I think they only had 2 or 3 batting points after about 5 games, and you just can't afford to be like that in this. There's a lot of good sides in the First Division actually now. Good bowling attacks.
They've only got 1 this year, and this is the 6th game. Obviously they didn't get any in this particular innings. They need to certainly bounce back with the ball today. And of course the big news this week that's really going forward, a real blow for the home county here is Liam Dawson.
Yeah, and I was certainly shocked. I mean, I was here actually on Wednesday when that was announced, and I was really quite surprised. I mean, I don't blame him because county cricket, bowling endless overs. I must have seen probably 200 overs that Liam Dawson was bowled on here in the last couple of years or so, and he never seems to get much help from the pitch, and it's been a hard yakka for him, and he's always been bailing the team out with the bat. I do wonder about retiring mid-season when your side are at the bottom of the table. I mean, it seems a bit odd that, but I guess he's actually been nursing a slight injury. Maybe he just feels that the time's right. I think you do know as a player when you feel like you're not having the same impact as you hoped or were before, and it just hits you one day that you can't do it anymore, and you just haven't quite got the appetite for it anymore. And he's been playing since he was 18 when he made his Hampshire debut, so he's been doing it for about 16, 17 years.
Great servant, absolutely great servant, but I would imagine he's not short of opportunities, and the worst thing is being double booked, isn't it? And well, what am I going to do? I'd like to play there, but I'm sort of committed to play for Hampshire, in the last 6 county championship games, or what. I don't know if he's got offers at that stage of the season, but
there are 3 I mean, this sounds like sacrilege, but there are 3 T20 tournaments in sort of September, July, August, aren't there? There's the CPL, Caribbean Premier League. There's the MLC, the Major League Cricket in America, and now this European T20 league with owners like Rahul Dravid and Chris Gale and people like that. So There's, as you say, no shortage of opportunity. Whether you get the same satisfaction from a T20 game when you bowl 4 overs for 40, I'm not sure. But in a way, sometimes it's about your bank balance and your health.
We're going to have a little switcheroo, Simon. I'll bring Sanjay here in a moment, but thanks to Simon Hughes for the time being. We'll be back on in just a moment. Kevin James coming in to my left, and it's going to be all safely negotiated, hopefully, up here on the windy commentary gantry just before the resumption in play. You can see the umpires on their way back out to the middle. The light roller still doing its business up and down. Welcome back, Kev. Sanjay will join you in a second. Just half heard your conversation on strange names. We had somebody last week on a similar theme say he went to school with a Scott Chegg. I'll leave you with that one.
Scott Chegg. Oh, got you. It took me a little while, but I'm there. Simon also forgot another new league that's starting. There's one in Belgium as well. He's too busy organising a coffee to even... so I'll come back to that in a moment. It's very overcast. Just to repeat, Hampshire bowled out for 214. They added 62 this morning for the last 4 wickets. Brad Wheel left 21 not out. And the wicket takers this morning, Fergus O'Neill, it's spread around actually, Josh Tong, Ollie Stone and Liam Patterson-White.
It's had a bit of positivity to the whole thing. 9 of the Hampshire wickets were taken by the Nottinghamshire seamers. Hampshire have got 4 high quality quicks out there today in Baker, Wheel, Abbott and the new pot heater. We've just been watching him bowl on one of the practice strips. He's got a bit of carry going on. Kyle Abbott obviously in great form, Hampshire's leading wicket taker. 500 odd wickets here at the Utilita. That bodes well, I think, Kev, don't you? The fact that 9 wickets were taken by seamers by Notts and Hampshire have got 4 of them.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as we realised in the game against Glamorgan here, really, it's not just about having seamers, but it's about them bowling the right licks. And if they do, then it becomes a different game. I think here, the seamers that have tended to bang the ball in a little bit, especially recently, haven't looked as effective as the others. So yes, they've got 4 seamers, all potentially very good, especially this one starting now, but you've got to bowl the right length.
Kyle Abbott in then, bowling to Hamid outside the off stump, 3 slips, 4 slips, sorry, can't count, waiting for anything that Hamid can offer them. It's an attacking field by Ben Brown early, 4 slips, there's a cover mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and there's a fine leg. It's only one fielder outside a sort of a traditional ring, if you like, expecting a bit of bounce, carry and movement. Kevin,
let's hope so.
That's the plan. I should be a bowling coach.
You should.
Abbott turns at the top of his mark again to Hamid, bowls, and outside the off stump, good carry again by Brown, who just takes it to his left.
Now Hamid this year, and he was in great form last year, averaged 66, over 1,200 runs. This year not quite so good, only averaging 28, and that was helped with 100 in their second innings in the drawn game against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge. So hasn't quite found his feet yet this season.
Abbott has, leading wicket takers before this match, approaching the wicket, bowls, and Hamid just pushes forward. Big applause, hits the bat well, and that just rolls into the offside for no run. Yeah, 22 wickets for Kyle Abbott. He's just non-stop, isn't he? 22 at 19. Yes, well, he's been... I think to have a bowler that continually runs in and takes wickets at an average which is quite astonishing, really. Career-wise, he takes his wickets at 20 apiece. This year it's 19, and the guy's going to be 39 next month. Incredible. He's pumping his arms in, bowls, and great bit of carry, and just beats Hamid outside the off stump. He just practices a defensive shot, but not much he could have done with that. The score remains 0-0. Yeah, I think that Abbott has, over the last year or two,
probably run in as hard and as consistent, I think, as he's ever done, which I think is testament to, you know, how he looks after himself.
Have you seen improvement, or has it been steadily good for all that period?
I've noticed no drop off.
Okay. In he comes again, bowls, and outside the off stump, consistent line outside the off stump, tempting Hamid into something rash, but so far Hamid has avoided the opportunity to lunge at it. The score remains 0-0.
So this is his 188th first class match, 730 wickets at 20 apiece. I mean, that's astonishing over a long period of time, and last week took his 500th wicket for Hampshire, and that came in his 121st match for the club.
Up to the crease and bowls, and there's a big he's bowled him, he's bowled him, he's bowled him. Hamid has gone for naught off the 5th ball. What a great start for Kyle Abbott and Hampshire here. We said at the top that the bowlers were going to be important, as were the Nottinghamshire bowlers, and a great start. Hamid, who's not in form, as you said, Kev, just now, has gone for a duck, and Kyle Abbott has struck.
Let's watch this again. It's the right length. It's the perfect length on here. It's just come in a bit, isn't it? Yeah. You reckon it? Oh, well, Yozza reckons it might have left him, actually. Yeah, maybe. Well, I tell you what, if I haven't got a clue, I'm not sure Hasib.
No,
you can't expect Hasib.
I was going with it went straight through him, but so one of those three, I'm going to defer to the ex-pros on this one. But
even we can't agree.
Tremendous start. 3rd duck of the season, 6th time he's been bowled. Hasib Hamid. Dave Bracegirdle, the knots expert, has been handing me that fantastic bit of information there. Yeah, and last year, as you said, Dom Sibley and Hasib Hamid were up there, weren't they? There was talk of England. Sibley has started well, but Hasib Hamid hasn't.
No, and it's difficult. I mean, yeah, we know about Kyle Abbott. You know, is he going to nip back? Is he going to go on with the arm? What's he going to do? And if he continually hits the right length, which he does, he's always going to cause problems. So his 23rd wicket of the season, last ball of the first over, and it will be Brad Wheel who's playing his first match of the season. We'll open the bowling alongside him. Now, Brad Wheel's had 1 or 2 injury problems back end of the winter and at the start of this summer, just sort of getting himself back into shape, having played a second team game or 2. Only played 8 matches last year, but 24 wickets at 34. And in he comes, and will bowl to the left-handed Slater, who's playing inside the line there. The ball angled across Ben Slater. He's having a good season this year. 523 runs at 58. Averaged 43 last season. Got exactly 1,000 runs. Exactly.
Very statistically beautiful for those who like that sort of thing. He's about 130 off runs off 5,000 as well.
Oh, look at you.
For his
look
career.
at you.
What's the one stat I know?
Wheel over the wicket bowls. Again, Slater's playing inside the line, doesn't follow it.
That's good carry, isn't it, as well, from Brad Wheel there. It's not something we've seen in this Hampshire pitch over the early season matches. You know, the ball, it's been reasonably flat, but this is excellent carry from Wheel, and we've also got Sonny Baker to come a little bit later on, who's going to really get through. So I think our knots are in for a bit of a torrid time. That would be my prediction, I think, from what I've seen so far.
It's overcast. Not exactly ideal. Somebody's behind the bowler's arm, just waiting for them to move away, just below us at the hotel end. And in comes Wheel. Knots 0 for 1 then. And bowls, and that's very wide of off stump, and Slater doesn't play at that. Now, going back to those cricketers' names.
Oh, yeah.
Or any names which are a bit funny. This one from Paul Spencer. Now, this was the one that the email came in and I said, you missed the name. Now, I'm not as old as you think, Paul. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, Brian Brain, the old Gloucestershire seamer. Did you play against him? Oh, you did? I don't think I did, although me and Yozza started at Middlesex at the same time. Yeah, I think he had grey hair when he was playing, didn't he? Bowled nipper away, as according to Yoz, if that's the hand gesture I'm working at.
I thought he was conducting something, like some sort of orchestra.
Skiddy. Wasn't a great pace, but just got the ball to move off the seam, didn't he? Yeah, in and out. Yes, a very good bowler of the 60s and 70s. Brian Brain, yeah, remember him. remember watching him on TV.
Does that fit into the category, though, of what we're looking for, do you think? I know Brian and Brain are quite similar, but...
Yeah, well, it's there or thereabouts.
Okay, fine. 12th man.
Yeah.
In the squad.
It doesn't get in the top 2,
No.
but it's there. Yeah, it's hovering. One's away from us once more. Brad Wheel bowls, and again Slater just keeps the bat and pad close together. This is from Simon Young, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. So we're back to the names. A couple to add to the list, if they haven't been mentioned already. Robert Kennedy.
All right.
Was a test player for New Zealand in the 1990s. Of course, US politician.
Yep.
The same name. Thomas Moore, Chancellor to Henry VIII, and wicket keeper who played for the MCC in Shropshire.
At the same time. It's a good effort.
Here comes Wheel again. That's very wide, and Ben Brown's taken that in front of first slip. End of the over. It's a maiden over. So not a run scored yet off the first 2 overs, but they have lost that wicket of Hasib Hamid. George Bernard Shaw, an Irish playwright and Glamorgan player during the 1950s. Wow. Not the same person, I don't think.
Look what we've started, Kev. I like the Scotch egg one that Dave came up with as he was leaving commentary and then disappeared from the com box. Scotch egg is excellent.
That was funny.
Yes,
there's another Wendy house here. I don't know if it's the same Wendy that you know.
Oh, see if she knows me.
David in Reading says he had a friend in Reading. Did you come from Reading?
I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me. It's the left-handed Freddie McCann who's replaced Hasib Hamid. Kyle Abbott has moved to around the wicket, bowls, and that's a beautiful ball just outside the off stump, and McCann lunges forward but doesn't nick it. Slater's coming down to do a bit of gardening, maybe a word in the shell-like of the young Freddie McCann, 0 for 0.
Yeah, 21 years old. He's the one change in the Nottinghamshire side that drew with Surrey in their last game. A man that Hampshire supporters will remember. He got 100 against Hampshire up at Trent Bridge last year.
Did you did you reply to emails at all? We can do it on air. We'll do it in a second actually. It's Kyle Abbott, 4 slips waiting now around the wicket bowls, and this is a great line. It just left by McCann, but it's come back in. Ben Brown's taking it a long way down the leg side. He's getting some shape here, Kyle Abbott. Yeah, I wonder if who was it who said about Wendy House? What was the person's name?
Right,
can you remember?
It was
directly.
Oh gosh, where are we?
As Kev finds that, a lot of chatter out there.
It was Dave from Reading.
Dave from Reading. If you do know Wendy House, ask her if she went to Hatfield Poly in the 1980s, 86 or so, and went out with Sanjeev Bhaskar. If it is, it's the same one. So there you go. Kyle Abbott again. He's staying round the wicket to Freddie McCann, and that's a great line again. And he has a little nibble at that McCann, but he doesn't nick it. The ball goes safely through to Ben Brown. Knots 0 for 1 still.
Geoffrey Chadwick, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says he worked with a plastic surgeon in theatres. His name was Mr. Hackett.
I reckon he's made that up.
Well,
that's a made up.
The other one I'm not going to read out, but thank you anyway.
Good start this by the Hampshire bowlers. Abbott and Wheel not given away a run yet. It's a 4th ball of this Abbott over. Bowls, and again it's the same line and a little bit of movement away because Ben Brown this time is tumbling to his left. McCann's a left-hander and he leaves that alone. It's good shape from Kyle Abbott.
Oh, as always. Oh, yes. John Hooper, who was with the function of Mark Nicholas on Wednesday, says, my daughter had the maiden name of White, and when born her parents were going to call her Isla. Until friends pointed out that perhaps what her full name was going to sound like.
Abbott again, he's staying round the wicket bowls, and this is the same line. It's a repeat of the previous ball, and Freddie McCann is just trying to find his way through this impressive Kyle Abbott over here. We just finished, I think Yozza came on when I was saying that my dad, he was so excited when I was born, clearly. He got my first name and my middle name the wrong way round. So my middle name's Ardya. So on my birth certificate it said Ardya Sanjay Murthy, but I was always called Sanjay. So, but when I'd go to airports and things, would I Mr. Rothesay please come to us? Who's this bloke? I've never heard of him. Then I realised it was me, as Abbott in again. Bowls, and this is shorter and it's tucked away just off his back foot by McCann for no run. Another maiden over. 3 maidens in a row for Hampshire, and obviously therefore not a naught, but they've lost the wicket. Hasib Hamid.
So you didn't answer the call?
No.
No.
No, then I realised it was me. I was like, then my mates were like, that's you? Ah, yes, of course. And off I trotted. But yeah, it happened a lot. So when I was 18, I did the depot thing and swapped them round. So there you go. Yeah, it's confusing.
Martin Hills, I'm not going to go into this too deeply, and you'll know why in a minute. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I never forget the late, great John Arlett's humorous observation on the unfortunately named New Zealand Test bowler Bob Cunis. I think we all know the story. I'm certainly not going to try and dissect what that was all about, as that's turned away square on the leg side, in fact behind square on the leg side by Ben Slater. So finally a run for Notts in the 4th over gets their first innings underway. Ravindra.
Yeah, that's right.
A mixture of Dravid and
Sachin.
Yeah.
Can you say this Bob Cunis story or not? Is it?
No, I'm not going to.
No.
I'm not going to try.
Okay.
It's a combination.
Oh.
Basically, Arlett's famous line was, "He's neither one thing or the other." Here comes Brad Wheel, and I'm certainly leaving it there, as that's outside the off stump, and I think he is playing and missing at that one. Even the old ones are the best ones. I mean, I've heard that probably, without exaggeration, 500 times.
Dave Bracegirdle's heard it a number of times. He's still chuckling.
And he's
away
still
at the
chuckling.
back.
And even Simon Hughes has probably heard it 10 times more than that, and even he is as well. So there we are. At the time, it must have been an unbelievable comment. 2 for 1 Notts, replying to Hampshire's 214. All that. For those of you that have never heard that story before, I guess you're still trying to work that out. Here comes Brad Wheel and bowls. That's wide of off stump, and that's left alone.
In that sort of deep sort of burr that John Arlett had, you can imagine him saying that, can't you? And just everyone chuckling in the comm box around him.
Definitely.
At the time.
Yeah, well, he has another sip of red wine. Yes, Martin. So that's Martin Hills from Chichester, and he says, thanks for the entertaining commentary. The weather is robbing us of our last home championship match until July. Yes, it's a big wait until the next home championship game, I'm afraid. A couple of championship games for Hampshire next month, which are both away. So, no championship cricket for a while. Brad Wheel in again, right arm over, bowls. And again, Slater is just holding that bat close to the pad. It's a good line, but Slater's not tempted.
It should be warm in July, theoretically, as opposed to today where it's cold. Although the fielders down there, not single jumpers, quite a lot of them, hands in pockets in the slips, as you can imagine, probably got those warmers in there that are so useful.
Cold once more.
It's definitely cold up here.
Yes, it is. Here's Wheel again. Again, it's wide of off stump. Good leave. Chris Hutchins writes, I looked up Brian Brain, and when you and Yozza started around 1980, he was around 40. He was already 40 years of age. Makes sense that he had grey hair. There we are. So 2 for 1. McCann yet to get off the mark. Faced 6 balls. Ben Slater 2 off 11. Wheel turns. Was with Scotland for the World Cup during the winter. Brad Wheel chatted to him out there. That's outside off stump. Left alone. There was a big story about Scotland, of course, who replaced Bangladesh, thank you very much, Sanjay, because I'd forgotten that for the moment. And I think they literally had 3 or 4 days, less than that actually, time in which to get all their stuff together and get themselves out to India. And I literally spoke to him just as he got out to India and said, it was a frantic couple of days, 3 or 4 days or so. Okay. And Scotland out there is courtesy of a very last-minute call.
Yeah, get their visas together for India, which is not always a straightforward task. Getting that and getting the preparation. And the other team who nearly had to do that with Uganda if Pakistan had pulled out, then they were going to be the team that replaced them. But it is Abbott to McCann, and he's on leg stump, and it's just high as an appeal from the slips, and it's a bit optimistic, and he remains on naught. Yeah, Uganda, they were the team who were going to come in for Pakistan. If Pakistan had threatened to pull out, as they had in the end, they just decided to first of all not play India, then they played India, and all of the rest we know. So there you go. Bit of knowledge.
Yes.
Did you say you went out for that? For the
No, World Cup. No, I
okay.
didn't know. Yossa was probably out there. I wasn't.
Probably. They're out in Nepal. They're playing Nepal now, I think, Scotland.
Yes.
Abbott in, on leg side, on leg stump, and just tucked away by McCann for no run. If he can find that line that he had in the last over, Abbott, where he troubled McCann outside the off stump. But a quality bowler, Kyle Abbott. He said, did he play here whilst he was playing for South Africa, or was there no overlap between the two? Do you remember?
I think in his early time here, I think his first year with Hampshire, I'd have to look this up, was about 2014. So
Right.
I think there was a little bit of time. There was one year where Hampshire didn't sign him because he had South African commitments, and I think he ended up playing a couple of games for Worcester.
On leg, some big appeal again from behind the stumps, but nothing from Kyle Abbott, and certainly nothing from the umpire.
Yeah, I'm really am now delving into my memory, which is not, as you know, not the best. So I think, yes, his first year with Hampshire, he was still a South African player. Then he was still with South Africa, and Hampshire wanted somebody all year, so they didn't sign him. But he did come to a couple of games, I remember, even though he played, I think he played some T20 cricket with Middlesex, and he played a couple of games at Worcester in around that sort of mid-teen period.
In he comes again, and this time he's back to that line outside the off stump, and McCann just has a little nibble but doesn't nick it or anything like that. Not a 2 for 1.
And then we had that moment where both he and Riley Russo became Coldback players after they said to, who was the South African head coach at the time, Russell Domingo, who's now that they wouldn't be playing Test cricket for South Africa or play international cricket for South Africa anymore.
Yeah.
That was about 18, 17, somewhere around there.
Abbott again, and this time McCann pushes into the offside and takes a quick single in the end. It was quite comfortable as it's fielded by Nick Gubbins at point, and McCann's off the mark and knots the 3 for 1. This always seems to have been a big South African connection between Hampshire and South Africa. Kev, is that coincidental, do you think, or is that something that's been planned?
2017 that was, by the way, that they quit South Africa, both those. Well, I think it goes in fits and starts. I mean, there was an Aussie connection here years ago with Shane Watson, Michael Clark, there was another Clark, Stuart Clark, I think it was.
Yeah. Abbott bowls, and there's a big appeal again, this time from behind the stumps. Abbott's more interested, but the umpire, the most important person, isn't. End of another good over by Kyle Abbott. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 1, and knots a 3 for 1. Who's the best overseas player do you think Hampshire have had?
Kyle Abbott's up there.
Yeah, he must be, I guess. Yeah, but then I guess there's a period of time in that as well, isn't there? It's the shortest impact, let's say. Who have you seen over the years and thought, oh, he wish he'd come back or played for longer?
Well, Michael Clark had a pretty interesting time of it for the short time he was here. I think he got some big runs. It might have been against Notts, actually. I think he got some big runs. Obviously Shane Warne, and then you go back even further to your Malcolm Marshalls. And they've had some great overseas players, but then when you talk about Notts, you think of Rice and Hadley straight away.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think these counties have been very lucky over the years with the overseas players they've had. Here's Brad Wheel. Oh, and that's nipped back on McCann. He's got inside edge. Somehow that's gone down towards fine leg. A little bit of an awkward shot, that one. So, more on the names. This one's from Richard Wilmshurst, who's in Romsey. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I used to know a retired Captain Blood of the Indian Army at the Royal British Legion in Lincoln. And he currently works with a Gary Cooper. There we go.
A couple of film stars now.
Yeah. Brad Wheel bowls. Forward is Slater. That goes out to point. Thank you for Dave Allen, who's just sort of broken Kyle Abbott's 500 wickets for Hampshire, which was 500 first-class wickets last week. He says he's now got 500 in the championship, courtesy of that wicket of Haseeb Hamid today, because he got one against, he says he has one more versus the University, so he must have played against Oxford University somewhere along the line. So there we are. So it's 501 first class, 500 championship, that one today. As that's pushed up to mid-off, and that's good fielding from, is that Potgieter? Yes it is, yeah.
We're sticking with that as the pronunciation, aren't
Well, I am.
Yeah. Did you ask him?
Yes.
Did you? Okay, well, there you go. Because Dave goes with something else.
Yeah, well, Dave
Dave's
is
just made
free
up
to
some
do
sort
what
of-
he likes.
Exactly, yeah.
Dave can do what he likes.
Dave can do what he
Dave
likes.
does what he likes.
Well, that's very true. Yes. As well he should.
Yes. Wheel again, runs away from us and bowls, and that's a left alone outside the off stump once more.
What year was Michael Clark here? Do you remember offhand? I know I'm testing your memory with these questions, but...
Well, I'm not going to guess, but hopefully very shortly I'll be able to... I'm going to guess, actually, before I look it up, 2006.
Okay. So that's after the Ashes of 05, obviously.
It was around about there. I might be a year or two out.
Because he
he
played in the 05 Ashes, didn't he? But
yeah,
didn't go that well.
played for Hampshire 2004.
Ah, before.
So whipped away on leg stump, gone quickly down to fine leg.
Yeah, that's a risky shot. That was hitting middle of middle, that was, if Slater hadn't connected as well as he had. And he moves on to 3, McCann is on 2, and very impressive bowling performance by Wheel and Abbott so far this morning. They had to really set the right tone for Hampshire this morning after they were bowled out for 200 odd, 214 this morning.
Wheeling again, bowls to McCann, pushes his head out into the covers. Wheels completed 3 overs, none for 4, 5 for 1. Then Nottinghamshire replying to the Hampshire all-out total of 214. Michael Clark, I thought he got a big one. His high score was 140 actually for Hampshire. Played 12 matches in 2004, averaged 35 with 300s.
But Shane Warne, obviously there's a stand named after him here, but the impact he had, I guess, both on and off the pitch must have been phenomenal. Because obviously at that time as well, they played at the... I remember him playing at Basingstoke, for example. So he played at the outgrounds as well. And
he had one year at the old ground.
Oh, did he? Okay. Oh, okay.
In Northams Road.
Right,
His first year was the last year of Northams Road, yeah.
It's Kyle Abbott to continue from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end. He's staying round the wicket, and this time Slater just pushes into the offsides, where it's fielded for no run by Potgieter. So he played there once, then played here, and yeah, I mean, just phenomenally. Did you were radioing at the time, I guess?
Yeah, I interviewed him several times. Yeah.
Have a lot to say.
Couldn't. Yeah, and we do an annual cricket forum in sort of late March, and he did a couple of those, and just box office.
Yeah, of course.
Absolute box office.
Yeah, sadly missed. Abbott in again. And this time just outside the outside edge of Slater. It drops just short of Fletcher Middleton, who's the 4th of the 4th slips that Ben Brown is employing this morning.
They're right on it here, aren't they? Both Wheel and Abbott. Abbott's one in a slightly tighter line than Wheel, but nevertheless, there's a good length.
Yeah, and they had to start well.
Here.
They had to start well. Not that many runs on the board. A lot of discontent, I suppose, of the way that Hampshire performed at the start of the season, but they can change that, set the tone now, and go into the break with their added confidence as Abbott this time on leg side, and that's nicely tucked away by Slater. But Nick Gubbins is not Nick Gubbins. Felix Organ is fielding at a very square fine leg, and they just trot through for a single, not move on to 6 for 1. There's 10 minutes before lunch here at the Utilita. It's slightly brighter. Kev's got a chuckle on. There must be another name that's coming for us to discuss.
I think one of these may be made up, I don't know. Jeff Budden, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Again, the quality control is working overdrive.
4 slips waiting for Abbott now, and is that big appeal? There's a huge appeal, but nothing from the umpire. He remains unmoved. It looked a bit leg-sidey from first glance. We'll have a look when the live feed shows us the replay, but he's at it here, Kyle Abbott, and the slips are certainly interested, but we'll have a look now. McCann, that looked leg side from here, and Hot Knots were playing 6 for 1.
Jeff Budden says, when I left school I worked for a removal firm in Bournemouth. Maxwell House was working there, and one of my workmates was adamant that he knew an Emma Royds.
Abbott bowls, and and that's just cut back in, and he's had a dangle at that McCann, and taken by Ben Brown. What was that? What was the other one?
Emma Royds and a Maxwell House removal firm.
And of course Adam Ann.
Yes, well known.
Well known. Yep. Well, not his real name, but it counts. A lot of these aren't real names, I'm guessing as well, but they're all keep them coming in. It's great fun. We'll try and get an 11 out of this at some point. We've got quite a few now, haven't we, to choose from. We could have a match, Team A versus Team B. McCann Abbott last ball of this over in, and it just dropped into the leg side, and end of that over, and Notts finish up at 6 for 1 as Kev finishes up, and Simon Hughes is coming in, and I'm going to hand over in a second.
No, you're
Dave
staying.
Brezka. Oh, I'm staying.
You're staying.
I thought Dave was coming.
No, you're staying until
I'm
lunch.
staying.
Simon
okay.
Hughes is coming, but just before I go, John Armstrong says, watching the stream here in Nottingham, on the subject of names, I used to go to a dentist in Nottingham in the 60s and 70s whose name was David Snapper.
Fishy story if ever I heard one. Notts at 6 for 1, Hampshire 214 all out this morning. If you're just joining us, the Hampshire bowlers have started well. Abbott's bowled 4 overs, he's taken 1 for 2, and Wheel from this pavilion end has taken 0 for 4, Yozza.
Yeah, well, he's bowled well, hasn't he? He's deserved a wicket. Here he comes and bowls. That's just outside off stump, left alone by Ben Slater. So you were talking names. I could only half hear your conversation there, but someone told me.
Probably best.
Someone told me yesterday, because it was Ted Dexter's birthday. If he was still alive yesterday, he would have been 91. The great Ted Dexter of Sussex in England, of course. And John Etheridge, the excellent sports writer, cricket writer for The Sun, told me that apparently Dexter's estate agents were named after Ted Dexter because they wanted an estate agent name with that embodied style and charisma. And I don't think that's true. That's Brad Wheel, who goes past the edge of Slater's bat and whistles through to the keeper. I mean, you're laughing. I guess it is. It probably is true. I don't know. You would have thought Dexter's estate agent was named after the family that founded the company, but apparently not. It was, unless John Etheridge is having me on, it was named after Ted Dexter, who was an amazing player, and his influence on cricket is still felt to this day, actually, with things like ratings of players, and of course the T20 advent as well, which was half invented by him. That's pushed up to mid-off and intercepted there by the wide sort of extra cover fielder, so no run for Slater. It's a struggle for Notts at the moment. 6 for 1 in the 6th over, is it? No, 8th over, in fact.
So Ted Dexter had he conceived T20 cricket, did he?
Well, he conceived short form cricket, really. I mean, he conceived the idea of the 40 over league in the late 60s. The Sunday League was sort of his idea. Unfortunately, and as we watch this one sliced into backward point and well fielded, actually, by I think Nick Gubbins there, just behind the square on the offside. So still Slater can't get away. He's on 4 from 24 balls and McCann on 2 from 16. This has been a really tight, incisive opening spell by both Brad Wheel and also Kyle Abbott. Unfortunately, he also came up with the idea of the short run-ups that we had to use, which Kev and I would absolutely hated. The fact that you had to bowl off a 15-yard run-up on a Sunday and you had a white line that stopped you from going any further, and God, that was an absolute mess trying to do that if your run-up was a bit longer. Wheel bowls, that's left alone outside off stump, taken low down by Ben Brown. 6 for 1 is the not score, in reply to the Hampshire total of 214, was it? I think it was 214.
Yep.
I don't know if you recall that that era.
I do, yeah.
15. Oh my
No,
God!
I do.
I used to absolutely hate it.
And how did the sort of the Holdings and those sort of guys in the world, and
well, they had to
Joel
deal with it.
Garners?
They had to deal with it. I mean, the thing is, someone like Marshall, who you were talking about earlier, obviously is one of the great Hampshire players, overseas players. I mean, he could bowl the same speed off about 4 paces, and he didn't really worry about run-ups, but lots of people did. Here comes Wheel, and that's defended into the offside, fielded again at wideish mid-off, end of the over. Just another tight over from Brad Wheel to support Kyle Abbott, so it's 6 for 1. Yeah, I mean, well, in fact, Wayne Daniel, who was my colleague and Kev's colleague at Middlesex, he had a really long run, West Indian, and he, on a Sunday League game, he actually ran on the spot at 15 yards on the line until, he could get going. Sort of got half his run up in, running on the spot. I mean, it just wasn't good, really. It was a terrible thing to have to adjust to on a Sunday only, and then bowl off your other normal run up on other days.
It's Kyle Abbott who's going to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to McCann. As he tries a flashing drive outside the off stump, but just gets the inside edge of the bat. He knocks it onto his pad. Dangerous looking shot. Just before lunch, 5 minutes before lunch from McCann. Just needs to settle down.
They don't care,
there.
do they now? I don't think modern players think about intervals or anything. They're just they're in a bubble, and they just think ball after ball, one ball after one ball, or an over at a time, actually. But I mean, so just quickly to finish, I mean, Ted Dexter came up with that idea, the 15-yard run up, to try and get the game in 4 hours, 40 over match, and it worked.
Abbott then staying around the wicket, bowls, and this is outside the off stump. Bit of shape away from the batter there, McCann, but he doesn't play it at all. Yeah, it did work, and it's good to see a bit of. I mean, cricket's continually innovated
evolving.
itself,
yeah,
isn't it?
I think it's the most innovative sport there is, and it's one of the reasons why it still prevails so well. I found out a couple of years ago that 1624 was the first recorded game in Sussex, so it's had a 400-year career already.
Abbott then, arms pumping, bowls, and it's just lifts off a good length from McCann, who just lets it go. It goes over the stumps to Ben Brown for no run. I was just thinking there actually that there's so many different stories, I guess, of the first recorded game is Hambledon. There's one at Guildford I heard, which is in the 1500s.
That's
or
right.
so.
Yeah, that was actually I think that was in the church records, and I don't think that was an actually official game, but it was people playing cricket. It was a report of people playing cricket and being stopped actually by the church people.
Abbott approaches again, bowls, and on leg stump, and McCann just tucks it off his hip into the leg side, was fielded by Sonny Baker. 6 for 1. Yeah, there's and again, I guess now what are we now? 400-500 years later, we're still playing it, and we have things like the 100, which I guess back in the 1500s in Guildford, people didn't like that, as you just said. The church didn't like them playing, and there are people today who don't like the 100 either. So it's human nature, isn't it? Innovation.
Yeah, and so we've got floodlights. I mean, we never had those 20 years ago. Not on county grounds.
6 for 1 as Abbott comes in and bowls, and this time it's just lifted on McCann and taken well down the leg side by Ben Brown. Bit of shape again for Abbott. He's a tireless competitor, isn't he?
He's phenomenal, absolutely fantastic, and I think he's absolutely up there as one of Hampshire's finest overseas players for sure. I mean, he's so reliable, isn't he? He never seems to have an off day. In fact, I remember maybe one day last year he didn't look quite so effective, but he's back on form this year, isn't he?
He certainly is. Last ball of this over, bowls, and just on the leg side, and it's tucked away, no run. Abbott finishes another maiden over, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2 as Notts remain on 6 for 1.
That sums him up. I mean, he just gives you nothing, does he? He's at you the whole time. And I think the advent of wobble seam has been a big asset to him because he was never a sort of big swing bowler. and just sort of perfecting the art of wobble seam, which in a way is a renamed old art. It's the art of hitting the side of the seam and not being sure which way it's going, but being able to land the ball consistently on one side of the seam or the other, and then hoping it's going to move one way or the other as well. It's a skill, and he's absolutely perfected it. Here comes Wheel, bowls to Slater, who defends. I mean, it is a new name for an old art, because many fast bowlers down the years. I mean, you were mentioning, in fact, Dave and Kev were mentioning Brian Brain earlier. I just looked up his record for Worcestershire in the sub-70s and 80s, 824 wickets at average 23, and he probably bowled quite a lot of accidental wobble seam, the ball zipping one way and then the other. He wasn't really a swing bowler, so it's an old art really, with just a slightly new name to it. Guided to backward point, a diving stop by Gubbins, so still prevents a run. Wheel equally as parsimonious as Abbott, 4.2 overs, none for 4 so far.
Does the speed of the bowler make a difference as to the wobbliness of the seam?
I think so. I actually don't know. Good question.
Because you think back to the Mark Elams, Richard Ellisons of the world, yourself.
Yeah.
At that pace, did it move more?
Mark Elam, you can't put me in the bracket as Mark Elam. Sorry, that's an insult. It's forced into the offside by Slater. He'll get runs here. He might get 4 actually. It's trickling up with the rope, and in fact, Sonny Baker's given up that chase in the end, and that's a 4 to the score. So nice shot actually by Ben Slater off the back foot, sort of cuffing it just wide of the extra cover fielder.
I threw you in because I thought you might be annoyed that I hadn't mentioned you. I wish I hadn't now.
Mark Elam was a good cricketer, but he didn't have a lot of pace. But he was a steady cricketer. My goodness, excellent cricketer.
His father played as well, didn't he?
Yeah, Alan Elam. I used to watch Kent in the 70s, and Alan Elam was a big star name of that side. So it's 10 for 1, Notts. And it's now going to be 14 for 1, I think. That was a nice drive through the offside by Slater. Just a bit full from Wheel, inviting the drive. A little bit full and wide. Accepted gleefully by Slater. Wasn't that bad a ball actually, but a little bit full. And skewed through the offside. 14 for 1.
First boundary of the day is quickly followed by the second boundary of the day of this innings anyway, by Ben Slater's 12 off 30.
Actually, I think this is a good move. He's going round the wicket now, Wheel. He's finding that angle from over the wicket, which the batters were leaving the left-handers. Now he can probably bowl the same ball from round, and he might cause them more problems. Although, if you bowl a half volley, it might not. And that's another boundary, 3 in a row from Slater, hitting Wheel there again through square cover. Again, just getting the length a bit wrong. A little bit wide, a little bit full. Thank you very much, says Ben Slater. 18 for 1.
This is the challenge that the quicker bowlers have, I guess, isn't it? Just getting that length right, and just so the ball does something. Because if you bowl it too short on this wicket, you're getting done, and if you're too full, you're getting done as well. So
it's Wheel again round the wicket, bowls, and this is just a better length this time, and watchfully defended into the offside by Slater, who's on 16 now, and the score is 18 for 1 after 10 overs, in fact. I think we're off for lunch. We are off for lunch, yeah. I just turned around and the players have wandered off. So that's the end of the morning session. So we've had, 5 wickets have we in the morning session today? Yep. 4 by Hampshire, 4 from Hampshire and 1 from Notts. The situation, Hampshire 214 all out, bowled out about half an hour before lunch, and Notts have replied with 18 for 1. The man out, Hasib Hamid, bowled superbly by Carl Abbott, a beautiful delivery, probably played down the wrong line of actually, but it was an excellent ball, and it was, what was that, 501 champion wickets now for Kyle Abbott. But the other pair, the second wicket pair, Ben Slater and Freddie McCann, have survived to lunch with Notts 18 for 1. And we'll be back in 40 minutes.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality.
Doesn't even have to run. He's been waiting for the square cut. He plays it beautifully. Nice personal milestone for Robin Smith. He's
in a memorable game. Hampshire have taken this game with 153 batting firsts.
Right away, Peterson's gone.
Shane Warne once again been quite brilliant. Changed the game.
Yes, it does. There it is. That means that Hampshire are the winners of the Friends Provident Trophy 2000.
They can't get there, and Hampshire Royals have done it. The Southern Vipers have won the inaugural Kia Super League.
100 for Riley Rothesay, moment to remember. Finna, an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
Get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions, Hampshire.
That's what you've got! That was Rothesay Organ through past the man and Gleeson. Hampshire.
Oh my word! It's the biggest of the lot.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy
yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
"25 years of flight. The Hawks are back. Come fly with us."
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Utilita Bowl. The sun has been shining, the sixes have been flying, and we've had a good night.
Doesn't even have to run. He's been waiting for the square cut. He plays it beautifully. Nice personal milestone for Robin Smith. He's
in a memorable game, Hampshire have taken this game with 153 batting first.
Right away, Peterson's gone. Shane Warne once again been quite brilliant. Changed the game.
Yes, it does. There it is. That means that Hampshire are the winners of the Friends Provident Trophy 2000.
They can't get there, and Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores. The Southern Vipers have won the inaugural Kia Super League.
100 through early Rothesay, a moment to remember. Finna, an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
Get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions, Hampshire.
That is what you've got! Rothesay Organ through past the men of Gleeson. Hampshire.
Oh my word! It's the biggest of the lot.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
It. 25 years of flight. The Hawks are back. Come fly with us.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Doesn't even have to run. He's been waiting for the square cut. He plays it beautifully. Nice personal milestone for Robin Smith. He's
in a memorable game, Hampshire have taken this game with 153 batting firsts.
Right away, Peterson's gone.
Shane Warne once again been quite brilliant. Changed the game.
Yes, it does. There it is. That means that Hampshire are the winners of the Friends Provident Trophy 2000.
He can't get there, and Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores. The Southern Vipers have won the inaugural Kia Super League.
100 from Riley Rousseau. A moment to remember. Finner, an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
Get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions, Hampshire.
That is what you've got. Rothesay Organ through past the Bennett Gleeson. Hampshire.
Oh my word. It's the biggest of the lot.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Brad Wheel had similarly miserly figures until the final over before lunch, when Ben Slater hit him for 3 consecutive extra cover drives, all going to the fence. So Slater's on 16. Freddie McCann 2 from 22 balls faced, now 23 balls faced. Been a dogged, watchful effort for Freddie McCann on his return to the Nottinghamshire lineup, and he gets another ball outside the off stump, and he definitely had a fiddle at that one, and he's mad with himself, and he's gone walking off towards the square leg umpire to get it out of his system quickly. It was full of length just outside the off stump, jagged away, and McCann had a little flirt at it, and with those 5 grabbers behind the stumps, there was only going to be one outcome if he did get a nick on it. Keeper and 4 slips pressed Abbott, Lehman and Middleton. All ready and waiting. Abbott, buoyed by that, comes in again, and this ball full of length, angling in towards leg stump, and it's about a 3rd or 4th time that's actually happened. Freddie McCann almost managing to squeeze it between his legs on the onside, not really knowing where it had gone. Almost, you know, the shot that sort of made Nat Siverbrunt get the Nutmeg named in her honour.
So how is Freddie McCann these days? Because when he got his 100 against us up at Trent Bridge last year, there was a lot of excitement around his potential. What's he been doing since?
Well, certainly the last 4 matches he's been playing for the seconds because of Ben Duckett taking his place in the first team. Championship winner, of course, last year. This one wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. He's as a young man, a young player should be, is learning his craft. He last year 13 matches, 747 runs at 37.5. He's got 3 first-class hundreds. This is his 20th match, so that's a pretty good start to your career. 550s as well. That ton, as Kevin mentioned, at Trent Bridge in the Notts win last year. This is wide of the off stump and goes through to Ben Brown. Remember last year here, he actually came on, had a bit of a bowl, and he got Tilak Varma, didn't he? He'd just sort of come on and was able to do what none of the other Notts bowlers were able to do with the Kookaburra ball. A little bit of gentle off spin and picked up the wicket. He's got 8 wickets in total. Very much seen in this side as the second spinner. Didn't get a bowl. Liam Patterson-White came on right at the end of the innings and managed to trap Sonny Baker, but he is there as a spinning option. He's gone hard at this one and will get 4 runs. His first boundary. There are 4 slips there. He wasn't in control of that, and he's edged it, admittedly along the ground, but wide of 4th slip and away for a boundary. And that'll damage Kyle Abbott's figures. 1 for 6 now as he leaks his first boundary. 6 overs, 1 for 6 for Kyle Abbott. Freddie McCann up to 6. Slater yet to face a ball after lunch is on 16. Notts 22 for 1 after Hampshire were dismissed this morning for 214. The 4 bowlers used this morning all getting wickets. O'Neill, Tong, Stone and Patterson-White.
Looks like we're going to see Sonny Baker for the first time in this Nottinghamshire innings. So Brad Wheel having a break at this hotel inn. 5 overs, none for 16, and Sonny Baker getting a gentle round of applause. Probably more in that acknowledgement of him being chosen in the Test squad. Yeah. He's looked a good bowler this year, as Sonny Baker. 14 wickets at 26. Didn't play last week. Failed a fitness test at Chelmsford, but has played every game up until then. And yes, has bowled some very quick deliveries this year, as he's around the wicket to Slater. Slater playing a missing outside the off stump, or was he? I always think with Slater that he pushes forward. He's a bit like years and years ago, Mark Benson of Kent, a left-hander who used to push forward and the ball would continually go past the outside edge of his bat, and it looked like he was playing a missing, but it actually wasn't. And I think Ben Slater's a little bit like that.
Bit, yeah. Trescothick was a bit like it as well, wasn't
Trescothick, yeah. So Sonny Baker, who as I say, has been bowling sharp this year. Comes in again round the wicket to Slater. I think he's looking at that one. Slater pushing forward. Those of you that have just joined us here at the Utilita Bowl, we're in the second over after lunch. 22 for 1 are Nottinghamshire, having, or are replying to the Hampshire all-out total of 214. Hampshire adding 62 this morning for their last 4 wickets. Fergus O'Neill with 1 wicket this morning, finished with 5 wickets, and the 1 wicket that fell in the Nottinghamshire reply was at the end of the first over. Haseeb Hameed bowled by Kyle Abbott for no score. Sonny Baker bowling his first over, bowls wide of the off stump to Slater, and he leaves that one alone. Kevin James and Dave Bracegirdle with you here at a very, very chilly Utilita Bowl.
It's cold.
It was cold yesterday, it's cold today, and yes, we're moaning.
Yeah, I mean, we're out in the fresh air watching sport, and you know, in those really cold months of the winter, we'd absolutely give anything to be watching live county championship cricket, and that's what we're doing. And we can get a cuppa later, we can get in the warm later, but out here on the balcony, it is a little chilly.
It is. Here's Baker, runs away from us and bowls, angled across Slater again, who is looking to leave, and he had every reason to leave that one alone. So Sonny Baker in the Test squad for England, as is Josh Tong and Ben Duckett. Tong playing in this game, Duckett not.
I was talking earlier with Simon Hughes. It was Baker when we were at Trembridge last year. It was his brother's stag party that were in the Fox Road stand, that every time Sonny touched the ball, and then Kyle later, they made some sort of noise, didn't they? A distracting noise.
Yeah, very loud they were as well. Baker around the wicket again, bowls, and Slater just works that off the back foot with an open face down to deep backward point. Not a third man, that's 2 square. And Slater moves on to 17.
Well, I did have some correspondence. His brother Blaze, who's with Somerset. I know Sonny started with Somerset, but there was some little bit of correspondence I was sent. When Simon Hughes was suggesting at some point he might have interviewed his brother.
Okay.
Plays for Torquay in South Devon.
Into McCann this time, down the leg side. Oh, as he flicked that away down to Ben Brown. They're convinced behind the stumps, but the umpire isn't. Not out. And we continue. Just about everybody around the bat, behind and in front, were convinced, including Baker. Watching it again on the picture feed, but not that shot.
No. We had a few of those in the Hampshire innings as well, with not celebrating and the bowler running down and wanting to rejoice in the moment, only to see that the batter had stuck around and that the umpire wasn't going to give it. But it would have been a heart-in-mouth moment for Ben Slater, but maybe deep down he knew he hadn't hit it, but he just needed the umpire to know that as well. Going to be Abbott from the pavilion end. Good first over from Sonny Baker, just 1 single taken from it. 23 for 1. And again, and goes through to the keeper. It was actually Freddie McCann on strike at that end. It's Slater facing Abbott now. This morning, Felix Organ reached his half-century, comfortably the top scorer in the Hampshire first innings, made 55. He was dropped yesterday on 19. Just playing a loose cut to point off Ollie Stone. Lyndon James spilling the opportunity. Went on nicely today, looked in good touch. There's Abbott in once more to Slater, plays it down in the ground, and there's no run. Floodlights are on. There are again darkish clouds swirling all around us, but thankfully not quite as menacing or threatening as yesterday's. That what did we go off for? 4 times in all. A couple of really lengthy stoppages, just really interrupting the flow of the cricket, causing unnecessary hardship for the ground staff, of course, and just meant that the players, neither the batters or the bowlers, could sort of find any regular rhythm. Abbott in once more as he let go of the ball. don't think he has. That's one of those. I was trying to follow it, honestly, but he just ran through the crease there without releasing it. It's got to be a little unnerving, hasn't it, for the batter, Ben Slater? Where is it? I can't see it. He didn't let go of it.
Doesn't happen very often with Abbott. Doesn't happen very often with anybody. To actually get through your action and keep hold of it, that's very unusual.
He's still emotional after his presentation before lunch, maybe. Here he comes once more, straining every sinew, and strikes Ben Slater amidships. That's going to smart on a cold day. Struck him in the breadbasket, I think is a way of describing it. I don't know what the club gave him, if it was a plaque or a painting or a trophy of some description, but there was certainly some sort of presentation. He's now got 501 wickets for this fine county. Game of darts, 501. He's in search of even more. He comes in again round the wicket, mistimed by Slater up to mid-on, and there's no run. Seabermead dismissed, clean bowled again this season. That's the 6th time Mead has had his stumps disturbed, and it's his 3rd duck. Somebody's going to pay sooner or later. He's too fine a player to keep missing out. It's been all or nothing really this season. When he did get going, he got a century, but one of low scores otherwise. Abbott into Slater, turns this up to mid-on. Heard you saying before lunch, actually, when you were looking at his stats, exactly 1,000 runs for Ben Slater last season. Notts needed 20 to win the last match against Warwickshire, and he was on 985. So he faced, got a couple of boundaries and a single. What did that take him to? 9, got a 2 and a a 4 then to get to the 1,000, leaving a Mead to hit the winning runs at the other end. So it couldn't have been manufactured any better. He gets one that just cramps him up a little bit, manages to deflect it down to Felix Organ, who has to run in from long leg to do the fielding. Single to Slater, he'll keep the strike. 24 for 1 here at the Utilita Bowl. Rothesay County Championship, Division 1 cricket. The gap between the two sides in the Division 1 table quite extensive at the start of the day, but as always when they're out there, it's a pretty even contest between bat and ball. Hampshire will be desperately striving away to make further inroads.
I'm told Kyle Abbott was presented with a framed cap.
Okay.
It's right at the other end of the ground, so it would have been difficult to see exactly what it was. Here's Sonny Baker again to start over number 2 of his outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Ben Slater. Sonny Baker is around the wicket and he's shaping the ball away from the left-hander, so it's coming in, and then as the ball pitches it starts to straighten. That's his plan of attack at the moment. 3 slips at the far end of the ground. Perfect overheads for a ball at the moment. Not ideal temperature, but certainly from the cloud cover point of view, Hampshire won't mind if it stays like this, as the ball does tend to do a little bit more under the clouds as Baker bowls. Again, it's wide of off stump, and a good diving one-handed stop by Ben Brown in front of first slip. Hasn't quite got the line right here yet, Sonny Baker.
Bit of rain around the country. They've not played today at all at Southport, the Division 2 game between Lancashire and Worcestershire. Not had much play at Bristol, Gloucestershire, Northants. So rain there. They're off for rain at Headingley, where Yorkshire made 486. Surrey waiting to start their reply. They're off for rain at Taunton, Somerset 394 for 5.
See, they're all paying for playing yesterday,
yes.
And when we didn't. Here comes Baker. That's slashed away off an outside edge of the bat. It's flown down to third man and it's gone for 4. Ben Slater moves on to 22.
Yes, he certainly gives it everything. When he makes his mind up to go for a ball, he absolutely launches everything at it. Fletcher Middleton diving sort of over the boundary rope. I think when the fielder begins his dive from the other side of the boundary rope, it's a Probably a fair guess that he's not going to be able to prevent the boundary, and he couldn't on that occasion.
Halfway through the 14th over of the Notts reply. As Baker starts his run up once more. Comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. That's a better ball. It's made Slater play and miss. And he's just rehearsing the leave, which he's been doing so well up until then.
Joe Clark listed to come in next. Found that quite staggering. I mean, let's get this right. Under no circumstance whatsoever do I think he's going to score 265 runs in this game. But you know, people have scored 265 runs. But if he were to do so, he would be the first player since 1988 to score 1,000 before the end of May. It's astonishing how long it's been, isn't it? But they play so few games nowadays.
They certainly do. That's wide of off stump, and again Slater reverts to leaving the ball. Yes, so I suppose that's something to look out for, isn't it, this afternoon? I mean, let's hope it's this afternoon. I would hate to think we have to wait until tomorrow to see if he does it.
It's 265.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, a bit,
well, no, to start. What I meant was to start the journey, not actually get past there, but yeah, just to get closer.
Be a good effort, wouldn't it? Be a good effort. Graham Hick, did he get any of those off your bowling?
Oh, probably most of them, I would have thought, to be honest. That's probably why he did it. Said, can we play Kevin every week? Outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Slater. End of the second over of Sonny Baker's. 2 overs, none for 5. Martin Hills, we were talking about overseas players here just before lunch. Some Australians and South Africans, which have tended to make up the mix. Martin Hills, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says 3 overseas players I thought were exceptional in their sojourns to Hampshire. Hope I got that right. Stuart Clark, who we did mention. One we didn't, and he wasn't here very long, Aidan Markram, and Neil Mackenzie, who was a serious player and was very good here.
The surge of Nottinghamshire.
Oh gosh, yes. Semi-final, T20.
Semi-final, and also in 2010, the county championship winning year, he got a last afternoon century to beat Notts at Trembridge. There comes Abbott continuing from the far end, and wide are the pegs. Yeah, I mean, I sort of half heard one or two of the names put forward. I mean, there's been some absolute greats that weren't here for long. Obviously, we'll always have a soft spot for Andre Adams for what he did for Notts, but he came here and he wasn't here for long, was he? Likewise, Hashim Amla, he had a brief spell here. And then back the likes of Greenwich, the 2 Marshalls. Terrific players. Did Hayden play here? Matthew Hayden played
gosh,
here for a while.
I played with Matthew Hayden. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. There's one you haven't mentioned, which I'm sure you're going to build up to.
This is eased in the offside. There's no run. An overseas player.
Yeah. You used to love it when he played, and you used to call him something slightly different than his Christian name, or you used to call him by a nickname. A West Indian quick bowler.
Tino.
Well, that's another one.
The fiddler.
Correct.
The fiddler.
Yeah.
Fidel Edwards, yes. Yeah, saw him get an 8 for against Notts in Barbados in one of those pre-season 3-day matches. Crikey. They were ducking and diving in the pavilion then, as this is run by Freddie McCann to backward point. Would his record of here sort of mark him down as, you know, somebody who had a successful couple of years?
Well, I'm going to read out his record, David, and I'm going to let you decide. You are going to be judge and jury.
No, because figures, stone cold figures, don't necessarily tell the full story, do they?
True. Popular man, yes.
Here's Abbott round the wicket. Bowles always had a bit of a loose waft at that one, Freddie McCann. Again, it was one he could have left, probably should have left, wishes he'd left. Going through all sorts of inner turmoil seemingly at the moment, Freddie.
So he played exactly 50 first-class games for Hampshire, did Fidel Edwards. You know, admittedly, he was coming towards the end of his pomp, wasn't he? Let's be fair. 185 wickets at 25.
Well, that's pretty good, isn't
that is pretty good.
Yeah.
Very low arm, very slingy action, and when he got it right, my word, that ball used to slant into the right-handers and away.
Nottinghamshire 28 for 1, edged. I think it bounced well in front of the slip cordon, and between them there, Toby Abbott and Jake Lehman have managed to stop it. Don't think it carried on the fall.
Can I just say, going back to something you just touched on there, and I'm not saying this because Hampshire won them, but I'm saying it because I think there were some of the most memorable nights I can remember in T20 cricket. I think we've played, what, 3 semi-finals up at your place? And I swear to God, I'm not saying it because we won it, but they are the 3 probably most exciting games of cricket I think I've ever been involved, you know, commentary-wise. Amazing games up at Trent Bridge.
Kyle Abbott in, Freddie McCann ekes this one out to backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, it's another maiden over for Abbott Adover's 4 maidens, 1 for 7. You know, like I've said to you for years and years, in the blast, Notts always got through the group and then lost to Hampshire in the quarter-finals. In county championship cricket, Notts compete with Hampshire for 3 days and then lose. That's just how it's been for the last 15 years.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, T20 produces some amazing games.
Well, that night where Notts bowled Hampshire out for 120, or restricted Hampshire to 120. I mean, there's no way on earth that, you know, your side should have won that, but they did, and that's that's it.
But yeah, just for the excitement. I mean, even if we've come out the wrong end, I still think they were exciting. Here's Sonny Baker, and again Slater is playing just inside the line. That's a better line from Baker.
There was a night that James Vince knocked 90 odd not out to get Hampshire over the line. Another thrilling finish. Now, didn't Alex Hales put him down very early on? I think
he might have done, yeah.
The covers.
And that other one you mentioned, Neil Mackenzie and Dimmy Mascarenhas.
Yes, yep.
And we had in that game, oh gosh, who's the Australian? Maxwell, Glenn Maxwell.
Oh.
Who, and I mean, I remember the moment now. That's outside the off stump, and again, it's left alone. I think it was about halfway through our innings, and he ran down the wicket so far at Samit Patel, it wasn't stumped, it was run out. And that was it. The game was gone. And I remember thinking, God, I've come all the way up to Nottingham for not for the first time.
Yeah.
Come all the way to Nottingham, and we're going to lose this. And then somehow Mackenzie and Mascarenhas dragged us back, but we were out. We were absolutely gone at that point. And I remember Samit Patel actually did a lap of the ground on that wicket, celebrating.
Almost certainly.
Celebrating the fact we're in the finals, everybody. But I just remember that very clearly. That's gone the other way, that ball, and it's down the leg side, past a diving Ben Brown, who got half a glove on it, but can't stop it going for 4 byes.
Yeah, great memories from recent and not so recent years between these two sides. And a lot of players, of course, have played for both in that time. Kevin Peterson, of course, is the name. Bilal Shafayette, mentioned Adams and Amlett. Andy Carter, he had a brief spell with Hampshire.
He was quick, wasn't he, but he got it right?
Yes, yes. He had one day at Trent Bridge, didn't he, where he was very, very fired up to play against his former side.
Michael Lum went the other way.
Of course he did, yeah.
That's quite a lot of and then Cushing go further back in quite a few years ago. Mike Taylor,
M.N.S. Taylor, and his brother was D.J.S. Taylor, and the S stood for Somerset, didn't it?
Yes. I'm sure there's a few others that people can think of. As Baker bowls, it's full. It's worked on the leg side by Slater for a single. He moves on to 23, 33 for 1. Notts trail by 181 on the first innings. So yeah, anybody you can think that play for both clubs. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk or
bracecricket at icloud.com. Says he needing to be prompted. Did Richard Logan come here with Peterson?
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically, because we can't be bothered to do the legwork, anybody else? Well, I can't. So if you want to think of any more players that played for both clubs, because I'm lazy like that, Dave. Baker and again round the wicket, playing a missing on the front foot. Freddie McCann. It's a bit of a mixed innings from Freddie McCann here. 6 off 36, and there's been a few plays and misses, and a couple of shots that haven't quite gone where he wanted, but he's still there.
In your overseas that we were also talking about, did Nathan Bracken play here? Australian?
Doesn't
Obviously
ring a
not.
bell.
No,
it doesn't ring a bell.
Left armour.
No.
Dirk Nannies.
No.
No.
Wasn't he at Middlesex?
Well,
Dirk Nannies?
He had a T20 spell with us in 2010. Dan Christian certainly played for both.
Yes, yes, another good shout. Turned away on the leg side by Freddie McCann. He split the field. There are two fielders out there, and he's found the gap between both, and he moves into double figures. Knots 37 for 1 at the end of that Baker over.
Looking forward to seeing your debutant get a go. Always nice to have that little bit of uncertainty as to how a new player will fare, and of course there's always that. Oh, well, there we go. Look, cool. Captain Bracegirdle, here he comes, number 67. How about that?
Did you ever captain Italy?
Italy? No,
yeah, he didn't.
No.
Vice captain?
No. I had enough on opening the batting and the bowling without captaincy responsibilities.
They didn't want to saddle you with too much at international level.
No. I think you ought to have his first ball, just in case it is a monumental first ball.
Oh, Dave, don't worry. No, we're all right. We're all right. I took Kyle Abbott's 500th wicket at Chelmsford last week. I pulled rank actually, but I don't generally do that.
I am getting a little bit concerned about the number of commentators that whenever players, and in particular Joe Clark, gets into the 90s and people say, all right, you take him to his 100, Dave, because he's got out 3 times on my watch now. Here is Potheiter. We'll have a go at that, and his first ball in fact goes for 4, tickled down the leg side by Ben Slater, and away for 4. David Parker's been in touch, bracecricket@icloud.com. Asiba Mead has been bowled Abbott twice within a week. Firstly by Sean of Surrey on Sunday, and today by Kyle of Hampshire. That's good. That's the sort of stats that we love, David. That's brilliant. Perhaps a good thing he's not having to face Ian Bishop in the next game. Regards, David.
Yeah. It's a sort of stat that's great for about 30 seconds and then we all forget.
No, I like that. Potheiter in again. Overcompensates, and it's too wide of the off stump. Yeah, bowled by Sean Abbott in the last game, bowled by Kyle Abbott in this.
There we go. That is a good one. And I'm glad you took his first ball in the end, Dave, because I wouldn't want it to have commentated the fact that his first ball went for the boundary. No. Last year, when Brevis walked out for Hampshire, South African player, unbelievable player, I was lucky. Very first ball was he hit it for 6 down here. Got on that commentary.
Round the wicket he comes. The South African plays for Gauteng. We haven't half had some pronunciation lessons this week. This one's wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. Bats left-handed, bowls right arm. There's a few of those around. Wearing number 67. He's got 2 slips. Tom Preston first, Toby Albert at second. Albert with his hands thrust deep in his pockets. I'm sure there's hand warmers in there on a chilly day on the south coast. Potheiter in again, and this one scuttles along the ground. A proper Aussie mully grubber there on its way through to Ben Brown. Pitched and scuttled away. He's bowling with 2 slips, a backward point, a man on the point boundary, an extra cover and a mid-off. They're the 6 on the offside, and the regulation long leg mid-wicket mid-on on the other side. Hampshire 214 knots in reply, a 41 for 1. In again, and this is nicely fielded by Lehman. More in a gully position now, actually. He was more at point earlier in the over. He's just come a little finer. Essex 135 for 5 at Chelmsford. Leicestershire made 333 yesterday. Comes Potheiter again, and Slater runs us into the offside for a single. Left-handed Ben Slater will therefore keep strike. End of the over, 42 for 1. Slater has 28. Freddie McCann has 10. Asiba Mead out for 0.
Joel Lammy has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, listening to you mentioning Michael Clark scoring runs against Nottinghamshire for Hampshire, I thought you might be interested in reading a blog piece I penned ahead of this game. And I've just quickly clicked on it. It is a lengthy piece, but it talks about a period between 2004 and 2006 where Notts played Hampshire a number of times across the county championship and in limited over matches, and mentions the like of, well, all the players that we've just mentioned, and the games involving the two sides. Very interesting. Thank you very much. It's obviously too long for me to read out. As Baker bowls and Slater works that through point, there will be just a single as Nick Gubbins runs backwards.
James has been in touch with two more players that have played for both. One's currently playing, back playing for Kent. He's played for both sides.
Yes, I know the one, and he got runs yesterday.
He did indeed.
Sam Northeast.
He's played for both, and one is a South African international leg spinner who's played just about for every single county and franchise team right across the world.
Ah, of course, and he's still playing as Baker bowls, and that's played back with a point. Where's Freddie McCann going? Throw, not sure, came in the end, but he was taken off, and one wondered why. Anyway, he's safe. Yeah. Yes, I think, let me guess what age he might be now still playing, because he's playing for the Guyana Amazon Warriors, amongst others. And yeah, do you know what? When I went out to Guyana, have I told you I went out to Guyana? The winter
Not
before
recently.
last. No. He was there, and it was great to catch up with him. And he's still bowling superbly.
And his
a
name
certain
is?
Imran Tahir.
That's it. He played for both.
Did great for
Briefly.
you guys, didn't he? Did great for us.
Yeah, he didn't.
Do you not?
I think he just had one, perhaps two.
He's playing a miss in there outside off stump. Great character.
Mm.
But they love him in Guyana. I mean, he's king when he gets on the cricket field there, and he laps it up. He still does his wandering over towards the crowd and stands there a la Cristiano Ronaldo pose after he's taken a wicket. He still enjoys taking a wicket probably as much as he did when he was about 15.
But if ever anybody's got a quiet 20 minutes that they want to kill, just have a look at all the teams that Imran Tahir's played for. I mean, it's phenomenal, isn't it?
Incredible. Yeah, I remember the story when he got. We were going through a bit of a tough period. I think it was back in about 2009, somewhere around there. Paul Terry, former Hampshire batter, was head coach. He's playing a missing again outside the off stump there. McCann, good line that one from Baker. And we were in desperate need of some inspiration, and he was playing some Birmingham League cricket in Tahir. And I think, I'm saying this all off the top of my head, his first game, I think might have been at Worcester. I could be wrong. Go on.
No, it's all right.
And within one over, you thought, oh, hang on a minute, this bloke is brilliant. He was only playing Birmingham League. And then from then on, of course, he went on to do incredible, wonderful things, playing for South Africa and such like. And just about every team you want to name. On the back foot there, McCann, that's out in the covers. Dave, you've clearly seen something that's tickled you.
Well, it's not so much tickled me, it's something that people have said. I don't know, cricket folk, many of whom the mere mention of the word football sort of gets them turning off, so I won't mention what's happened. It's just that everybody said this will happen in Scotland, and it has just happened. If that's where you want to go, then you go and have a look at that. If you don't, I won't spoil it for you, but what they said would happen has happened.
Well, I'm probably in as dark as much as anybody else, anyway, and I'll leave it that way. Here comes Sonny Baker, bowls, and McCann wisely leaves that one alone. Baker has bowled 4 overs, none for 11. Nottinghamshire are 43 for 1. McCann has 10, and Slater has 29. Still only that one wicket. Hersi Permit before lunch.
Yeah, thankfully the weather continues to play ball.
Dramatic.
We'd had a couple of stoppages by this time yesterday, but the umpires, though, they've just had a little chat. Certainly can't be about the light at the moment. It's okay. It's okay. The dark stuff, says he, crossing fingers and looking for a 4-leaf clover and a black cat and all the rest of the stuff. The dark clouds they do seem to be missing us today, don't they? Sort of swirling around the pavilion end at the back there. It's all very dark, but they're not coming right over the ground like they did yesterday, and we had a good old saturation 3 or 4 times. New over starts with Delano Potty to close or not close?
That's better. That's as close as you've been, if I'm honest, Dave, but it's a good effort.
bowling. Somebody at the far end just wandering in front of the sight screen between deliveries. It was pushed back to the bowler by Slater there. He's on 29 from 61. Freddie McCann 10 from 42. He comes again. Delano. Bowls cut away nicely by Slater. Out to backward point. That's Felix Organ down there.
He has a decent first-class bowling average. Potgieter, get there. Takes his wickets at 23 apiece. I've been practicing that as well. I was practicing that going home last night and practicing it coming this morning. Potgieter.
Has he played for other first-class sides apart from Hauteng?
And the Lions.
Well, one correspondent said it is the Hauteng Lions.
Yeah. Sorry, the Lions.
So I don't know. This is run to Lehman.
Let's have a look.
Deepish gully position, backward point position, saving one. 44 for one. Notts were 18 for one at lunch. They got their courtesy of 3 boundaries in 3 balls from Ben Slater. Just taking Brad Wheel apart in the final over of that morning session. Comes in again, the South African. Freddie McCann drives into the covers. And there's no runs. Nick Cubbins doing the fielding.
Well, so he's played some CPL, St Lucia Kings, Pal Royals, which I think that would be SAT 20, wouldn't it?
How old is he, Kev?
He is 29.
Good age to be entering county championship cricket for the first time. Freddie McCann steers this again square of the wicket on the offside, and will get another single as Organ comes in, lobs the ball back, and then realises he's got a stray bootlace, so bends down to tie it up.
He's also played in America in their MLC for MI New York. He's also played first-class cricket in South Africa for Northwest. So yeah, he's sort of been around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is all good experience, isn't it? He's not totally wet behind the ears and playing a miss there. Slater, as always, goes very, very hard at the ball, which nipped back in. He played outside the line of it. Could have easily, had he got an inside edge, he'd have dragged it on, almost certainly. It's the end of the over, 45 for one after 19 overs. And I'll make way for
Simon Hughes. Yes.
The great man.
The analyst. Those of you who were around in those days. Back in the Channel 4 days. I mentioned I was at a function on Wednesday afternoon. It was a Hampshire Cricket Society meeting, of which Mark Nicholas, the former Hampshire captain and cricket broadcaster, spoke and talked about those Channel 4 days, Mr. Hughes.
Yeah.
Said they were great days. He says he was devastated when you guys lost the contract at that time.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure you were.
Well, it was. It was a pretty. It was a devastating moment, actually. I think not just for us, but we felt that we'd built up a kind of good support of the game, and some big audiences were watching cricket, Test cricket, and suddenly those audiences dropped off as soon as it went behind a paywall, inevitably. Yeah. I mean, we were getting 9-10 million people watching in that 2005 Ashes, which of course was a classic series, and then suddenly to have the whole thing, it felt like a rug was sort of pulled from under us a little bit, and the game has struggled for prominence ever since, sadly, despite the work of Sky and the work of the BBC. Change of bowling here. Is this your over?
I'll do it, Jos, just to give you a little bit of warm-up moments.
No more Sonny Baker.
45 for one now, he's off. He might, well, yeah, I was going to say he might take over from Potgieter, but he's bowling quite well. That's a cut away by McCann out behind square on the offside for a single, and it's 46 for one. Yes, he said that he felt that, you guys basically ripped up the previous sort of rule book and wrote the new rules on how to cover it, and even today everything's come about from that.
Well, That's true, really. I mean, the BBC their TV coverage was fairly poor, actually, in the late 90s, and it lacked a bit of imagination, and we brought that in. I think we brought imagination in, and it sort of has been, since then, has been very good. You know, Sky's coverage is excellent.
Yeah. All right, Organ around the wicket to Slater, who pushes forward. And there were you in the truck with your analysis.
Yeah, I mean, I found my kind of niche there, definitely. Perhaps not commentating, but just picking out little incidents and trying to explain them in more detail. Yeah, it was great fun.
Yeah, I remember. Did you get a lot of fan mail in those days?
A bit.
That's turned away on the leg side for a single 47 for 1. You smiled. And
well, no, I suppose it was that, 2005. It was the days before iPhones. You got a few emails. I remember one fan email saying, "Can you explain what bottom hand means? Is it something to do with toilets?" So.
No. Well, I knew I shouldn't have asked that. That's cut away out in the deep on the offside, 48 for 1. Other makes of phones available, by the way.
Yes, good point. I mean, the smartphone just wasn't a thing, and therefore that sort of engagement level wasn't quite as much as obviously you find today.
Yeah. Organ bowls. Good length ball to Slater, who's forward. So a bit of fan mail. You ripped up the rule book. And how many years did it last? I can't remember.
Well, we only had, it was a bit like the similarity between the young ones and Faulty Towers, is that we had 6 years. So it was sort of less is more almost.
Organ bowls. That's full, that one. Slater digs that one out up to mid-on. 3 runs off that over. 48 for 1 on Nottinghamshire. 166 behind on the first innings. But to be fair, I mean, you obviously were a very good cricketer in your day, and we know that. But it made your name as well, didn't it? In the broadcast.
No,
I mean,
totally.
You've done well off that.
No, I was very lucky to sort of be in the right place at the right time. In fact, it started really with, I did work for the BBC before that on Test match cricket. And I was mainly a pitch-side reporter, so there wasn't much to do really, except end of match interviews and so on, and or in the lunchtime or whatever. And I spent a lot of my time in the videotape truck with the producers and watching the replays and watching the graphics, and had some ideas that I thought I could impart into the coverage when Channel 4 got the deal. Now we got. How do you pronounce it? Is it pot heater?
Pot heater.
Yeah.
Pot heater.
Yeah. Right. So he's bowling another over from the far end. I thought maybe they might bring Sonny Baker in actually from the pavilion end, because there's quite a strong breeze. We were sat outside for a couple of minutes earlier, and there's quite a strong breeze coming from, I guess, from the west, sort of southwest, across from the sea. There is some rain coming, I gather. They're off at Taunton and Cardiff already. Here comes Pohita, and it's a good delivery actually, that, which Freddie McCann just keeps out as it kind of nipped back from outside off stump. So yeah, I mean, going back to the Channel 4 thing, I mean, it was a sort of lucky time, because we had this opportunity which Channel 4 gave us to. They spent quite a lot of money on the production. They brought in things like Hawkeye, and were quite innovative generally, and listened to people's ideas and allowed them to explore them, very much so. Pohita bowls again, and dug out that time by McCann into extra cover, can't get a run. It's 48 for 1 knots in reply to Hampshire's 214. I think we were just given a lot of licence, and people responded well. The viewers liked it. Channel 4 put a lot of effort into promotion, and they did things like theme parks, sort of watch-alongs in parks, and put big screens up and things like that. They did music at grounds during Test matches. They made Test matches a real festival actually, which was brilliant. Bowls again, Pohita, and it's diving. Very energetic bit of fielding there at extra cover to keep the batsman on struck. I think that looks like Nick Gubbins. So no run there. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I still don't think we have quite moved on from that era of making a big thing of a Test match, where they actually, as I say, they did. Clapham Common had a big screen up, and there were sort of fun parks and things associated with the Test match, and we haven't really done that since. And if you go to the Ashes in Australia, that's what they do really well. Every ground has a sort of festival feel before the Test match starts. Utilita Bowls and driven up to mid-on this time. An anguished cry from the bowler, but I hit the middle of the bat and went up to mid-on. So, yeah, I think it started something which it was a shame we lost because, it went behind the Sky paywall, and all right, Sky do a great job commentary, coverage-wise, and spend a lot of money on it, but it's only seen by 30% of the population. And the audiences are 2 million rather than what we got, 9-10 million. So it was an opportunity missed, that, I think, 2005. Driven into the offside, another one fielded by Gubbins, and that's the end of the over, 48 for 1. An accurate over, but didn't have that much threat about it. I think I'd be inclined to give Baker a couple from his end, personally. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if you recall it, because you were...
I
when did you retire? What year?
99.
Yeah, so you retired around the time we won the rights, actually. Yeah. And then Mark, by the way, Mark Nicholas, was a fantastic anchor and inspiration, who encouraged everybody to do it slightly differently, and his enthusiasm for the game and his knowledge and understanding, and actually his ability to interview as well, and maybe over dramatise a bit of commentary, all was good stuff.
And into the mix, they often say that a good programme is helped by a good theme tune. Did you think that helped as well?
Of course, that was Mamba number 5, Lou Baker. Lou Baker, yeah.
Right, it's going to be Brad Wheel into the attack, and immediately he's cut away through the covers by Slater, and that goes for 4 runs. And that's the 50 up for Nottinghamshire. Takes them on to 52. You don't think that helped? By the sounds of it,
I'm sure it helped. It made it it brought cricket to the masses, really. Because it was a contemporary song. Well, it was an old song which was re-recorded actually by Lou Bega, and it became we went to number 1, Mambo number 5.
Off the back of?
No, I don't necessarily think it was off the back of us, but it definitely had a ring to it, and it became number 1.
Wheels around the wicket, and I think Slater is playing just inside the line, but it was very close.
I think also we were helped by having some great towards the end of that era, we had some great personalities in the England team as well. Freddie Flintoff, of course, Kevin Peterson, Michael Vaughan. There were some charismatic cricketers that really, brought the game to life. Darren Gough was still playing at the time. Jimmy Anderson was just starting. It was a great era of cricket. They played well. They won a series of matches. Of course, they won the 2005 Ashes, and it was just an exciting time.
Wheel in. Slater is playing inside the line again, but just watching the ball as it went past him, there's definitely a bit of movement there for Wheel away from the left-hander. Yeah, it's all seemed to, you guys did it at the right time, didn't you? And there's a lot of that as well, isn't it, in successful programmes? Timing is everything.
Yeah.
So Wheel is into his 6th over here. He's playing his first match of the season after a few injury problems at the back end of the winter and the start of the season. Had a couple of second team matches, got himself fit, and here he is once more. Comes in again past the umpire around the wicket. Slater pushes forward, it's angled out to backward a point. That's another good stop.
I think Hampshire got this wrong, I can't believe they took Baker off after 4 overs. I mean, he was getting the ball through, he'd beaten the bat a number of times. He was just about, he didn't make them play perhaps first couple of overs, but after that he was looking dangerous. I don't think Brad Wheel is. And it feels like, if I was these 2 batters, I'd be thinking, they're taking Baker off, thank God, because we weren't lining him up too well.
And comes Wheel again. 2 slips and a deepish gully. Slater plays that late into the gully fielder.
And also, I think it's going to get harder for the bowlers, isn't it? The ball loses its hardness.
Yeah.
He was getting it to go through and carrying sort of waist high to Ben Brown, but I sort of feel that the life might just go out of the ball and therefore the pitch in the next 10 to 15, 20 overs. And if you can't, you've got to get wickets early here, haven't you? And prize open that top order, because you've got Joe Clark to come and lots of players who can make runs down the order for knots.
That's right, Haynes, they're all in good nick as well, aren't they? That's again played into the gully area. Yes, the Nottinghamshire batting is very, very strong indeed, even with Ben Duckett out of the side. So that's the end of the over. 52 for 1. Pokhita is going to carry on. And on the subject of that, Jeff Budden has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, on the subject of Pokhita, I noticed that in golf, an Aldridge Pokhita from South Africa was leading the US PGA Championship yesterday. Are they related?
Good question, isn't it?
It's a very, very good question. And let's be honest, I'm not sure I know too many Pokhitas. So there's an outside chance.
We need the Johannesburg telephone directory here to look it up, don't we, and see how many there are.
So if there's one lying around near you and you're watching and listening, have a flick through the pages and email us at hampshirecricket.co.uk.
Do they still have telephone directories? I don't think they do they? God, Pokhita bowls anyway from round the wicket. Oh, and that was a skewed edge that went out of cover. It was attempted on drive from Freddie McCann, who I think he's had a bit of a charmed life, really. He's on 14 now from 54 balls, but he hasn't hit many in the middle of the bat, and a few edges have gone to safety, but he hasn't looked entirely convincing. Slater on 35 has looked pretty solid. 53 for 1 knots. It probably don't really deserve to be 53 for 1. There's a bit lucky not to have lost at least one more wicket, I'd say. So Pokhita from round the wicket bowls. A nice defensive shot that from Slater.
It's always the way when you're top of the league, isn't it? The breaks go your way.
And of course, when you're bottom of the league, they don't go your way as well.
Correct. And here's another thing that hasn't quite gone the way that we thought it might. I've just very quickly typed in Aldridge Pokhita's brother, and apparently it's a Milan Pokhita. So it's not Delano.
Right.
And apparently he's also a competitive golfer, is Milan. Played collegiate golf in the United States.
And he bowls again, and that one's left alone this time by Slater outside off stump. Talking of brothers and so on, but Blaze Baker, I think Dave Bracegirdle identified him earlier as I mentioned that Sonny had a brother who was playing in the Somerset ranks, and he's been playing for Somerset seconds, but I don't see he's had any games with them this year. 19-year-old, mainly a fast bowler. He's playing quite a lot of club cricket in the Somerset area. This is Pokhita bowling and driven by Slater straight to Gubbins at extra cover.
Because you've done an interview with Sonny this week, haven't you?
Yeah, I did actually. I mean, I was lucky to get it. It was ironic because funny story really. I interviewed Nick Gubbins before one of the days play here, after one of the days play here before in an earlier match, and I said to him, "Who's the most sort of charismatic? Who's the most eccentric player in the team?" And he said, "Oh, obvious, Sonny Baker. Absolutely, mad as a box of spiders kind of thing." If you get a box of spiders, Pokhita bowls, it's dabbed into the offside by Slater, they won't get a run. And he said, yeah, he does things like he drinks bone broth and brings in cakes that are made by his girlfriend to all the players. And I posted the interview of Nick Gubbins, and I put a little caption about the bone broth, and I screenshot a picture of bone broth in a pack and put it on the video. And I got a message from a lady. He said, I'm the maker of Sonny Baker's bone broth, and you put the wrong brand up. It's my brand that he drinks as Slater drives and can't get it past mid-off. Anyway, she said, don't worry, it's not your fault, but he drinks this other bone broth that I make in a farm nearby in Sussex, I think. And so I said, oh, so sorry, I'd love to try some. So she sent me some, and she said, look, do you want to interview Sonny? Because he's an ambassador for this brand. I said, well, yeah, why not? Absolutely. So she set it up. She contacted him, and I filmed him up on the top of the pavilion here on Wednesday. He gave me an hour of his time. He was absolutely delightful. He brought along the bone broth to drink and gave me a taste, and it was excellent, and it's fascinating actually. He's very into his nutrition. We're just pausing here. The umpires have been met in the middle. Don't know if they were discussing the light or perhaps thunder about 25 miles away, which happened in Sydney. Where is it? The Sydney Test, the Ashes Test. No play after about 3 o'clock on Monday because there was lightning kind of 25 miles away, and they had to go off. And it wasn't raining, and there was 30,000 people in the crowd, all wondering what the hell was going on. But luckily, the umpires have seen sense here, and we're carrying on.
So 53 for 1, but it's not great light out there, let's be honest, as wheels around the wicket and bowls, and that's edged through or high over third slip. There isn't a third slip, and it's gone for 4 off the edge of McCann's bat, and he moves on to 18. He's, I said earlier, it's a very mixed innings from Freddie McCann, and
That's
it
polite,
continues
really.
to be so. Yeah, well, you know, he's only young, is Freddie McCann. He's only 21, and he did have a very good year last year. And
that's a bad shot, actually. I mean, we just saw that on the replay. It's a bit of a sort of waft outside off stump of a good length ball. It was, yeah, he was lucky to get away with that.
It was. All the breaks going Nottinghamshire's way at the moment. As that's straight or it's down the leg side, 2 straight actually. As Ben Brown moves quickly at the side. What does I can almost hear everybody say to me, what does bone broth taste like?
It tastes a bit like beef bones, which is basically what it is. It's kind of boiled bones with a bit of vinegar and a few kind of herbs and vegetables mixed in. Basically, you boil bones for 24 hours, and what you get off it's a bit like, I suppose, minestrone soup, perhaps, could be a sort of similar thing.
Okay. Wheel runs away from us once more and bowls. McCann pushes forward out into the covers.
Oh, it's all right. It's not, and it's full of collagen, I'm told, and obviously protein.
Yeah.
So good for fast bowlers. He says he's also sponsored by a local butcher, who supplies him with, I presume, racks of lamb and large hunks of beef and stuff.
Wow.
Oh, it's great. I mean, what I really like about him is he's using every kind of resource he can to be as good as he possibly can be. He was also telling me, and I'll speak to you after this ball.
Wheel again in, and it's pushed up to mid-off this time.
That he took himself off to Australia and tried to source out all the great fast bowlers from Australia. He started with Brett Lee. Brett Lee helped him with his run-up, and then he talked to Jason Gillespie and he talked to Sean Tate and others, just trying to draw any kind of knowledge, inspiration, ideas from the greats of the past, the fine fast bowlers of the past. He says having Kyle Abbott at mid-off or mid-on to his bowling is also a fantastic source of information. So he's a sponge, really.
For sure. McCann off the back foot works that to deepish gully.
And I wish him luck. It's brilliant that he's using every kind of resource he can find to try and maximise his ability.
And which, in the end, will probably stand him in good stead. I mean, he is a better bowler this year. There is absolutely, and you've seen it already this year.
Yeah.
Yozza and
he knows he is, and he says he's got a bit quicker as well.
Yeah, he's bowled some quick deliveries this year. That's for sure. Yes, just going back to the bone broth thing. I'm not sure I've talked about bone broth much, if at all. Certainly not as much. That's played out on the offside. Well,
how can you have got by the 10 years of cricket commentary or whatever it is, and you haven't mentioned bone broth?
Because that's probably what I'm doing. It has never moved forward. But anyway, moving on. It's funny because my wife Debbie, who reads the odd sort of cricket article, but not many, and Deb's from back in our Middlesex days.
Hopefully she reads mine anyway.
Well, you're the only person she takes note of. When I say Simon Hughes is coming to do some commentary, she's the only person whose name I mention. She says, "Oh." Everybody else, she's sort of, anyway, so.
Dave Bracegirdle walked away.
That's right. Apart from Dave. No, she loves Dave. Ever since we had a few drinks around Villamura Marina, she's enjoyed Dave. But
as promised, by the way, Baker now
there we
from
are
the
at the far end.
Yes.
But when you mentioned bone broth, that was she actually said to me. She said, "Oh, I read about this Sonny Baker, is it?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "He's into bone broth," and that actually caught her imagination.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm sure others are probably the same. Yeah.
Excellent. Right, well, let's see how he goes. He's coming, hopefully, with a slight breeze across his shoulder now to the left-handed Slater, who slashes at one wide, and I don't know if he got bat on that. It was escaped the glove of Ben Brown and went down to the third-man boundary for a single, and the umpire is signalling byes. So he didn't get a touch on it. It was a bit wide, and in fact, it sort of swung a lot wider. And in fact, Slater couldn't reach it, and neither could Brown.
Yeah.
So it's a bye to the score, puts McCann back on strike, and I don't think Baker will mind this because McCann has looked fallible. I think they should have a third slip here. There's only 2 slips and a gully at the moment. hope it doesn't, for the bowler's sake, it doesn't fly through third slip. This time it's on the stumps and defended by McCann. So
I agree with you, actually. I would have another slip in here, definitely. Yes.
Well, I mean, you've got to make a breakthrough. Why has he got an extra cover at the moment? This kind of thing really irritates me. He's a strike bowler. He's got a reasonably hard ball. What is it, 25 overs old? He's got 2 batters, one of whom is looking distinctly apprehensive and skittish, Freddie McCann, and he's got 2 slips. And he'll, well, you know, they'll really rue if one of these edges kind of flies just wide of that second slip fielder. Baker round the wicket, bowls, slashed and missed by McCann, taken by Brown, going in front of first slip. So, are you tempted by the bone broth idea?
Well, not at my stage of life, no, if I'm honest. But you clearly are, because I thought you were moving the best I've seen you move in a couple of years. The way you came up those stairs.
What, hobbling?
Well, you used to. But I did think, I thought something's happened to some of you, because it looks like you're moving.
No, I wouldn't say
much
that.
better than you've moved for a while. Maybe it's the bone broth.
I doubt it. But anyway. This one from Baker is cut away for 4, so they've got a third man, but that's gone square. That's actually not a bad shot. Use the pace of the ball there and just back cut it just behind the square. We'll watch the replay here, and you can see, if you're watching it on the stream, that was quite a nice control shot. I mean, he's very sort of front on when he plays that shot, actually, McCann, isn't he? He doesn't get side on there. He's quite sort of facing the bowler. But good contact with the bat. I want to see one from Baker here that just angles into him. He's bowled quite a few going across him towards the slips, the left-hander. I want to see one coming back. And that's another waft outside off stump and a play and miss. This time a bit shorter. He tries to sort of square cut it backward of point. No, I mean, you're right. The bone broth is supposed to help. I mean, what Sonny says he uses it for is hopefully injury prevention.
Yes.
You know, fingers crossed he doesn't get injured. I mean, with this sort of explosive action that he has, there's always going to be injuries. There's injury potential, and he's just trying to guard against it. And I guess, well, it's working so far. You put so much pressure on your body when you bowl like that. That's a good delivery and actually a good lead by McCann that time. Sliding across outside off. He just needs that one to come back, doesn't he?
He did try one from this end, didn't he? But it went down the leg side, but it did go. You could see the shape on the ball. So, having mentioned Sonny Baker quite a lot in your interview, where can you find that?
It's on YouTube on the Analyst channel. The Analyst Inside Cricket channel, free, of course.
Of course. Well, talking about free offerings, we were talking about the Channel 4 offering earlier. Of course, Kevin Taylor, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, can Simon please comment on the new era of streaming, which is offer free to air, at least way more accessible to the masses. He's in South Wales.
Yeah.
So streaming. Your thoughts?
It's great. I think it varies. Some counties are better than others. Their quality of the cameras, even the quality of the commentary. This is your over, isn't it?
Yeah, especially here. Always a play and miss. There's a good start to the over to Bradwell. That has pitched and straightened to ball, Slater.
That is a good ball. Look, I mean, I think what you do brilliantly, and I don't want to just be blowing smoke up your backside here, but I think what you do brilliantly is get engagement from the audience, from the listeners and viewers. Which is brilliant, and I think one of the purposes of county cricket is to get people engaged and get a conversation going. You'll hear what people have got to say and the funny thoughts or serious thoughts they have, and that's what you do very well here. Other counties not so well. Middlesex absolutely appalling, unfortunately, my old county.
Thank you, Simon. It's very kind, as that's played to backward a point by Slater.
I mean, Middlesex's cameras and the film part of it is good, but they don't get that community spirit that I think you do here. And overall, I think it's brilliant to be able to watch the cricket. What I would like to see is more cameras, but I realise there is a cost involved, and I've been trying to find a solution, which is remote operated cameras, and that the world's cameramen won't thank me for that, but remote operated cameras are the future, I think, and a couple I see are sort of readily primed up here.
Yeah. Slater plays defensively as the ball goes up towards mid-off.
There's two up here with us to the right of our commentary position, and I noticed two over there at mid-wicket, extra cover as well. which aren't in operation at the moment, but I assume are ready to go perhaps for the blast.
Yeah, I think they're a Hawkeye.
Oh, they're Hawkeye,
situation,
right?
Yes, I'm told by the
But
club.
you see, Hawkeye cameras are good quality, and you can use them for coverage.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're on a private network at the moment.
Right.
I think, but nobody's really said anything to me. Outside the off stump, 2 bounces through to Ben Brown. Oh no, it's gone past him. It's bobbled horribly, and that is 4 byes. 66 for 1. Email here, Gerard Milano, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Thank you for providing some great commentary, guys. As a Notts member, I'm enjoying your coverage a great deal. Simon Hughes in particular reminds me so much of that classic and iconic Ashes series that will live with me forever. By the way, I generally went to school with a lad called Dwayne Pipe.
Very good.
Thank you very much. I have to believe in some of these.
Yeah. Yeah, I met your PA announcer earlier, actually, at lunchtime.
That's a cutaway down to deep point by Slater, and moves on to 36.
I
Yes.
was reminding, he said that he's under certain restrictions about what he's allowed to say, because he wants to commentate as well, I think, actually,
Yes.
which is understandable. But I said we used to get, there was a well-known Derbyshire PA announcer at the old Derbyshire County ground, and I think he had false teeth, and so his S's were a bit like this. So we sent him a message, saying, "Will Stephen Smith from Sheffield please go to meet his auntie Sylvia?"
Nicely played wide of mid-on by McCann, and that is running away for 4 runs, and it's 71 for 1.
And when he did actually read it out, because he hadn't got the joke, we're in stitches on the field. Oh God, is it? No. What is it? On the live stream, we can see that most of the Hampshire seamers are bowling round the wicket to left-handers. Yes, about as wide of the crease as is allowed. This must be a pre-planned idea, because it's not generally seen in other matches. There must be a good reason, is there? This is from John Starbuck. I've noticed that. I mean, obviously, it's a cultural thing now. Sorry, Dave, I've stolen your iPad. It is a cultural thing now. It's very much an in vogue thing to bowl round the wicket to left-handers, and it's a good thing because it's hard to play. We're seeing Sonny Baker doing exactly this now to Ben Slater. He's round the wicket, he bowls, and Slater leaves that alone. What I do think is, I think it's a good ruse, and left-handers, especially in international cricket, left-handers' output has really gone down in terms of productivity. But I think they should also go over the wicket as well, and they don't do that enough. If you bowl over the wicket to a left-hander, you're bringing potentially LBW and bowled into the equation if you can swing it back at left-handers. From round the wicket, it's much harder to get an LBW for sure. What's your view about that?
I think there are so many right-arm bowlers now coming round the wicket more than ever before.
I mean, they start round the wicket, don't they? There's this one from Baker, there's another one a bit wide. You see, he's not making him play quite enough. That was a bit too wide. Slater tried to cut. In fact, it didn't really carry. The bounce was a bit low there. It sort of died off the pitch, and Brown took it on the second bounce.
I think it's because a lot of right-arm bowlers don't generally swing the ball into the left-hander. So because they look to push it across the left-hander by coming round, angle in, straighten. There's their pushing across the left-hander, and they find that a lot better way to attack a left-hander.
No, I totally see that. I mean, Carl Abbott is a master of it, but I think they should still bowl, especially if it's not working, as this isn't at the moment. Baker bowls again. That's a good ball, and it's sort of off a bit of a leading edge actually out to cover, but it went along the ground. I think if you haven't taken wickets with it for a few overs, go over the wicket for a bit and try to get the edge, for instance, going across the left-handed batsman. I think you have to think about adjusting. And funnily enough, one of the things that Sonny Baker said in his interview with me was that having Carl Abbott as an advisor, stroke kind of mentor, kind of at mid-on, mid-off, is fantastic. But one thing that Abbott does is he shifts his position on the crease a lot. And there was an instance this morning I noticed. Here's Baker. Now he's gone wide of the crease there, bowled a bouncer. Slater pulls out of the pull shot, goes through to the keeper. Good bit of bowling, keeping the batsman on his toes. He went wide of the crease there, and that's what Abbott does. And I noticed this morning actually, Abbott went very wide of the crease, one ball round the wicket, and drew whichever batsman it was, I think it was probably McCann, into a loose drive because he'd gone so wide on the crease, he thought it would be coming into him, the batsman, and it didn't. It still carried on away from him. So I think what they don't do enough of, young bowlers particularly, is using just subtle movements of position on the crease. Now that's another one he's bowled from slightly wider on the crease, and this time Slater tucks it neatly into the leg side for a couple of runs. So 73 for 1 is the not score.
Yeah, I agree, but it's there's a lot of bowlers that need that rhythm and keep the same thing, isn't it? Same line, same footmarks. It's not easy bowling quick, but also varying your angles across the crease, isn't it? Because almost if you're running in, you're thinking about I know that you're right. It's all about the ball you're bowling, isn't it?
No, you're absolutely right. And I mean, Baker's worked hard on his run up. He comes in again, he bowls, and this one is walloped over mid-wicket. That is a good shot. That just shows it didn't really come off the pitch as fast as Baker was hoping. He banged it in, and that was an emphatic pull shot through mid-wicket by Ben Slater, who moves on to 42. Good shot, 77 for 1.
Double change, yours. We can't get enough of you. You'll be back in about half an hour.
I'm gabbling here.
No, you're not. You're fine. Right, so Simon Hughes is coming off. I'm coming off as well. The next voice you'll hear will be Dave Bracegirdle. He'll be joined by Sanjay Murthy. And just before I go, got an email here from Stephen Clark talking about Yoz's way of community engagement. He says, your community engagement is far too good, says Stephen, according to Yozza. So no more of that. Thank you very much, Stephen. Could do with a few more emails like that.
Thank you very much to Kevin and Simon. There'll be more from the former teammates a little later on. Fascinating stuff there. That's a mighty blow, actually, just struck by Ben Slater, the last ball they commentated on. We seem to have lost Sanjay's headphones. We're having a bat change here for Ben Slater. He hit that 4 with such power, he's damaged his favourite bat, and Farhan Ahmed's had to bring 1 or 2 potential replacements out, so a change of bat for Ben Slater. Don't say change your bat, change your look. He'll be hoping his look stands. Slater has 42, McCann has 26, and start of a new over, Brad Wheel bowls, and McCann defends. Hello Sanjay, back together again.
Yeah, sorry I'm late. Kevin James nicked the headphones. He just decided it was his toy, it's his commentary box, his club, and he was off. And so there was I, stood in position with nothing to talk into, which some people might say is a good thing, but there you go.
Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. Here's Brad Wheel running away from us. We're at the hotel end of the ground. Past umpire O'Shaughnessy, bowls to Freddie McCann, just leans on his bat and eases this into the offside, and they take a single. Just 1 or 2 of the things they were sort of touching on over the last half an hour that people have taken the trouble to get in touch with. I've been sent a link talking about the South African debutant, we'll call him that for a moment, and the golf player that's leading the PGA. Very helpfully, I've got a golf link here as the next delivery from Wheel is pushed into the offside. On this golf site, the link I've been said, and I presume it applies to the debutant here, but how do you pronounce Aldrich and then the same surname phonetically on the golf site? And his name is pronounced phonetically Potgieter, it says, as if the I's aren't there. Potgieter. He's from Pretoria, so presume that's the same as we should be using here for Delano Potgieter, as the next ball is just turned away by Slater on the leg side for a boundary. And suddenly Slater's got back into that rhythm that we've seen for much of the season so far. He's clipped that one away nicely, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's a beautiful looking shot. 82 this stand, obviously not to 0 for 1 when Hasib Hamid was out early, and these two have batted they batted well together. McCann, as you've said a few times, has been a bit skittish, I think the phrase was, but as a pairing, 82 for 1, Notts are going to be very happy, you would think.
Bad weather holding off here. Thankfully, wheeling again, and once more he's gone hard, but picks out deep point. Another single. Freddie McCann on to 20. Well, he's back onto strike on 27, I beg your pardon. Slater on 47. Certainly some rain around other parts of the country. Not at any place since lunch at Taunton. Somerset 394 for 5 at Headingley, where Surrey's still waiting to begin their reply to Yorkshire's 486 at Bristol. Gloucestershire Northants in Division 2. Not had much play today. Next ball again driven, but this time straight to mid-on. They're finished for the day at Southport, so it's not so jolly by the seaside there. No play on day 2 between Lancashire 28 without loss, Worcestershire made 270. And the Women's International, Cardiff, England women 77 for 3, rain falling there as well. There is play in other grounds, we'll tell you periodically. Notts are 83 for 1, Sanjay.
They are, and going well, as we said. They seem to have taken a liking to Brad Wheel. He's been the most expensive bowler so far, 9 overs, 0 for 35. He bowled the last 3 balls of his first spell went for 4, and the first ball of his second spell went for 4. And he's bowling that fuller length that both McCann and Slater seem to like, but it's Sonny Baker who will continue from the Rod Bransgrove end around the wicket to Ben Slater, bowled, and it's a good line and a good leave by Slater. Baker just follows through and has a little look and he's quite pleased with his efforts. Kyle Abbott seems to be doing a bit of warming up activity at mid-on at the moment. Where do you stand on bone broth? Dave, are you a fan?
I don't recognise the brand, if you like, but in terms of the description and what it is, I would imagine I've had all sorts of similar things. My dad was a gamekeeper, and he would bring all sorts of stuff home for my mum to cook for us as youngsters.
Around the wicket, Baker, and a nice looking drive that by Slater, but there is a fielder down there at third man. Felix Organ just hurls the ball back in. Good looking shot for 1.
I didn't hear the exact recipe for bone broth, but I'm sure I've had something similar and plenty more besides.
I think it's a branded version of something, as you say, that's probably been around for a long time. It is exactly as you say. You know, the leftover carcasses boiled up.
Yeah.
We'd call it stock.
Yes.
You know, and but I think it's something that delivers a lot of protein, a lot of collagen. So like I say, we've pretty much all had it probably in various guises. It's Baker again, bowls a little bit shorter and on his back toes, if you like, is McCann, and he drops it under his nose for no run. He first time I've seen Freddie McCann bat, he tends to not move his feet a lot. Is that typical of the way he bats, or is it just the pace and stuff that he's facing today?
He's been out the side for so long. I was looking at that myself and just thinking today he just hasn't really got into any sort of rhythm. It's been a very stodgy knock from him.
Baker again, still around the wicket, short on the legs. Oh, that's hit him on the fingers, McCann. That's hurt. He's dropped his bat, and he's just walked away to square leg here, shaking his hand. Ben Slater comes down the pitch to have a chat. The physio, you think, will be coming on. They are coming on now. That's going to hurt. 90 odd miles an hour. Just lifted up at him a little bit onto McCann, and some urgent medical treatment required.
Yeah. I said earlier, last year nearly 750 runs at 38 or so, just the 1 century which came against the same opposition in the match at Trent Bridge. His first class career is just 20 matches old, averaging 41. He's a player I would describe that when he's in the groove he's as fluent as anybody, and he's found it tough today. Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, just popping himself off for a quick comfort break here whilst having a little look at Freddie's damaged hand potentially there.
Felix Organ joining him for said comfort break. Obviously it's quicker to go to whatever facilities are in the grounds people's change rooms than it is to go up into the pavilion. You mentioned the Celtic earlier. I think
well, I didn't. I just said if football is your thing, because I know a lot of people sort of record or tape or set the planner for stuff to sort of watch a little later on when we've finished. And you know, in the past I've had sort of oh thanks, you've absolutely spoiled my plans for the tea interval or whatever.
Or so, try not to give cup final updates. It's just kicked off 10 minutes in.
FA Cup final day, isn't
it? At the moment. And
Eurovision Day as well.
Eurovision Day as well.
Kevin James will be hosting his annual Eurovision party later on.
I would imagine so. I don't think we'll be joining that at any stage. But it's all, you're also in the depths of Spygate down here, aren't you? With the Southampton Middlesbrough spying affair. Have you watched it from afar?
From afar, again, it's something that was touched on yesterday, and Kevin sort of got to the point where he's fed up with it. It was something that had sort of absolutely swamped Solent Sport this week. I don't know, just it should have been stamped down on in terms of a decision made straight away. You shouldn't, you know, don't do this. £5,000 fine and warn to your future conduct. Get on with it, and then played the game, and you know, and everybody knows that the Championship playoff final will go ahead next weekend as planned. As it is, they've sort of led to all sorts of interesting theories that it might be, you know, it might be delayed, or there might be a rematch, or Southampton might be kicked out, or all sorts of things. I mean, you know, it's very ambiguous what the EFL have said. Freddie McCann has been attended to by Phil Tranter. Yeah, he's okay. He just set off walking as if potentially it might be bad news for Nottinghamshire, but he was only going down the far end, I think, just to get a drink from Farhan Ahmed, who was out there talking to Ben Slater, and he is going to be okay to resume. Yeah, second time I've seen a batter get hit on the fingers here. Tom Wesley in the first match here versus Essex, he had to go off, and that, in fact, that was the first ever substitute, you know, replacement like for like substitute here. But Wesley missed, I think, a couple of games, and then is now back playing again. Freddie McCann on 27. Ben Slater 48, Notts 84 for 1, as we assume. I was hearing that Jake Weatherald of Leicestershire's had to be replaced in the match at Chelmsford, Essex Leicestershire, and that's the end of his engagement with Leicestershire. He's picked up an injury and is out of that game now officially. 2 balls then left of this 7th Sonny Baker over. Round the wicket again to McCann, bowls, and it's in at his hips again, as you would imagine. It's well tucked away onto the leg side by McCann, who just trots down to the other end to escape the fire that Baker is throwing down. He moves on to 28, Notts 85 for 1. I've had quite a lengthy communique from David Parker about 1,000 runs before the end of May. Joe Clark, not expecting Joe to, what's he on, 734, 35. He needs 266 to reach 1,000 before the end of May, but he's only got this match to do it. Last ball, and there's Baker over to Slater, short, and beautifully pulled it in the air. He's taken him. That's a great catch, diving forward there, and that's the end of Ben Slater. He's gone for 48. Sonny Baker struck, and Notts 85 for 2. Took on the short ball, pulled it away to deep square leg, unable to roll the wrists and control it. And nicely taken there by Potgieter. Excellent work, Potgieter it is. Kevin will be pleased because he's been trying to prime you to say that all day. We've had all sorts of variations, but proving his worth there. The new South African import who's come in after Dawson announced his retirement. We've probably done that to death as well, so we probably won't talk about that. You were talking earlier, weren't you, about people who have played for Notts and for Hampshire. You mentioned Dirk Nanners, the straight dual national Australian. It's his birthday today. He's 50. So there you go. Happy birthday, Dirk Nanners. He's probably asleep at this point. He probably is, yeah. Good man, Dirk. He came to Trent Bridge with all sorts of unusual. We'll just see the replay of this first on our monitors up here. On our perch in the on the commentary gantry, round the wicket, as we've been saying, the mode of attack from Sonny Baker, banged it in, and Potgieter was in an interesting position, wasn't he? Sort of 2/3 of the way back, and just scooped it up inches from the grass as Slater went to pull it away on the leg side. Yeah, there's all sorts of things about Dirk Nannes. He's a keen skier.
Yeah, freestyle.
You don't have all that many keen skiers from Australia. Can certainly get by in Japanese. I think that was another of the things we learnt in his brief time with Notts. But a good man generally. So here is Joe Clarke that we were just talking about this season. Clarke 734 runs at 81.55 apiece, 2 centuries, and another 5 times he's passed 50 runs. His last 6 scores have been 136, 94, 82, 97, 129, and then a complete failure second innings against Surrey last week, only 59. So he's and before that he'd had a 92 in the first match of the season. So he's really been churning out the runs. I've not forgotten David's email about 1,000 runs before the end of May. Here is Pot Geeta on at this end now, having got a wicket, and that's pitched up. And Freddie McCann has his jaws just walked away from the stumps. He jabbed down on it, and whether that's jarred the same hand,
I think so. Yeah,
he's in a little bit of discomfort here. Did have some lengthy treatment from Phil Tranter, the Notts physio, and then Slater got out. Whether that was a momentary loss of concentration as well. Hopefully Freddie McCann's going to be okay. Keep half an eye on him. Dave, Graham Hick, Worcestershire, took 11 innings to reach 1,000 by the end of May 1988. Joe's had 9 innings so far, so this is his 10th. Freddie's okay. McCann, Pot Geeta to bowl to him, and again he's managed to somehow get an inside edge past the stumps and does a complete 360-degree spin before acknowledging Joe Clarke's call for the single. Whilst Clarke's taking guard, Don Bradman holds the record for fewest innings to reach 1,000 by the end of May, just 7. Bill Edrich's 1,000 before the end of May in 1938 were all scored at Lord's. That's an incredible stat. Charlie Hallows of Lancashire, the only player to have scored 1,000 championship runs entirely within the month of May, and W.G. Grace and Wally Hammond also scored all their 1,000 runs entirely within May. So Hallows championship runs, the other two clearly not just championship runs. We're ready. Joe Clarke, right-hander, 29 years of age, 30 next month, former Worcestershire player, out there having a splendid season. Here's due a failure. Let's hope we've not raised the possibility in this innings, and he's away. No, he's not away. It's a good stop by Gubbins at mid-wicket, diving to his right.
Yeah, leading run scorer in Division 1, Joe Clarke. Was he ever mentioned, do you think, in England dispatches?
I think the possibility of Joe playing for England, sadly, has gone.
Yeah, okay.
Very much enjoying churning out the runs for Nottinghamshire at the moment in a real purple patch. Pushes this through the offside. He'll get away here, and he'll get away with 4. It's fair to say the pursuers there weren't exactly sprinting to chase that down with any belief that they might actually get there. I just wondered when it left the bat, could that have been kept for 2? But clearly they know the speed of the Utilita Bowl outfield better than I do.
And he certainly timed that well, Joe Clarke, didn't he? So maybe did he just took one look at it and thought, well, there's no point chasing that. That's gone. We'll just get it from the boundary edge.
90 for 2. Clarke off the mark with his first runs. Pot Geeta bowls. Clarke defends, and it runs up to mid-on.
There's already, it's funny when a man's in form or a batter's in form, you can hear it differently off the bat, can't you? And Joe Clarke, the first 3 balls he's faced so far, all 3 of them he's middled.
Emilio Gay being talked about in high places, is in the England Test squad. Out for naught for Durham today. Wouldn't you just know it? Bowled by former Notts man Matt Milnes. Moves back with Kent for a second spell. Next ball sees Clarke drop it on the leg side. Hampshire have clearly been looking at the the video footage, I would imagine, because they've popped a couple of shortish mid-wickets in there to Joe Clark. They've obviously got some sort of plan to try and dislodge him. The one that seems to be most successful this season is let him get to 90 and then he'll get himself out, but that's some way off. 90 for 2. We think tea is at 4 o'clock today. I don't know as we've had any official confirmation. Obviously we're making up overs lost from yesterday, and I think the feeling this morning was that we've no need to really worry at the moment about what time tea will be, because it's likely to have rained long before then, but thankfully it hasn't.
Well, we've been saying that all day so far, and the clouds are still high-ish. Let's hope it stays off. With Sonny Baker's going to continue around the wicket to Freddie McCann, who's got a finger injury here, 2 slips and a short leg now waiting for Baker. He bowls it short, and there's that no foot movement flash outside the off stump by McCann, but he does, like for the second or third time today, has got nowhere near it, and he just walks away for a little chat with the fielder who's stationed under the helmet there. There's a short leg, and there's also a square leg just to the right, just of the square leg fielder. 2 slips, third man who's squarish, or thirders who's square. There's a point, there's an extra cover / mid off, and there's a mid on as Baker comes in again round the wicket, full, and is dug out by McCann, testing his fingers there. Seems all right that time round. I think that jarring motion is when it hits the bat hard, but he's walked away just to extra cover, just to give himself some time.
He's in some discomfort, isn't he? Certainly. John Starbuck's been back. Something else. One of today's commentators, it was me actually, John, remarked on the nutmeg, the inadvertent shot between the batter's legs, named after Nat Siver-Brunt. He says back in the day that used to be known as the draw shot. Thank you, John.
Yeah, we're learning a lot today, aren't we?
Every day's a school day.
It is. Baker in again, bowls, and it's short, and it's nicely guided away down to that fielder who's at third, and positioned well. That's Potgieter, and throws it in for 1, and that brings Joe Clark down onto strike to face Sonny Baker for the first time today. The fielder who was under the lid has dispatched it. That's Fletcher Middleton, and he's trotting over to the leg side, and the snooded Jake Lehman, he's got it around his neck actually. He will pull it up over his face at some point. It's what he's done before. Still getting used to English conditions. The Australian, they've swapped places, those two. Lehman's gone to gully, and Fletcher Middleton has gone to mid-wicket. And Baker is over the wicket now. It's the 4th ball of this 8th over. He's in now to the in-form Clark, who's on his back foot, and he tucks it away nicely on the offside, where Felix Organ's fielding at a deep point area, comes back for 1, and Notts move on to 93 for 2.
Just looking at Joe Clark, actually, this is not a ground, and Hampshire aren't a county that he's had a great deal of success against. This is the 13th time he's faced Hampshire in first-class cricket, only averaging just under 21 with a top score of 70. He's punished most of the other counties a lot heavier than that, and here his top score is only 47.
Felix Organ under the lid again as he comes in, and he goes for that pull, McCann, but he misses it, and they're setting him up here for something with those injured fingers, because they've got a short leg. It's Fletcher Middleton actually under the lid. They're now dropping a man out to the deep mid-wicket square leg boundary. There is a thirders, and there's a fine leg who are stationed on the boundary here. So I think if I were Freddie McCann, I can expect something around my ears this ball, or it might be obviously a complete bluff. We're going to find out in approximately 20 seconds, or we're not, because actually Ben Brown's now pulling Jake Lehman in from the umpire to go to gully, I would imagine, and yes, Potgieter's moving round to a much squarer third, and no, he's not, he's going back again. It's like sort of dancing on grass. If that was a TV programme, this is what this would be. They're ready now, I think. Yes, they are. As Baker now starts his run up for the last ball of this is 8th over, 1 for 25 so far, bowls, and it is short, and McCann does go after it, and he climbs into that, and it splits the fielders, goes all the way for 4. Well played, Freddie McCann. He moves on to 34, and at the end of that over, Notts 96 for 2.
Yeah, it's nice to to bowl to some sort of plan. He'd got the 2 out on the leg side. He'd got the short leg in there as well. He was bowling round the wicket without a mid-off, so it was clear it was going to be banged in short. McCann would have seen that, spotted that, been expecting that, and he rolled the wrist nicely. Something, of course, that Ben Slater didn't do a couple of overs ago when he picked out the fielder in the deep. But that was nicely played by McCann, who's on 34. Joe Clark has 5. Just looking at Joe Clark, incredibly, after 5 matches, this is now 6th game of the season, of course, he's already scored more runs this season than he did in the whole of last season, where he had a pretty lean campaign, 1 ton and 350s. He only scored 664 runs in total, so he's already, going into this game, scored 70 more than he did in 14 matches last year.
And what's brought that on? Did he winter in Australia? Did he play overseas?
He's played a little bit, played in the Big Bash for Melbourne Stars, Peter Moore's side. Start of a new over edge to slip. I'm not sure it carried, but nearly did.
No, it didn't.
Potgieter bowling to Clark, and this is probably the first time he's faced him. I'm sure they'll have had a little bit of a look at the footage of him once they knew he was playing. But it was a genuine edge, but played with soft hands, so the edge didn't carry to second slip.
I know it's a short sample size of only 5 overs and a ball, but he's looked a good Potgieter so far. He's kept the ball up there, reasonable pace.
It is one of the things of getting an all-rounder, isn't it? He's sort of always going to be in the game. Clark drives down the ground for 4, and
imperious.
It was a lovely shot. I mean, playing, pretty much around the year, around the globe is what Joe Clark has been doing over the last few years. He's very much in demand for a lot of the franchise tournaments here, there, and everywhere. So this winter was no different to any of the others. But he started off well and has just continued in the same vein. Looks in very, very good touch at the moment. Potgieter to bolt him. That brought the 100 up to complete indifference inside the Utilita Bowl, and turns this to mid-wicket semi-stop, and they scamper through for a single. 101 for 2 in the 32nd over. Who's that down on his haunches? Can't quite. Oh, it's Nick Gubbins again, who always puts a shift in the field, doesn't he? Throws himself around. Nick Gubbins sets the example. Clark into double figures, so he's kept that sequence going. Next ball pushed into the offside, and again Gubbins shies at the stumps, narrowly misses, and that's going to go for 4 buzzers. So Freddie McCann, who's had a little bit of fortune in this innings, just pushes it into the offside. Clark had come so far down. Gubbins with the stop, turns, swivels, shies at the stumps, and it would have been very interesting had he hit. Clark was already in mid-air. He was in the process of diving back with O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, sideways on just to have a good look at that. Nobody able to back up, and Freddie McCann gets the easiest 4 a batter can ever get. 4 overthrows. Thank you, Mr. Gubbins. Potgieter wonders what on earth's going on here. Bowls, and McCann pushes it to Gubbins, and nobody moves a muscle at either end this time.
Yeah, he's a live one, Nick Gubbins, isn't he? He's in that really important position. He's sort of shortish at extra cover. He's just on what? If you from left to right, there's about 20 strips here. He's probably on the 8th or 10th or so, I'd say. But he's in there. He's in the action, and with the line that Potgieter's bowling, he's going to have a lot of work to do.
He's in again and bowls, and again edged. Again, it doesn't carry. Played with soft hands. That's the end of that over. 105 for 2, so 4 overthrows in that over. Delano Potgieter looks as if his world's almost come to an end there as he takes the sweater from umpire O'Shaughnessy. He's found the edge a couple of times, not got the reward, and then seen 4 runs go from his bowling with that throw from Gubbins that narrowly missed the target and went for the 4 overthrows. 105 for 2 after 32 overs.
Wonder if the slips will move up a step or two here, because twice now the ball has just dropped short of Potgieter to second slip, and both Joe Clark and Freddie McCann. Let's see what they do when Potgieter bowls. There's a change of bowling though at the Rod Bransgrove end, as Kyle Abbott replaces the impressive Sonny Baker. Means you won't be able to talk about Sonny.
I think I've probably
sunnied out.
About him enough. Yeah, yeah. I got him 1 wicket.
You did.
Bowling from the pavilion end. Yeah, it was good to see. I suppose actually with Joe Clark in, I might have just given him 1 more. But then, having said that, if you replace him with Kyle Abbott, then you are replacing a sort of young, energetic speedster with a master of seam and swing.
Now Freddie McCann, who got hit on the finger a couple of overs ago
retiring hurt
by Sonny Baker, is retiring hurt, gets a consoling pat on the back by Kyle Abbott. He was on 38, McCann. He got hit, that's a couple of overs ago, 3 overs ago, and Potgieter dug one into him that jammed the bottom of his bat, and he walked away and shook his hand as if in pain, and he's decided that he needs some treatment, so he's going off, and that should probably bring Jack Haynes to the wicket. He's generally the next batter.
I wonder if he's ready. He might have been caught out here.
Yeah, I think so.
He certainly hasn't appeared from the Hampshire, Nottinghamshire dressing room as yet.
Yeah, that could be. Here he is walking down the steps now.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's. But you're right. I mean, it was a bit of a surprise, wasn't it? There was no signs of it. It's not like he sort of called the physio on again and gave some sort of sign that he wanted to go off. He took one look that Kyle Abbott's on, and he thought, right, it's the dressing and some treatment for me. So he goes off, and
injured finger, I think.
Haynes.
Yeah.
Haynes comes in. Jack Haynes. Now his father, Gavin Haynes, played a long time. Did you play with him, against him?
I don't think I did actually. I remember the name. Worcestershire.
Yeah, Worcestershire. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think I did. It was a sort of bustling all-rounder, wasn't it?
One of those exactly. I wonder if Kev played against him. But you two are the same era, are you?
Yeah.
You and Kev.
Me and Kev. Yeah,
okay,
so very much so. Well, we came through the Middlesex sub-junior ranks.
Oh, did
together.
you? Did you? Okay. Who else was in that went on and played?
Raj Maru, who was given his Middlesex commemorative cap yesterday at a players' reunion in London at Lord's. Who else? A guy called Richard Ellis. He played for Gloucestershire and Middlesex. Who else was in that group? Well, I mean, Norman Cowan's around that time as well. Pretty much grew up with us. So there's about 4 or 5 of us together. Is this your
It's
over
me, yeah. So Abbott in again, over the wicket bowls, and on the back foot goes Clark, and that's a beautiful looking shot square of the wicket. There's no need to run for that. Fletcher Middleton trots around after the ball, which is nestled up against the hover cover, and Clark moves on to 14 off 9 balls. He started off like the batsman in form that he is.
Well, that's well put. You can just see from the 4 batsmen who've been out there for Notts that he looked immediately in touch with a couple of lovely shots, and you can just see the confidence there, the movement, the flow. It's just excellent.
3 slips waiting now as Abbott comes in again to him over the wicket, bowls. It's outside the off stump, and he just leaves it. What I said to Dave was, you could hear it from the first ball. The sound off his bat seemed different, and is that a case of a batter who's in form? You can hear that he's in form or she's in form immediately.
Yeah, and it's a minute thing, kind of. I mean, what is form? Well, form is timing the ball well. Form is kind of flow. Is moving easily. I think form is also not thinking too much. It's just letting it happen, which is clearly what he's doing.
Abbott in again, bowls full and down the leg side, and a tumbling Ben Brown makes a very good stop. And Clark stays on 14 and 109 for 2.
I was listening to the Stuart Broad, Joss Butler podcast the other day, and they interviewed A.B. de Villiers, the great South African, and he was talking about the difference between being confident and in form and being out of form. And when you're out of form, you're thinking about everything: your footwork, your bat lift, your trigger movements. Are you watching the ball, all that? But when you're in form, you're not thinking about anything. You're just allowing all your movements to happen.
Abbott in outside the off stump and left again.
And you know, I mean, almost every batter you talk to, that seems to be the secret. Is, you know, look at someone like Zach Crawley at the moment. He almost looks like a walking wicket because he's probably thinking about playing the right shot instead of just allowing himself to play the right shot. And you almost forget to do the basics, which is watch the ball and react accordingly.
Abbott at the crease now, outside the off stump, and nicely driven by Clark. Not timed, and Gubbins just trots round and cuts that off.
I suppose there is the other side of it as well, that bowlers know a batsman who's in form, and you know you've got to get them early.
Yeah.
And that might put you under that tiny bit of extra pressure to find the right delivery, and you might strain a bit too hard and give them a couple of half volleys. I remember often bowling to Alex Stewart, and I couldn't bowl to Alex Stewart because he just knocked everything by bowl for 4, and I bowled worse and worse.
Abbott in, last ball of the over, and this time it's an appeal. It's probably high, probably on his thigh pad. That's the end of that over. Knots 109 for 2.
And then, you know, there were other batters that I always got out, and you just bowl better at them. And it's funny how it's such a mind games thing. And when you go out there as a batter, and I'm speaking from not from experience but from talking to other batters, when you go out there and you're feeling in form and confident, you know, it's almost like a sort of, you're in this zone, you're in a bubble, you're in this sort of space, this sort of nirvana, and almost like you're floating. I think some batsmen have said, you know, there's no thought going through your head, it's just watch the ball, and suddenly I'm finding it flying off the middle of the bat.
And if you're a bowler, you know, you talk about bowlers having the wood over certain batters, you know, famously Donald or McGrath over Atherton. Is that the same sort of thing from a bowler's perspective?
Definitely. You sort of think, oh, I can get this guy out with an orange.
Yeah.
And quite often you do. So this is Pogita now bowling to Jack Haynes, his first ball coming in at number 5, but only 2 wickets have been lost because McCann's retired hurt. That one swung away a bit from Pogita actually, as he let it go just outside off stump. He gave Haynes a bit of a sighter there. So Hampshire only taking 2 wickets, but they have at least sort of temporarily got rid of the Nottinghamshire number 3, Freddie McCann, retired hurt. So the score 109-2.
If the weather holds off, there's a game on there, isn't there?
Yes, I mean, the thing is, Notts bat a long way down, don't they? So they've got to get into this Notts batting order. That's a good delivery from Pogita. They've got to get, well, they've definitely got to get Clark out, and then work their way through. You know, you wouldn't want to be conceding a lead of more than 30 or 40. I mean, their target should be to try and bowl Notts out for 220, 240. It's a good start though, isn't it? 192 is a decent start. Presumably McCann will come back at some point.
Yeah, you say a long batting order. Varane and Lyndon James can both bat.
Yeah, Liam Patterson-White's a pretty good player. This one's almost a Yorker from Pogita and dug out by Haynes.
I think I'm right in saying that Lyndon James got double 100 here last year. It was one of those Kookaburra games, you know, when they trialled that ball prior to the Ashes, and yeah, I'm pretty sure he got 200 and a big Notts total here.
I mean, you'd think that a really impressive batting order, and no Duckett, of course, today, which would have made it even stronger. So you can see why they were winners last year and contenders this year. That one from Pogita tucked into the leg side, nicely fielded at mid-wicket by Felix Organ, the one Hampshire fielder with a optimistic sun hat on. We haven't seen the sun really much today.
No.
Clouds are still quite high though. It's a bit grey, but there's no sign of obvious rain at the moment. It's pretty chilly out there.
It is cold.
About 13 degrees probably.
I think in the wind it's a lot less.
Yeah. Spectators, the sprinkling spectators huddled together with their coats and jackets and hats on. Another one fielded by Organ at mid-wicket.
When we were lunching, the chap we were having lunch with, who had screens with you know, weather forecasts, was showing some sort of apocalyptic storm coming this way.
He was, wasn't he? Yeah. It hasn't materialised yet, has it? Whether it's gone out to sea or perhaps gone up north.
Seas over the Shane Warne stand, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that's where the weather comes from France.
At the moment, the
Dave's been
clouds are
saying.
going, it seems, sort of slightly east-west. And the rain is out in the west, edged, but it didn't carry to first slip. Tom Prest, I think, who did the stop there on the bounce. Actually quite nicely played by Haynes in the end. He didn't push at it too hard, and it didn't carry to slip.
That's the third time in 2 overs that the ball has been edged to first or second slip and drop short. You would think they'd step up, wouldn't you?
I mean, this is one of the banes of my life, actually, watching slip fielders standing too deep, and they take their position from the keeper. Keepers are often, I think this was something Jamie Smith did a fair bit in the Ashes. He stood too far back, and he was taking the ball around knee height. Well, look, I'm not a keeper, but I would have thought keepers would prefer to take it waist high, and if you're taking it waist high, then you're probably standing a little bit closer, which would mean the slips are a bit closer. It's a nightmare when a bowler gets an edge and it doesn't carry.
So it's Abbott in again to Clark, and Bowles just hangs us about outside the off stump.
See where he took that? Now the keeper there, Ben Brown, he took that by his ankles, going across to first.
Let's have a look at that on the screen if we can see it again.
I think he's too far back. And of course, first slip, who'll be another metre or so behind him, is even further back.
Yeah, there's not enough carry in this wicket, is there, for that to get to where they are.
I mean, they're not deep, but they could. I reckon they could come up another foot or two.
Abbott in again, Bowles, and again that's got catch. He's nicked it. The umpire's given it. Joe Clark has gone, and Abbott has struck. Clark has gone for 14. That's the third Notts wicket that's gone, and it's 109, and that had carry, that had bounce, and Ben Brown took it flying to his left.
Well, that was a brilliant catch, actually. Excellent delivery. Clark didn't want to go, but when you're in the forward of life like he is, you never want to. But actually, a super bit of cricket by Hampshire. A lovely delivery from Kyle Abbott, which really seemed to jag back from outside off. And then a diving catch by Brown down the leg side. And he did take that sort of chest high. So he could have still been, I think he would have been able to take that even if he'd been a foot closer. But yeah, I'm glad he had that bit of time to react to it. Yeah, superb bit of cricket by Hampshire. 109 for 3.
And that's the breakthrough that Hampshire were looking for. The form batter, the leading Division 1 run scorer this year, Joe Clark, walked slowly back to the pavilion, disappointed just soon after Freddie McCann retired, hurt with a finger injury. So Haynes is there. He hasn't scored yet off his first 6 balls, and we would assume that Carl Verreyn, the wicket-keeper, is the next Nottinghamshire batter in. So 2 batters on naught for Hampshire here, and this is a great opportunity for them to put the hammer down and make some vital breakthroughs as we approach I think lunch. We think tea, according to Kev's schedule, is at 4:30, or it's at 4 o'clock, and so we have, what have we got? We've got 15 minutes to tea. If we can get one more, Hampshire will be very happy.
Yeah, what fantastic figures by Kyle Abbott as well. 9.2 overs, 2 for 11, and a little ceremony we just witnessed at the end of the first session this morning, when he was presented with something by Hampshire for his 500th wicket for the club. Amazing performance, and now he has 502. So he's got plenty of wickets in his sights here. There's just a little bit there, isn't there? If you hit the right spot, it's just enough for a bowler of his quality to pose the batsman problems, especially when they first come in.
You know, earlier I mentioned Mark Elam and Richard Ellison and put you in that bracket.
Yeah.
Can I mention Dimmy Mascarenas? Are you happy with that? No, still not there. Well, he's the second leading wicket taker for Hampshire here.
Is he?
Yeah, but he's like 300 behind or something. He's a long way behind.
Because he would have. I wonder if he would have played much here. I suppose he would have played a bit at the old ground.
Yeah. Abbott in again now to the new batter Verreyn, who pushes forward confidently on the offside, and the always in the game Nick Gubbins, who's fielding at cover, picks it up and there's no run. Yeah, I guess he would have. I think Kev said that Shane Warne played one game or one season at the old ground at Northlands Road, and then the rest of the time here. So Dimmy was the same sort of era, wasn't he? That sort of time. So maybe
he was I think he was the only Englishman who played in the first year of the IPL, 2008. And he played in the same team as Shane Warne.
Yeah, Rajasthan Royals, yeah. Abbott again over the wicket for Rain on his sort of just hunchy sort of type of stance. He tucks it into the leg side with his no run, where it's fielded by Brad Wheel.
I say Englishman. Is Dimi Mascarenas class as an Englishman?
Yeah, I think he was. He never played for Australia, did he?
And was he? He was a bit Sri Lankan. Was he?
Sri Lankan parentage,
well?
Born in Australia,
right?
But I think sort of nationalised here. I think is how he.
Right.
It was. But certainly, he played as a local. Abbott then, 5th ball of this 10th over, bowling well as usual outside the off stump. That's a huge appeal, but I don't see what they're appealing for, because Varane just shouldered arms. And
well, I think it just flicked his pad. I think it flicked his pad as it went through to the keeper. But
outside off stump, sure.
Yeah, he was a bit outside off stump. I think more the bounce actually would have possibly. It was just back of a length slightly. That was a good shout. It nipped back.
Are we going to see that again on the live feed?
Lead. No.
Let's see.
No, we're not. It was a dangerous lead for sure.
Confident looking leave, but quite surprised to see the vehemency of the appeal that came in from the bowler, the 3 slips, and obviously the keeper behind the stump. So let's see what Kyle Abbott does to follow this up and finish off his 10th over. He's bowled 2 for 11 so far. Ian up to the crease bowls, and Short has a big nipper backer and sort of stunted appeal by everybody. Brilliant again, Kyle Abbott. He finishes that 10th over, 2 for 11, wicket maiden, and Nottinghamshire 109 for 3.
You say nip backer there. There was a great Hampshire bowler who was the master of the nip backer, and he was called PJ Backer, wasn't he?
Oh, PJ Backer, yeah. Also South African.
Also, he was Dutch, I
Dutch.
think. Yeah.
PJ Backer. See?
And he was a lovely man. He I don't know if they ever called. Did you call him Nip, Kev? You called him Nip, didn't you? Yeah, he was known as Nip because he did get the ball.
There's nothing original about cricket, is there?
Backer spelt B-A-K-K-E-R.
Not like
PJ Backer.
Not like Ali Bacher.
Not like Ali Bacher, no, that was B-A-C-H-E-R. So this is Pogiter bowling again, and he beats the edge. Good delivery. That really moved quite late to Haynes, Jack Haynes, who sort of poked at it, and was lucky not to get a touch.
Having done the names thing earlier, that's giving me a new idea about nicknames in sport.
Yeah.
You know, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. The best nicknames for me, hands down.
Yes.
The best is Fitzhall.
Fitzhall.
His nickname. He played football for Oldham Athletic.
Okay. Oh well. Oh yes. Another delivery from Pogiter is blocked by Haynes back down the wicket.
And his nickname is One Sides.
Yes.
One Sides fits all. Right. Absolute genius. Yeah. I mean, he puts Nip Backer into shame, doesn't he?
I like a similar sort of one, but I like there was a South African bowler called Monde Zondeki. Monde Zondeki, and his nickname was All Hands. All Hands on Decky.
Excellent. Come on, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
109 for 3 is the not score as Pogiter bowls, and it's driven probably for 4. Yeah, it's going to make it to the cover boundary. Didn't quite get his foot across to that shot, actually, Haynes. He sort of just opened the face a bit without getting his foot right into line, but he timed it well, and it was 4 really pretty much from the moment it left the bat there. Short boundary on the offside, close to the groundsman's hut. 113 for 3.
Nice looking start, from Jack Haynes to get off the mark as well.
I mean, it was a bit of a throw down there.
It was.
It was quite a nice, juicy ball to get. Swung a little bit, but you normally put those away if you're a good player. It's Pogiter again who bowls. This time it's straighter. Hit back down the wicket, straight into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Just trickling into the leg stump. Yeah, I mean, nicknames, of course. You've got so much time, haven't you, as a cricketer, to think up silly nicknames.
And multiple ones as well, because you said a few for you earlier, didn't you?
I had plenty, yeah. Yule Brynner was another one I had. Yule, the famous bald swimmer. No, actor, rather.
Actor, yeah, Kojak.
Yeah. No, that was Telly Savalas.
Oh, it was Telly Savalas. Yule Brynner,
That went down the leg side from...
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's just one who sucked on lollipops, wasn't he?
They could have called me Telly, I suppose, as well.
Yule Brynner, he was a sort of a Western type thing, wasn't he? Yule Brynner, great name as well.
Yeah, it was a great name. Ian Botham actually called me
Oh, did he?
Yeah, but which is an acronym for the hairy egg. He claimed my head looked like a hairy egg, so he called me the hairy egg, and he just shortened it to the.
So basically, you were a whole team in yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Simon Hughes 11 with nicknames.
Yeah, exactly.
End of that over then, Notts 113 for 3. Haynes off the mark with that nice looking drive through the covers for 4. Carl Verreynne faced 4 balls yet to get off the mark. You would assume that Kyle Abbott is going to continue from the Rod Bransgrove.
What about
end.
you? Did you have any nicknames as a player?
Smurf, because S. Murphy became, Murphy spelled with a T, but obviously it was Murphy and S. Smurf. So Smurf, when we were at uni, they were handing out, the lecturer was handing back essays or whatever, and she said, "Is there a Stan J. Murphy here?" So Stan is what I get called by my uni mates. Smurf and Stan, I think those two. Le Songe by my cricket mates, French for monkey. I don't think it's anything to do with anything apart from it sounds like my name. As Abbott comes in again and tucked away nicely by Verreynne on the leg side. That's gone all the way for 4, and the fielder who was down there, Brad Wheel, didn't have to move very far to his left, but somebody said it earlier, I don't know if it was you or Dave, that the fielders don't seem to be the most athletic down there, and that ball just didn't go that far from Brad Wheel. But anyway, it's gone for 4, and Verreynne's off the mark with a nice looking shot.
The chap who passed away sadly recently, the Sussex, and I think he also played for Surrey originally, and then Sussex wicketkeeper Arnold Long, who was known as Ob Long.
Abbott again then to Verreynne, tucks him up a bit, and again down the leg side. He's going to be cut off this time by Wheel coming round to his right, and that's just a single. But he's asking questions, Kyle Abbott, as he always does.
And then his teammate at Surrey for many years, of course, was Jeff Arnold, whose nickname, because of his 2 initials, GG, was known as Horse. So that always stuck. He's still around as well, Horse, isn't he? He's still one of the scouts that keeps an eye on the county game and passes on advice for up-and-coming bowlers to the England selection panel. Horse, what a man he was, what a bowler as well. Played so much for England mainly in the 70s.
That's in the sort of Chris Old, Mike Hendricks sort of era.
Fantastic bowler, yeah.
Abbott then approaching the crease to Haynes, who takes a couple of steps forward and just drops it into the leg side, thinks about a quick single, but Pockheater is there at mid-on, so he doesn't need to. There's quite a big gap, or there's lots of big gaps on the leg side, because Pockheater is at mid-on, and then there's Felix Organ at on the boundary at mid-wicket, and then there's a very square thirders, which is Brad Wheel, and then got a sort of a, what would you call that? Sort of a leg gully, leg slip, I guess.
Slip, yeah,
Jake Lehman, yeah, it's quite orthodox, isn't it, as a leg slip? So that's, I think, what Haynes is looking at here. They drop and run into the leg side. Let's see as Abbott approaches the wicket now, bowls, and firm looking drive to Pockheater, and Abbott puts his hands on his head. He thought he might have snuck one through there.
He seems to be looking to get across to the offside, Haynes, against this bowling, against Kyle Abbott, who Abbott is he concentrates on trying to hit the off stump. Basically he bowls mostly inners, tries to get LBWs and bowls, and makes the odd ball hold up and get the edge. And I think Haynes here is trying to counter that by, as the bowler releases, just getting across a little bit more towards the offside.
Abbott in bowls, and he just tucks it into the leg side, which is what I think he was planning, either whether the ball is on the leg side or whether it's...
Well, that was about off stump.
That was
about off stump,
okay,
and he got right across and almost slightly down the wicket. Actually, it's quite a good bit of batting.
Yeah.
Because he's getting outside the line of the off stump to negate the LBW shout. That's why Hampshire have the leg gully for him, because they think he's trying to get over to the offside and work balls down through the leg side behind square. But to Verreynne, they've got more conventional offside slip field.
Got a third slip in now to Verreynne as Abbott comes in, and Verreynne drives, and there's a dive. He's dived over the top of that, and the ball's going to run away. Is it going to hold up? And no, it does hold up. And Pockheater comes and throws back in, and they run back for 3. Good running that by the Notts batters, as Felix Organ just looks down suspiciously at the ground, and That's the end of that over then from Kyle Abbott, going for 3 of the last overs. Bowled 2 for 20. Varane's on 8, Haynes is on 5, and Notts 122 for 3. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it, Simon, in terms of the approach that Haynes is taking then, in terms of using his feet, using the crease to negate the swing that Kyle Abbott's getting.
It's a thing that you know, a lot of England players have done over the last few years. I mean, Joe Root does it, doesn't he, at times against certain bowlers. He was trying to do it, actually. There was a fantastic spell of cricket in the Ashes at Sydney when Joe got his 100, and for about half an hour he faced Scott Boland, and he just couldn't get the ball off the square. And he tried moving around the crease, and he tried stepping out of his crease and stepping back, and Boland just kept hammering away at a perfect line and length. And it was quite a compelling spell of play for the connoisseur. Hardly any runs scored, no wickets fell, but it was a great duel. So this is Pogiter bowling to Haynes, who drives. In fact, it's Verena, and it goes straight to extra cover. So this is this South Africa against South African?
It is, yes, exactly that. Yeah, that can be compelling, can't it? It can be such a good joy. It's like the old, if for those who remember Alan Donald versus Mike Atherton, you know, where it was just peppering him, but what great cricket that was. And still to this day, when you ask people to remember famous moments within the game, it's that.
I believe, as we just watched this one, Pogiter bowl, left alone by Verena outside off stump, I believe that in that spell of bowling, Donald gloved Atherton, and he was caught behind, and it wasn't given out, and Donald hit the roof and said all sorts of things, and came stinging in again a few times, and Athers just smiled to himself, although he was probably bricking it inside. And I believe that in the midst of time, many years later, Athers presented him with his glove that he gloved him that day. Driven by Verena straight to extra cover.
On the topic of nicknames, we've got an email from Jack Rubio, who's emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I like George Balderson of Lancashire, who was called Baldy, but now Lancs are calling him Gary, as in Gary Baldy.
Yeah,
so
that's good.
Thanks for enjoying the comms from the ground, says Jack. Thank you, Jack.
Nice one. Gary Baldy.
Gary Baldy. Good biscuit, that.
So this is Pogiter, who bowls, edged by Verena, but he'll pick up at least 2 and maybe even more here. They're galloping between the wickets, but no, it's kept to 2 as 3 fielders converge on the ball at deep third man.
And there's a keeping warm exercise, wasn't it? 3 fielders chasing after one that squirted through that third area.
Yeah, so the slips haven't done a lot, have they, today? And it's chilly, so 2 slips and a backward point running after it. That's 124 for 3 now, Notts, in reply to Hampshire's 214 all out. So what is it, 90 behind, as Pogiter bowls, driven again by Verena, but straight to mid-off.
Yeah, 3 down, but technically 4, I guess, in terms of with McCann injured and back in the sheds. See if he comes back out again. If not, it'll be the replacement.
Every Crawley who plays in cricket is nicknamed Creepy, isn't he?
Yeah, John Crawley back
John
in the
Crawley,
day.
we had Mark Crawley.
They're brothers, weren't they? Aren't they?
They were brothers.
Yep.
And then obviously Zach Crawley, no relation. Verena bowls, sorry, not Verena, Pogiter bowls. Verena strokes stylishly into the offside, but straight to the man at cover. So no run, 38 overs bowled.
And there's some ones that probably need explaining, like Buff Lehman.
Yes.
Yeah, I've no idea why it's called Buff.
I have no idea. Well, is it because he gives the ball a buff? I don't know.
I don't know. Something Australian. That's tea here at the Utilita ground. 4 o'clock, as Dave Bracegirdle correctly told me. 124 for 3, then Notts, with Haynes on 5 and Verena on 10. Good bowling so far. Abbott and Pottinger, the bowlers have been on. 2 for 20 from Abbott, 0 for 28 from Pottinger. And what would you say is that as a session, Yozza?
I'd say Hampshire will be pleased, actually. You know, they got 3 wickets, and 124, I suppose, is, you know, what's the run rate? About 3 and over. Yeah, honours even, probably, at the end of that session.
Honours even indeed. Let's see what the afternoon session brings, or the evening session brings, and we're going to have a break here on the live stream and on radio.